Car Man, written by Douglas Taylor. Prologue, Route 73. Summer 1989. Summer 1989. The summer Jimmy Durrell turned 17, he learned that machines could love you back if you loved them right. The garage behind Danny Marsh's house smelled like Castrol GTX and teenage ambition, a two-car structure that hadn't held a family car since 1983. What it held instead was a 1969 Camaro Z28 that Danny had bought for $800 from a widow who didn't know what she had. A black-on-black first-generation muscle car with a 302 small block and enough potential to make both boys believe they were destined for something bigger than Kannapolis, North Carolina. They called it the Ghost. Jimmy was underneath it now, lying on a creeper that had lost most of its wheels, staring up at the oil pan while Danny leaned over the fender with a timing light. August heat pressed down on the garage like a weight, and the oscillating fan in the corner moved the hot air around without cooling anything. ZZ Top played from a radio that picked up one station clearly, and the smell of pizza from 2 days ago mixed with the sharp chemical sweetness of brake fluid. "Hand me the 9/16", Danny said. Jimmy rolled out, found the wrench in the toolbox they'd bought together at a yard sale, and handed it up. Danny's fingers were black with grease, his Allman Brothers t-shirt soaked through with sweat, and he was grinning the way he always grinned when he was about to make something work that shouldn't. 2 more degrees, Danny said, adjusting the distributor. "Come on, baby, come on." He hit the starter, and the engine caught, settling into an idle that sounded like a heartbeat with arrhythmia. That lopey, aggressive cam they'd installed last month, too big for street driving, but perfect for what they used the car for. The tachometer bounced at 900 RPM, and the whole garage vibrated with contained violence. "That's it," Danny shouted over the noise. "That's 34 degrees. She's going to love that." Jimmy wiped his hands on a rag that was dirtier than his hands and leaned against the workbench watching Danny work. They'd been building this car together for 18 months, learning as they went from Chilton manuals and old-timers at the auto parts store and trial and error that had cost them 3 fuel pumps, 2 alternators, and 1 set of headers that had caught fire spectacularly in this very garage. Every failure had taught them something. Every lesson had made the Ghost faster. "Tonight," Danny said, killing the engine, "Route 73, Brickhouse finally agreed to run." Terry Brickhouse had a 1970 GTO Judge with a 455 and a reputation for talking more than racing. He'd been challenged before and always found a reason to back out. Wrong night, wrong road, wrong lunar phase. But Danny had called him out in front of Tammy Ricketts, the kind of girl who made boys do stupid things, and Brickhouse had finally agreed. "What time?" "Midnight. I want you to drive." Jimmy felt his heart stutter. "What?" "You've been riding shotgun for a year. Time to see what you can do." "Danny, this is your car. This is your race." "Car's ours. Built it together." Danny tossed him the keys, a gesture so casual it almost hid how much it meant. "Besides, I want to watch Brickhouse's face when he loses to the passenger." They rolled out at 11:30, the Ghost rumbling through sleeping neighborhoods with the kind of authority that made dogs bark and porch lights flicker on. Jimmy was behind the wheel, his hands at 9 and 3 the way Danny had taught him, feeling the car breathe beneath him like a living thing. The night air was thick with honeysuckle and fresh-cut grass, and the stars overhead were bright enough to navigate by. The gathering spot was a gravel pullout where Route 73 crossed an old farm road, and by the time they arrived, a dozen cars had already arranged themselves in a rough circle, headlights painting the dusk gold. Jimmy recognized most of them. Eddie Vance's Mustang, the Kowalski brothers in their matching El Caminos, Sheila Durgan's Nova that would have given her dead grandmother a heart attack. And there, at the center of everything, was Brickhouse's GTO, carousel red, hood-mounted tachometer, rear spoiler, the Judge graphics on the fenders, It looked like a machine designed for exactly one purpose, going fast and making sure everyone knew it. Danny climbed out first, all confidence and swagger, the way he always was when there was something to prove. Jimmy followed, feeling the eyes of the crowd on him, feeling the weight of what Danny was trusting him to do. "Thought you might chicken out," Brickhouse said. He was leaning against his car with his arms crossed, trying to look casual and failing. "Thought you might actually show up for once," Danny replied. "Guess we both get to be surprised." The terms were simple. Standing start to the crossroads 2 miles down. Winner take whatever glory came from being the fastest thing on this stretch of Carolina blacktop. No money changed hands. It wasn't about money. It was about knowing and about being known. Someone had a CB radio and had posted spotters at each end of the course. The road was empty. The night was clear. The conditions were perfect. "You ready?" Danny asked, leaning in through the passenger window after Jimmy had strapped in. "No." "Good. Means you're taking it seriously." Danny slapped the roof twice. "Showed him what we built." Jimmy rolled to the starting line side by side with the GTO. Brickhouse was revving his engine, the 455 making a sound like distant thunder, deep and authoritative. Jimmy blipped his own throttle, and the 302 screamed in response. Higher, angrier, a knife to Brickhouse's hammer. Tammy Ricketts walked between the cars, her white tank top glowing in the headlights. She raised her arms overhead, hands together, and both drivers focused on her, like she was the only thing in the universe that mattered. "Ready?" Jimmy's left foot was on the clutch, his right foot balancing brake and gas, the engine hovering at 3,000 RPM, where the cam came alive and the power built. Sit. The world contracted to a single point, the steering wheel, the tachometer, Tammy's hands against the black sky. "Go!" Her arms dropped and Jimmy dumped the clutch, and the Ghost launched like something had exploded behind it. The tires broke loose for a half second, chirping against asphalt, and then they hooked, and the car rocketed forward with a violence that pressed Jimmy back against the seat. He grabbed second before he'd processed shifting, the tach sweeping toward red line, his right foot flat on the floor. The GTO was beside him, then it was behind him. Then there was nothing but headlights boring into darkness and the engine screaming for more. Third gear. The car pulled like a freight train, the acceleration constant and relentless. He felt the steering go light as the front end lifted, felt the car wanting to fly, kept it planted through sheer will. Fourth gear. The speedometer needle was climbing past numbers that probably weren't even accurate anymore. 90, 100, faster. The road was a tunnel of darkness with a white center line flashing past like a strobe. The crossroads appeared in his headlights. He lifted off the gas and felt the car resist, felt it wanting to keep going forever. He crossed the finish line still doing 80 and knew without looking back that Brickhouse was nowhere close. When he got back to the gathering, people were cheering. Danny was standing in the middle of them with his arms raised like a boxing promoter whose fighter had just won the title. 6 car lengths, Danny shouted as Jimmy climbed out. "You beat him by 6 goddamn car lengths." Danny grabbed him in a bear hug that smelled like motor oil and adrenaline, and Jimmy hugged him back and felt something he'd never felt before. The pure, distilled joy of being exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was supposed to do with the person he was supposed to do it with. He was 17 and immortal, and the future was a road that stretched forever into darkness, waiting to be conquered. 3 weeks later, the road conquered them instead. They'd run the Ghost 6 more times, winning 5, losing once to a Pro Street Camaro from Charlotte that probably cost more than Danny's parents' house. The loss had burned, but it had taught them things. Lessons about gear ratios and launch techniques and the physics of getting power to the ground. Danny was already planning winter upgrades, talking about slicks and a new rear end and maybe a nitrous kit if they could scrape together the money. September was coming, which meant senior year, which meant real life was waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. But that night, with 2 weeks of summer left, none of that mattered. What mattered was that word had come down about a run on Route 73. A kid from Albemarle with a Chevelle who'd been talking trash, and Danny wanted to see what it could do. "You've been hot," Danny said as they pushed the Ghost out of the garage, keeping it quiet until they were clear of his parents' sleeping windows. "You've got the touch right now. I need to get back in the seat, find my rhythm again. So let me ride shotgun. I'll call the shifts." "Nah, take your mom's car, follow us out there. I want you to see what it looks like from outside." Jimmy should have argued, should have insisted on being in the Ghost, being there if something went wrong. But he was 17 and immortal, and nothing had ever gone wrong. Not really. Not in any way that mattered. So he went home and borrowed his mother's Oldsmobile and followed Danny's taillights through the Carolina night. The gathering was smaller this time, maybe 8 cars, including the Chevelle from Albemarle. It was a 1970 SS 396, black on black, with a driver who looked like he'd been doing this since before Jimmy was born. The negotiations were quick, the road was empty, the night was clear. Jimmy parked the Oldsmobile on the shoulder about halfway down the course, where he could see both the start and the finish. He got out and leaned against the hood and waited. When it came, it was louder than thunder. The Ghost and the Chevelle launched together, their headlights racing toward him through the darkness, like meteors falling to earth. He could hear the engines climbing through the gears, the high scream of the 302 fighting against the deeper roar of the 396. They were close, closer than any race the Ghost had run, and Jimmy felt his hands clenching into fists as he watched. They passed him side by side, separated by inches, moving so fast that the wind of their passage rocked the Oldsmobile on its suspension. He watched their tail lights shrink toward the crossroads, watched the Ghost pull ahead by half a car length, then a full length, then the Chevelle's brake lights flashed. Something went wrong. Later, they'd learned that the Chevelle's driver had blown a tire, had lost control for just an instant, had drifted into Danny's lane without meaning to. But in that moment, all Jimmy saw was geometry. 2 cars occupying the same space at the same time, physics demanding that something give. Danny swerved to avoid. The Ghost left the road. Jimmy was running before the car stopped moving. His lungs burned and his legs screamed, but he ran toward the sound of metal tearing and glass exploding and something else. Something worse. Something that sounded like the end of the world. The Ghost had gone airborne when it hit the ditch. It had rotated in the air, a thing that should have been impossible, and it had come down on the driver's side against an oak tree that had been standing there since before the Civil War. The car wrapped around the tree like aluminum foil. The door caved in, the roof collapsed, fluids pooling on the ground and catching the moonlight like black blood. "Danny!" Jimmy reached the wreck and felt his mind disconnect from his body. He became an observer, watching a stranger tear at twisted metal with bare hands that would be bleeding by the time this was over. The driver's side door was gone, crumpled into the space where Danny's legs should have been. The engine had been pushed back by the impact, shoved into the cabin like a fist. Danny was alive. His eyes were open, his face bloody, but his breathing steady, and he was looking at Jimmy with an expression of total confusion. "Can't feel my legs until air," Danny said. His voice was calm, conversational, the voice of someone in shock who hadn't yet understood what that meant. "Jimmy, I can't feel my legs." "I'm going to get you out." "Don't." Danny's hand found Jimmy's wrist and gripped it with surprising strength. "Don't move me. I remember from health class, you're not supposed to move someone when their spine might be—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. "Someone call an ambulance," Jimmy screamed, but the road was dark and the other cars were just now arriving, their headlights creating crazy shadows as they pulled over and people got out and the night filled with voices in confusion. The Chevelle was gone. The driver had seen the crash and fled, disappearing back toward Albemarle or wherever he'd come from. Jimmy would remember that later, would feel rage about it later. But right now, all he could feel was Danny's hand on his wrist and Danny's blood on his own hands and the smell of gasoline and oil and something else, and something organic and terrible that he would never be able to forget. Jimmy, Danny's voice was weaker now. Jimmy, listen. Save your energy. Help's coming. Listen to me. Danny's grip tightened. This isn't your fault. You hear me? This isn't your fault. I should have been in the car. You should have been in the car and we'd both be here right now. Or I should have let you drive again, or we should have stayed home. Danny coughed, and something dark came out of his mouth. Doesn't matter. I made the choice. I took the risk. This isn't on you. The ambulance took 47 minutes to arrive. Jimmy stayed with Danny the whole time, holding his hand, talking to him about nothing and everything, keeping him conscious because that was supposed to help, because that was all he could do. Danny drifted in and out, sometimes lucid, sometimes confused, sometimes asking about the race like he'd forgotten everything that had happened after. When the EMTs finally came, they had to cut Danny out of the car with the jaws of life, a process that took another 20 minutes and sounded like the world being torn apart. Jimmy stood back and watched, his hands caked with blood that was already drying, his mind running the same loop over and over. I should have been in the car. I should have been in the car. I should have been in the car. At the hospital, Danny's parents arrived with faces that looked like the end of everything. Jimmy sat in the waiting room for 6 hours watching the clock tick through the night until a doctor came out and explained in careful language what the x-rays showed. Crushed vertebrae at L1 and L2, severed spinal cord, complete paralysis from the waist down. Danny Marsh would never walk again. Jimmy visited him 2 weeks later after the surgeries and the initial stabilization and the first wave of flowers and cards from people who didn't know what else to do. Danny was sitting up in bed, his useless legs hidden under a white hospital blanket, his face thin and pale, but his eyes still sharp. Wasn't your fault, Danny said before Jimmy could speak. No, don't. Wasn't your fault. Each word was deliberate, a hammer striking an anvil. I was driving. I made the call. I pushed too hard because I couldn't stand the thought of losing to some asshole from Albemarle. If I'd been with you, then we'd both be in these beds, or we'd both be dead. Is that what you want? Would that make you feel better? I don't know. Well, I know. Danny's voice was fierce now, almost angry. I know I don't want to spend the rest of my life watching you punish yourself for something I did. I was the one who wanted to drive. I was the one who tried to take that curve too fast. Those were my choices, and these are my consequences. But the car's metal and rubber and glass. It doesn't make decisions. We do. Danny reached out and grabbed Jimmy's arm, forcing him to meet his eyes. You got a gift, Jimmy. You're the best driver I've ever seen. Better than me, better than anyone we raced against. Don't you dare bury that because of what happened to me. How can I not? Because I'm asking you not to, because if you quit, then I lost more than just my legs. Then I lost you too. Jimmy stayed for another hour, talking about nothing that mattered, and when he left the hospital, he drove to a bar and drank until they threw him out. He woke up the next morning with no memory of how he'd gotten home and a promise burned into his heart. Never again. He would never race again. He would never drive fast again. He would never let the thing he loved destroy anyone else. 3 years later, he met a girl named Linda who made him tell her the whole story. And he made her the same promise, and she agreed to marry him. And for 33 years, he kept that promise like it was the only thing holding him together, because maybe it was. Part 1, The Lot. Chapter 1, Inventory. The smell of a car lot in the morning is either the smell of possibility or the smell of slow death, depending on which side of 50 you're standing on. Jimmy Durrell was standing on the wrong side, had been for 2 years now, and every morning when he unlocked the chain-link gate at Durrell's pre-owned auto, he breathed in that mixture of rubber and asphalt and dew-soaked metal and felt nothing but the weight of inventory that wasn't moving. 15 cars this morning, same 15 as yesterday, same 15 as last week, minus the Accord he'd practically given away to a kid who'd haggled like his life depended on it. Jimmy had let him win because watching someone want something that badly was either inspiring or pathetic, and he'd lost the ability to tell the difference. The coffee from the sit-go next door was burnt, but it was hot, and it cost $1.50, and Maria behind the counter never tried to make conversation before 8 a.m., which made her the most valuable relationship in Jimmy's life most mornings. He carried it across the cracked asphalt, past the row of Camrys and Civics that were the bread and butter of any lot this size, past the pickup trucks that move faster in this part of North Carolina than anything with good gas mileage, all the way to the back corner where the Corvette sat like a rebuke. 1967 Stingray, red, or it had been once. Now it was faded to primer and patches, the gel coat cracked and crazed. The chrome was pitted, the interior was gutted. The engine hadn't turned over in 3 years, and before that it had run like a garbage disposal choking on silverware. Jimmy had taken it in trade from an old man settling his dead brother's estate, and he'd kept it because some mistakes are too beautiful to admit. He ran his hand along the fender, feeling the cracks beneath his fingers. A car like this, restored right, was worth 6 figures. A car like this, sitting on a lot in Kannapolis with nobody willing to put the work in, was worth what someone would pay for it, which so far was nothing. Morning, boss. Marcus Washington was crossing the lot with his own coffee, a complicated Starbucks thing that cost more than Jimmy's entire breakfast, and came with enough caffeine to kill a horse. He was 29, had been selling cars for 3 years, and was better at it than Jimmy had ever been because he enjoyed talking to people. "What's on the books?" Jimmy asked, though he already knew. "Lady coming at 10 about the Sentra. Might have a walk-in for the F-150 if the guy's wife lets him out of the house." "That's it. That's it." Jimmy nodded and headed for the office, a single-wide trailer that his father had installed in 1987, and that still smelled like Marlboro Reds, even though the old man had been dead 6 years and nobody had smoked inside it since. The desk was government surplus, the chair was older than Marcus, and the computer was running software that had been obsolete when Obama was president. On the wall behind the desk, in a frame that Jimmy's mother had picked out before she'd left his father for an insurance adjuster from Greensboro, was a photo of a 19-year-old kid standing next to a 1969 Camaro Z28, grinning like he owned the world. The kid had owned nothing. The kid had borrowed the Camaro from a friend's older brother. The kid had been 2 weeks away from a night that would change everything, but he didn't know it yet, and his smile was the kind of smile you only get to wear when you still believe the future is something that happens to you rather than something you survive. Jimmy turned away from the photo and booted up the computer. The spreadsheet that tracked inventory and sales and the slow bleeding of his father's legacy loaded in increments. Each column a small accusation. He'd been running the lot for 6 years, since his father's heart had decided that 63 years of cigarettes and stress was enough. Before that, he'd worked here summers and weekends while holding down a job at the brake plant, and before that, he'd been the kid in the photo. And before that, he'd been something else entirely. But he tried not to think about before that. The Sentra lady showed up at 10:15, which was close enough to on time that Jimmy didn't hold it against her. She was mid-40s, recently divorced based on the ring tan on her finger, and the way she kept checking her phone like she expected someone to tell her what to do. The Sentra was exactly what she needed: reliable, cheap, invisible. And Jimmy walked her through the features with the practiced disinterest of a man who delivered this speech 400 times. The previous owner was an older gentleman, he said, which was true. Drove it to church on Sundays and the grocery store on Wednesdays. Maintenance records going back to 2015, also true. You're not going to find a cleaner car in this price range anywhere in Cabarrus County. Probably true, though Jimmy had stopped comparison shopping years ago. She bought it, wrote a check that would clear, signed the papers, drove away in her invisible car toward her invisible new life. Jimmy watched her go and felt nothing, which was better than feeling the things he used to feel, which was mostly envy for people who still believed that the next thing might be the thing that changed everything. Lunch was a sandwich from the Citgo that tasted like refrigeration and regret. Marcus sold the F-150 to a guy whose wife had apparently released him into the wild with a checkbook and a dream. The afternoon crawled by in increments of boredom, punctuated by phone calls from vendors and one wrong number from someone looking for a bail bondsman, which felt appropriate. At 4:17, a Mercedes S-Class pulled onto the lot. Jimmy noticed it the way you notice anything that doesn't belong, the way a deer notices movement at the tree line, the way a gazelle notices a shadow that might be a lion. Mercedes S-Class sedans did not pull onto lots like Durrell's pre-owned auto. They pulled onto lots with glass showrooms and espresso machines and salesmen who wore suits that cost more than Jimmy's monthly mortgage. The man who got out was maybe 70, maybe older, with the kind of tan that came from golf courses rather than job sites, and the kind of clothes that looked casual but cost serious money. He moved slowly, not from infirmity, but from the confidence of someone who'd learned that the world would wait for him. His eyes swept the lot with an attention that didn't match his leisurely pace. Jimmy walked out to meet him, professional smile in place. "Afternoon, help you find something?" "Just looking." The man's voice was Carolina through and through, the kind of accent money usually sanded away but hadn't touched in his case. "Nice little lot you got here." "It pays the bills. Sometimes. Barely." "Your daddy's place, wasn't it? Bill Durrell?" Jimmy sensed something shift in his chest. "You knew my father?" "Knew of him. Bought a truck from him back at, 94 or 95. F-250, blue, had a dent in the tailgate he was honest about. Man who's honest about dents is a man you can do business with." He extended his hand. "Earl Phelps." The name landed like a stone in still water. Phelps Poultry Processing. Earl Phelps owned half the chicken in North Carolina, or had before he'd sold the company to some Brazilian conglomerate for a number that had made the Charlotte Observer's front page. The kind of money that bought Mercedes S-Classes and golf course tans and the right to wander onto used car lots for reasons Jimmy couldn't fathom. Jimmy Durrell. They shook. Earl's grip was dry and firm and suggested that money hadn't made him soft. "What brings you out here, Mr. Phelps? Don't imagine you're in the market for a Camry?" Earl smiled, and it was the smile of a man who enjoyed being underestimated. "I'm in the market for a project. Something to keep my hands busy now that I don't have a company to run. My wife says I need a hobby that isn't driving her crazy. We've got a few trucks that might..." "What's that in the back corner?" Jimmy followed his gaze to the Corvette, sitting in its usual spot like a broken promise. "That's not for sale. I mean, it's for sale. Everything's for sale, but it's not a project. It's a disaster." "Show me." They walked to the back of the lot together, Jimmy pointing out other vehicles along the way, the Mustang that needed a transmission, the Bronco that was actually in decent shape. But Earl's attention never wavered from the Corvette. When they reached it, he circled the car slowly, running his hands along panels the way Jimmy had that morning, reading the fiberglass like Braille. "67 Stingray," Earl said, 427. 390, I think. Original engine's long gone. What's in there now? Came out of a 72 Chevelle, and it's not much better. Body's rough. Body's shot. Stress cracks everywhere. Probably Bondo under every panel. Frame might be okay, but I've never put it on a lift to check. Interior? Gutted. Seats are in the trunk, or what's left of them." Earl straightened up and looked at Jimmy with an expression that was hard to read. "How much?" "Mr. Phelps, I can't in good conscience sell you this car. You're looking at 40, 50,000 in restoration costs minimum, probably more like 70 if you want it done right. The car's not worth that." "I didn't ask what it was worth. I asked how much." Jimmy named a price that was fair, maybe too fair, a number that reflected the reality of what the car was rather than the fantasy of what it could be. Earl didn't blink. "I want to drive it first. Doesn't run. Then let's see if we can make it run." This was how he was standing in his own service bay 30 minutes later, Earl Phelps beside him, both of them staring at an engine that had no business starting but was somehow, impossibly, turning over. Marcus had run to the auto parts store for a battery that wasn't dead and spark plugs that weren't fouled, and Jimmy had done the rest from memory and instinct, his hands remembering procedures his brain had tried to forget. The Corvette sounded like death. It sounded like a garbage disposal mating with a diesel generator. It sounded like 40 years of neglect and abuse and abandonment trying to clear its throat. It was the most beautiful sound Jimmy had heard in years. "Let's take it out," Earl said. "Mr. Phelps, this thing isn't street legal. It's not insured. The brakes are probably shot. The steering's probably loose. And if something falls off, we're both..." I spent 50 years building a company by taking risks other people wouldn't take. I'm not going to die in a car that can barely hit 30 miles an hour. He opened the passenger door, which screamed on hinges that hadn't been lubricated since Clinton was president. "You drive." The seat was a lawn chair someone had bolted to the floor pan. The steering wheel was cracked and sun-faded and too big for the column. The pedals were aftermarket, positioned wrong, fighting against Jimmy's muscle memory. He put the Corvette in gear and felt the transmission grind like it was chewing glass. They pulled out of the lot and onto Route 29, Jimmy keeping it under 35, feeling every bump and crack in the pavement through a suspension that had given up pretending to suspend anything. The engine coughed and sputtered and threatened to die at every stop sign, and Jimmy nursed it along with adjustments to the throttle that his foot made without consulting his brain. "You know your way around a car," Earl said. "I used to." "Used to what?" "Used to know my way around cars." Earl pointed to a side road that Jimmy knew led to nothing but farms and forest and the kind of empty blacktop that teenagers used for exactly what Earl was about to suggest. "Let's see what she can do. Mr. Phelps." "Earl, and I didn't ask for a tour. I want to see what this car can do, what you can do." They switched seats at the side of the road. Jimmy behind the wheel now. Earl riding shotgun, the engine idling rough but idling. The blacktop stretched ahead, empty, straight, a quarter-mile of nothing before it curved into trees. Jimmy's hands found 10 and 2. The position felt wrong. He'd always driven at 9 and 3, race in position, the way Danny had taught him before Danny had taught him anything else. His foot found the clutch, it found the gas. The engine responded to the throttle like an animal waking from a long sleep. "Well?" Earl asked. Jimmy dropped the hammer. The Corvette screamed. The engine caught and held, and the car launched forward with a violence that threw them both back against seats that weren't designed to hold them. The speedometer was broken, but Jimmy didn't need it. 50, 60, 70. The car shaking like it might come apart at any moment, the steering fighting him, the whole machine alive and angry and demanding respect. He found a line. He didn't know he was looking for it until he found it. The place where the car stopped fighting and started dancing, where speed became something other than velocity, where the machine and the driver merged into something neither could be alone. 80, maybe more. The curve approaching too fast. Jimmy braked late, felt the back end try to come around, corrected with a countersteer that his body remembered even though his mind had spent 33 years trying to forget. The Corvette carved through the curve like it was designed for this. Like all those years of neglect had been waiting for someone to remember what it was. He slowed, pulled to the side of the road, killed the engine. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. He was grinning. And he couldn't remember the last time he'd grinned like this. Couldn't remember the last time his face had made this shape. Earl was watching him with an expression that wasn't surprise exactly. More like confirmation. "How long since you've driven like that?" 33 years. "Why'd you stop?" The question hung in the air, heavy with all the things Jimmy never talked about. Danny's face in the hospital, the sound of his mother crying, the promise he'd made to Linda before she'd agreed to be his wife instead of his widow. "Because I hurt someone, because speed costs and I couldn't afford to pay anymore." Earl nodded slowly, like this was the answer he'd expected. He looked out through the cracked windshield at the empty road ahead, the sun starting to drop toward the tree line, the shadows getting long. "I've got a car," Earl said. "Not this one, a race car. Late model stock, runs dirt tracks around the Carolinas. I bought it from a kid who ran out of money before he ran out of talent. It's been sitting in my barn for 6 months waiting for someone who knows how to drive it. Mr. Phelps?" "Earl." "Earl, I'm 52 years old. I sell used cars for a living. I haven't raced anything since Reagan was president." "I know." Earl turned to look at him, and his eyes held something that might have been recognition, or might have been hunger, or might have been the simple madness of a man with more money than time. "There's a race Saturday night at Hickory Motor Speedway. Nothing fancy, a local dirt track event. I need a driver. You need to remember who you were before you forgot." "I didn't forget, I chose." "Then choose again." The engine ticked as it cooled, metal contracting, the car settling into silence. Jimmy looked at his hands on the wheel, older now, thicker, the hands of a man who shook other men's hands and counted money and never felt anything move beneath him at 80 miles an hour. "I've got a business to run. I've got a wife who made me promise. I've got a life that doesn't include this. You've got 15 cars on a lot that's dying and a wife who probably barely recognizes you anymore, and a life that's running out whether you race or not." Earl opened his door, climbed out, then stopped. "I'm not asking you to throw everything away. I'm asking you to find out if there's anything left to throw." Jimmy sat in the Corvette for a long time after Earl drove away in his Mercedes. The light faded. The metal cooled. Somewhere in the distance, a train sounded its horn, moving through the Carolina evening toward destinations Jimmy would never see. He thought about Danny. He thought about Linda. He thought about the kid in the photograph, the one who'd believed the future was something that happened to you. He thought about Saturday night. Then he started the engine, and the Corvette coughed back to life. And Jimmy Durrell drove back to his lot to close up for the night and figure out how to tell his wife that he was thinking about breaking the only promise that had ever kept them together. Chapter 2. Linda. The house on Maple Street was dark when Jimmy pulled the Corvette back onto the lot, but Linda's Camry was in the driveway, which meant she was home, which meant she was waiting. 27 years of marriage had taught him to read her silences the way he'd once read engines. By feel, by instinct, by the things that weren't being said. He parked the Corvette in the back corner where it belonged and sat for a moment in the quiet, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. The smell of exhaust and old leather filled the cabin, and for a moment he was 17 again, sitting in the Ghost after a run, feeling the adrenaline slowly drain from his system like a water from a bathtub. Then he got out, locked the gate, and drove his truck home to explain to his wife why he was thinking about breaking the only promise that had ever kept them together. The lights were on in the kitchen when he came through the back door. Linda was sitting at the table with a cup of tea that had probably gone cold an hour ago, her reading glasses pushed up on her forehead and a magazine open in front of her that she obviously hadn't been reading. She was 51 years old, her hair more gray than brown now, her face lined in ways that told the story of their years together, laugh lines around her eyes, worry lines on her forehead, a softness around her mouth that came from raising a son and bearing 2 parents and loving a man who'd always been half somewhere else. "You're late," she said. "Had a customer stay past closing." "Must have been some customer. You smell like motor oil." Jimmy sat down across from her and felt the weight of what he was about to say pressing down on his chest like something solid. He'd spent the whole drive home rehearsing speeches, trying to find the words that would make this make sense, but now that he was here, in the kitchen where they'd had 1,000 difficult conversations, the words wouldn't come. "Earl Phelps came by the lot today." Linda's eyebrows went up. Everyone in Kannapolis knew who Earl Phelps was, even if they'd never met him. The chicken man? What did he want with used cars? He wanted to buy the Corvette. "That thing, it doesn't even run." "We got it running. He took me for a test drive. Jimmy paused, feeling the edge of the cliff under his feet. He let me drive. Something shifted in Linda's face. Not anger, not yet. Something older and deeper, a recognition of territory they'd agreed never to enter. Jimmy, he's got a race car, dirt track car, been sitting in his barn for 6 months. He wants me to drive it Saturday night at Hickory. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that had weight. Linda set down her teacup with a precision that suggested she was being very careful about something, and when she spoke, her voice was calm in the way that storms are calm before they break. No. Linda, I said no. We talked about this. We agreed about this 30 years ago before I married you. We agreed that this was over. I know what we agreed. Then why are we having this conversation? Jimmy looked at his hands, spread flat on the kitchen table, the same hands that had gripped Danny's hand in the wreckage, the same hands that had held Linda's on their wedding day, the same hands that had felt the Corvette come alive under them this afternoon, had remembered what it meant to control something moving faster than fear. Because something happened today, he said, when I was driving that car, something I haven't felt in 33 years. I know what you felt. You felt alive. You felt powerful. You felt like the kid you used to be before Danny Marsh wrapped himself around a tree. Linda's voice was rising now, the calm breaking apart. Then what? You come home and tell me you want to risk everything, our life, our business, our marriage, for a chance to feel that way again? It's one race, one Saturday night. It's never won anything with you. I've known you for 30 years, Jimmy. I know how you get when you want something. One race becomes two, becomes a season, becomes a life I didn't sign up for. She was right. That was the hell of it. She was right about all of it. He'd spent 3 decades being the man he'd promised to be, and now he was asking her to let him become someone else, someone who'd been dead since 1989 and who might, if given the chance, burn everything down, chasing a feeling he could barely remember. What if I said I needed this? Then I'd say you're having a midlife crisis, and you should buy a boat like a normal person. Despite everything, Jimmy laughed. It was a small laugh, more air than sound, but it was real, and Linda's face softened just slightly at the edges. I'm serious, she said, but she wasn't as angry now. A boat, or golf clubs, or a motorcycle if you have to have something with an engine. But not this, not racing, not the thing that almost killed your best friend. Danny didn't almost die, he lived. In a wheelchair, Jimmy. He's lived in a wheelchair for 33 years. I know. Jimmy's voice was quiet now, defeated. I know what happened. I was there. They sat in silence for a long moment, the kitchen clock ticking off seconds that felt like hours. Linda reached across the table and took his hand, her fingers cool and familiar against his palm. Tell me why, she said. Tell me why this matters so much that you'd bring it up after all these years. Jimmy thought about the question, thought about it because Linda deserved a real answer instead of the half-truths he'd been telling himself since he climbed out of the Corvette. I'm 52 years old, he said finally. My father died running that lot. His father died running it before him. I've spent my whole life selling other people's cars, and I never got to find out what I could have been. You're a good husband, a good father, a good man. I know, and I'm grateful for that, I am. But there's this other thing, this thing I was before Danny got hurt, and I've been carrying it around like a stone in my pocket for 33 years. And today, when I was driving that car, he trailed off, searching for words that didn't exist. You felt it again, Linda said, the thing you gave up. I felt like maybe I didn't have to give it up. Maybe I could just see, just one time, just to know. Linda pulled her hand back and wrapped it around her cold teacup, staring at the surface of the liquid like it might tell her something useful. She was 19 when they met, working the register at her father's hardware store on Main Street. Jimmy had come in looking for carburetor cleaner and left with her phone number scrawled on a receipt. Their first date was coffee at the diner. Their second date was a movie he couldn't remember. And their third date was the night he told her about Danny. They'd been parked at the overlook above the Yadkin River, the lights of Kannapolis glittering in the distance, and Jimmy had talked for 2 hours straight. He told her about the ghost, about the races, about the way it felt to push a machine to its limits and find out what you were made of. He told her about the crash, about Danny's legs, about the guilt that woke him up at 3 in the morning and wouldn't let him sleep until dawn. Linda had listened without interrupting, and when he was done, she'd asked one question: "Are you going to race again?" He'd said no. He'd said it was over. That part of his life was done, that he was going to be a normal person with a normal job and a normal future. And she'd looked at him with those dark eyes that missed nothing, and she'd said, "Promise me." He'd promised. On that overlook, with the river below and the stars above and the weight of Danny's wheelchair heavy in his heart, he'd promised Linda that he would never race again. And she'd kissed him. And 3 years later, she'd married him. And for 27 years, he'd kept that promise. Now he was asking her to let him break it. "Do you remember what you told me?" Linda asked. "That night at the overlook? I told you I was done. You told me that racing made you feel like God, that when you were behind the wheel pushing a car to its limits, you felt like nothing could touch you, like you were invincible." She looked up at him. "You told me that's why you had to stop, because feeling invincible is what got Danny hurt." "I was 20 years old. I didn't know what I was saying." "You knew what you were saying. You knew that the thing you loved was dangerous, and that loving it had already cost you too much, and that if you didn't walk away, it would cost you everything. Maybe I was wrong. Or maybe you were right, and you've spent 30 years trying to convince yourself otherwise." Jimmy didn't have an answer for that because he didn't know which one was true. He only knew that something had woken up in him today, something that had been sleeping since 1989, and he didn't know how to put it back to sleep. "I'm not asking for permission," he said, though even as he said it, he knew it was a lie. He was absolutely asking for permission. He was asking her to tell him it was okay to want this, to need this, to chase something that had nothing to do with their life together. "Yes, you are," Linda said, "and I'm not going to give it to you." "Linda, I'm not going to give it to you because this isn't about permission. This is about who you are and who you want to be. If you need to race that car on Saturday night, then you're going to race it whether I say yes or no. And if you don't need to, then you wouldn't be sitting here asking." She stood up, taking her cold tea to the sink and pouring it out. Her back was to him, her shoulders tight, her whole body holding something in that wanted to come out. "I love you," she said to the window above the sink. "I've loved you since I was 19 years old, since the night you told me about Danny, and I saw how much it cost you to be honest about something that hurt that bad. I loved you through the lean years and the hard years and the years when Kevin was a teenager and we both wanted to strangle him. I love you now, even when you're sitting at my kitchen table asking me to let you become someone I don't know. I'm still me." "Are you?" She turned around and her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. "Because the Jimmy I married was a man who kept his promises, who understood that some doors, once you close them, have to stay closed. Who chose this life, our life, over everything else he might have been. I did choose this life. I'm not trying to leave it." "Then what are you trying to do?" Jimmy stood up, crossed to her, took her hands in his wine. "I'm trying to find out if there's anything left of the kid who used to believe the future was something that happened to you instead of something you survived." Linda looked at him for a long moment, and he could see her calculating the risks, the costs, the odds of this ending in anything other than disaster. She'd always been the practical one, the one who balanced the checkbook and remembered to pay the insurance and made sure the roof got fixed before the next storm. She'd held their life together through crises large and small, and she'd done it by being careful, by not taking chances, by keeping the doors closed that needed to stay closed, One race, she said finally. What? One race, Saturday night. You drive that car and you find out whatever you need to find out, and then you come home and you tell me whether it's out of your system or whether we have a bigger problem. Linda, you don't have to, because I'm not doing you any favors. I'm giving you enough rope to hang yourself with. She squeezed his hands hard. If you come home from that race and you tell me you need more, that one time wasn't enough, then we're going to have a conversation we've never had before about what this marriage is and what you're willing to sacrifice for something that almost killed your best friend. And if I come home and it's out of my system, then we never talk about this again. You go back to the lot, I go back to my life, and we pretend Earl Phelps never walked through your gate. It wasn't permission, it was a test, or maybe an ultimatum, or maybe just the only compromise a woman who'd spent 30 years loving someone could offer when that someone asked her to let him risk everything she'd built. Okay, Jimmy said, okay. One race, Saturday night, and then I come home and we figure out what's next. Linda leaned forward and kissed him, and the kiss was gentle but also sad. The kiss of someone saying goodbye to something even if they didn't know what it was yet. Go to bed, she said. I need to think. Jimmy went, but he didn't sleep. He lay in the dark, listening to Linda move around downstairs, hearing the clink of dishes being washed and cabinets being opened and closed, and he thought about all the doors he'd kept closed for 33 years, and whether opening one of them was going to let in light or just more darkness. At some point, she came to bed. She didn't touch him, didn't speak, just lay on her side of the mattress with her back to him, breathing slowly and steadily. That meant she wasn't sleeping either. Outside, a train sounded its horn somewhere in the distance, moving through the Carolina night toward destinations neither of them would ever see. And inside, two people who'd built a life on a promise lay in the dark and wondered what would be left of that life if the promise broke. The next morning, Jimmy found a note on the kitchen table. I'll be at the race Saturday. Whatever happens, I want to see it. He read it 3 times, trying to understand what it meant. Was this support, surveillance, a final chance to witness the death of something she'd been waiting to die for 30 years? He folded the note and put it in his pocket next to the keys to the lot and the wallet that held pictures of Kevin at every age, from newborn to college graduate. Then he drove to work and opened the gate and started another day of selling cars that other people would drive to lives he would never live. But something was different now. Something had shifted in the geography of his world, opening a door he'd thought was sealed forever. Saturday night was coming, and Jimmy Durrell, for the first time in 33 years, was going to race. Chapter 3. Danny. Marsh Auto Parts occupied a cinder block building on the edge of Concord, wedged between a tire shop and a place that sold discount mattresses. The sign out front was hand-painted, faded by 30 years of Carolina sun, and the parking lot was cracked asphalt that had been patched so many times it looked like abstract art. Jimmy had driven past this building 1,000 times over the years, always finding a reason not to stop. Today he pulled his truck into the lot and sat with the engine running, trying to remember how to breathe. And he hadn't seen Danny in almost 3 years. The last time had been at Danny's mother's funeral, a brief encounter in a church parking lot where they'd shaken hands and said the things you say when someone's mother dies and neither of you knows how to talk about anything else. Before that, it had been Danny's father's funeral. And before that, a chance meeting at a Lowe's where they'd both pretended to be in a hurry. 33 years of avoiding the only person who understood what Jimmy had lost that night on Route 73. 33 years of guilt wrapped in silence, maintained by mutual agreement, sustained by the simple understanding that some wounds don't heal, they scab over and wait. Jimmy killed the engine and got out of the truck. The bell over the door was the old-fashioned kind, an actual brass bell that rang when you pushed the door open. The smell inside was pure automotive, oil and rubber, and the chemical sweetness of brake fluid. Shelves lined the walls, stacked with alternators and water pumps and the 1,000 small parts that kept cars running. A counter ran along the back, and behind it sat Danny Marsh in the wheelchair that had been his leg since Ronald Reagan was president. He looked older than 53, which was what happens when you spend 3 decades sitting down. His hair was thin and gray, his face weathered in ways that suggested he spent time outdoors despite his limitations, and his arms were thick with the muscles of a man who'd learned to do everything with his upper body. He was wearing a Carolina Panthers t-shirt and reading glasses, and he was looking at Jimmy like he'd been expecting him for years. "Fuel pump or alternator?" Danny asked. "What?" "You're standing in my store looking like you just saw a ghost. Either your truck needs a fuel pump or an alternator, or you're here for something else." Danny set down the catalog he'd been reading. "And I'm guessing it's something else." Jimmy walked to the counter, his boots loud on the concrete floor. The store was empty except for them. Mid-morning on a Thursday, the slow time before the lunch rush of mechanics and shade tree fixers who needed parts for whatever they were working on. "I need to talk to you about something." "No." "Figured that out. The question is whether you're going to say it or just stand there looking constipated." Despite everything, Jimmy almost smiled. That was Danny. Always direct, always cutting through the bullshit that other people wrapped around themselves. It was one of the things that had made them friends in the first place back when they were kids who thought they knew everything about cars and nothing about life. "Earl Phelps wants me to race for him." Danny's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. "Earl Phelps? The chicken man?" "Yeah." "Race what? Where?" "Dirt track. Late model stock car. This Saturday at Hickory to start." "To start?" Danny leaned back in his wheelchair, the chair creaking slightly with the movement. "So not just one race. He's talking about a program?" "I don't know what he's talking about. I just know he drove onto my lot yesterday, made me drive a 67 Corvette like I was 17 again, and asked me if I wanted to find out if I still had it." "Do you?" "Do I what?" "Still have it." Jimmy thought about the Corvette on the back road, the way the car had come alive under his hands, the way 33 years had evaporated in the space between one heartbeat and the next. "I don't know. Maybe." Danny nodded slowly, like this was the answer he'd expected. He wheeled himself out from behind the counter, chair moving with the practiced ease of someone who'd been navigating the world this way for longer than most people had been driving. He stopped a few feet from Jimmy, close enough that they could talk without raising their voices, far enough that there was still space between them. "You came here looking for permission," Danny said. There wasn't a question. "I came here because I owed you that much. Before I did anything, I owed you a conversation." "You don't owe me anything." "Bullshit." The word came out harder than Jimmy intended. "I owe you everything. I owe you my legs, Danny. I owe you the life you should have had." "The life I should have had." Danny's voice was flat, unreadable. "Tell me about that life. Tell me what I should have been doing for the last 33 years. "Racing. You should have been racing. You were better than me. You were always better than me. You should have gone pro, should have made it to NASCAR, should have been everything we used to talk about when we were kids. And instead I got this." Danny gestured at the wheelchair, at the store, at the life he'd built in the ruins of the one he'd planned. "Is that what you think? That I've been sitting here for 3 decades mourning the racing career I never had? I don't know what you've been doing. That's the problem. I've been so goddamn afraid to ask that I've spent 33 years pretending you didn't exist." The silence that followed was heavy, charged with all the things they'd never said to each other. Danny wheeled over to the window and looked out at the parking lot, at the tire shop next door, at the ordinary world that had become his entire universe. "You want to know what I've been doing? I've been running this store, built it from nothing after my dad died. He left me a little money and I put it into inventory and a lease and a sign. First few years I almost went under twice. Then I figured out what I was doing, and now I clear 6 figures in a good year, and I've got 2 employees and a customer base that trusts me to give them straight answers about what their cars need. He turned back to face Jimmy. I got married in '94. Sheila, you never met her. She was a physical therapist at the rehab center. Cliche as hell, but she didn't see the chair. She saw me. We had 12 good years before the cancer took her. No kids, but that was okay. We had each other. I didn't know about any of that. How could you? You've been hiding from me since 1989. Every time I saw you at a funeral or a store, you looked at me like I was a ghost you couldn't stop seeing. You were. You are. No. Danny's voice was sharp now, cutting. I'm not a ghost. I'm a man who had something terrible happen to him and who figured out how to live anyway. I'm not the tragedy you've been carrying around for 33 years, Jimmy. I'm just a guy who runs an auto parts store and misses his wife and still watches every NASCAR race like I'm 17 years old. Jimmy felt something crack in his chest. Some wall he'd been maintaining so long he'd forgotten it was there. I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry. For what? For that night. For being in the car the first time, for not being in the car the second time, for letting you chase me, for pushing you to go faster, for... Stop. Danny held up a hand. Just stop. I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to actually hear it instead of just waiting for your turn to apologize again. Jimmy closed his mouth. That night on Route 73, I made a choice. I saw you win that first race, saw how good you were, and I wanted to prove I was just as good. So when the Chevelle showed up, I had to be the one driving. My ego, my decision. And when he started pulling away, I pushed too hard trying to catch him, my foot on the gas, my hands on the wheel, my choice. But you weren't in the car. You weren't controlling my right foot. You weren't the one who tried to take that curve too fast because I couldn't stand the thought of losing. Danny's voice was steady, almost gentle. I've had 33 years to think about that night. 33 years of therapy and grief and anger and eventually acceptance. And you know what I figured out? It wasn't your fault. It was never your fault. It was just a thing that happened because 2 kids thought they were immortal and one of them found out they weren't. How can you say that? How can you not blame me? Because blaming you would mean I wasn't responsible for my own choices. And I was. I chose to race that night. I chose to push too hard. I chose to take a risk that didn't pay off. Those were my choices. And these, he slapped the arms of his wheelchair, are the consequences. Living with them was hard enough without also living with hating my best friend for something that wasn't his fault. Jimmy felt tears on his face, didn't remember starting to cry. He'd spent 33 years waiting for Danny to condemn him. And instead, Danny was offering something that felt almost worse, forgiveness he didn't deserve. I gave up everything, Jimmy said. After that night, I gave up everything we built together, the cars, the racing, all of it. I thought that was what I owed you. I know, and it was stupid. What? It was stupid. You had a gift, Jimmy. You were the best driver I ever saw, better than me, better than anyone we raced against. And you walked away from it because you thought that would somehow, what? Unpuncture my spine, bring back the use of my legs. I thought it was the right thing to do. The right thing to do would have been to race for both of us. To take that gift and do something with it to prove that what we built together in that garage actually mattered. Instead, you buried it. 33 years of selling used cars, and for what? So you could punish yourself for something that wasn't your fault? Danny wheeled closer, close enough that Jimmy could see the lines around his eyes, the gray in his stubble, the weight of 3 decades in every feature. Earl Phelps has given you a chance to stop punishing yourself. And you came here looking for permission because some part of you knows that's what you need to do. So here it is, Jimmy. Here's your permission. He reached out and gripped Jimmy's arm, his hand strong from years of wheeling himself through a world designed for people who could walk. Go drive the damn car. They talked for 2 more hours, longer than they'd talked in 33 years combined. Danny told stories about Sheila, about the early days of the store, about the customers who'd become friends and the ones who tried to cheat him. Jimmy told stories about Linda, about Kevin, about the slow death of the lot and the quiet desperation of a life that had never quite become what he'd hoped. Around noon, a customer came in, a mechanic from the tire shop next door, looking for a water pump for a Ford F-150. Danny helped him with the professional ease of someone who knew his inventory better than most people knew their own families. When the mechanic left, Danny turned back to Jimmy with a smile that looked almost like the one he'd worn at 17 before everything changed. "You should come by the house sometime, see where I live, meet my dog. I got a German shepherd named Rusty who thinks he's a lap dog." "I'd like that." "Saturday night, after your race, bring Linda if she's speaking to you." "She's coming to the race." Danny's eyebrows went up. "Yeah, Linda's coming to watch you race? The woman who made you promise never to drive again?" "She said she wants to see it, whatever happens." That's either the most supportive thing I've ever heard or the most terrifying. I can't tell which. Neither can I. Danny laughed, and the sound was rusty but real. "Good luck, Jimmy, and I mean that. Go out there and show 'em what you've still got." Jimmy left the store feeling lighter than he had in years. The weight of guilt that he'd been carrying since 1989, not gone exactly, but shifted into something he could bear. Danny's forgiveness didn't undo the past, didn't heal the wound, but it gave him something he hadn't had in 33 years. Permission to move forward without looking back. He sat in his truck for a long moment, looking at the faded sign that said Marsh Auto Parts, thinking about the two kids who'd built a Camaro in a garage and dreamed about the future. One of those kids was in a wheelchair now, running a business and missing his dead wife and cheering for drivers who weren't half as good as he could have been. The other was about to find out if the gift he'd buried could still be resurrected. His phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "This is Earl. Car's ready. Come by the barn tomorrow if you want to shake it down before Saturday." Jimmy typed back, "I'll be there." He started the truck and pulled out of the parking lot, heading back toward Kannapolis, toward Linda, toward the life he'd built on the foundation of the promise he was about to break. But for the first time since 1989, the breaking felt less like destruction and more like something else. It felt like beginning. That night over dinner, Linda asked him where he'd been. "Went to see Danny," Jimmy said, and watched her face go through several expressions before settling on careful neutrality. "How is he?" "Better than I deserve. He told me to race." "He told you to race?" "He said I've been punishing myself for 33 years for something that wasn't my fault. He said the right thing to do would have been to race for both of us." Jimmy set down his fork. "He said I should go drive the damn car." Linda was quiet for a long moment, processing this. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost wondering. "You've been carrying that guilt since before I met you. It's part of who you are, the thing you did, the thing you gave up. And now Danny tells you it was never your fault and you're supposed to just let it go." "I don't know if I can let it go, but maybe I can stop letting it run my life. And if racing doesn't help, if you get behind that wheel on Saturday and the guilt is still there, then at least I'll know. At least I won't spend the rest of my life wondering." Linda reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were warm, familiar, grounding him in the present, even as his mind raced toward the future. "Earl's got the car ready," Jimmy said. "I'm going to shake it down tomorrow. Learn what it can do." "What time?" "Morning, probably." "Why?" Linda squeezed his hand. "Because I want to be there. I want to see what this thing is that's been sleeping inside you for 33 years. Jimmy looked at his wife, this woman who'd given him 3 decades, who'd stood by him through failures and disappointments and the slow grinding down of dreams, and he felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. "Okay," he said, "we'll go together." Chapter 4. Hickory. The barn smelled like promise. Jimmy stood in the doorway, letting his eyes adjust to the dim light. breathing in the mixture of race fuel and rubber and grease that he hadn't smelled in 33 years. Earl's barn in Iredell County was nothing fancy. Metal siding, concrete floor, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, but what it contained made Jimmy's heart stutter in his chest. The car sat in the center of the space like an altar. A 2019 Fury late model stock car, purpose-built for dirt track racing, its body panels matte black carbon fiber and fiberglass, unpainted and mean. The roll cage was visible through the open windows, chrome moly tubing welded with the precision of something designed to keep a human being alive when physics went wrong. The engine, a 400 cubic inch small block Chevy, Earl had said, sat exposed under a hood propped open by hydraulic struts, weren't headers snaking down into collectors that promised violence. She's something, isn't she? Earl was standing beside him, watching Jimmy's face with the satisfied expression of a man who'd given the right gift. I don't know if I can do this. You don't know if you can drive a race car, or you don't know if you deserve to? Jimmy didn't answer because he didn't know which one was true. Wilson Barnes arrived at 7 a.m, climbing out of a truck older than Kevin with the unhurried movements of a man who'd been doing this since before Jimmy was born. He was 63, built like someone had compressed a larger man into a 5'8" frame with hands that looked like they'd been carved from the same oak as the trees surrounding Earl's property. You the rookie? Wilson asked, looking Jimmy up and down with an expression that suggested he'd seen 1,000 rookies and hadn't been impressed by most of them. I'm the project. Ain't we all? Wilson walked past him into the barn, circling the car with the evaluating stare of a surgeon examining a patient. Earl says you used to race. Back roads, dirt tracks, that kind of thing. 33 years ago. 33 years, Wilson shook his head. I've had wrenches older than that. You remember how to heel toe? I remember everything, that's the problem. Wilson looked at him, really looked, for the first time, and something shifted in his expression. Not quite respect, but maybe the precursor to it. All right, let's see what you've forgotten. The fire suit was heavier than Jimmy remembered. Sparko, black with red accents, the material thick enough to protect against fire, but thin enough to let heat through, which would matter later when the cockpit turned into an oven. Wilson helped him into it with the efficient movements of someone who'd done this thousands of times, checking the fit, adjusting the collar, making sure everything was where it needed to be. The helmet came next, a bell full face with a hands device that Wilson spent 10 minutes explaining, even though Jimmy had read about them obsessively since Earl's offer. The head and neck support device attached to the helmet and anchored to the harness, designed to keep your skull connected to your spine when forces tried to separate them. It felt like wearing a horse collar, restrictive and alien, a reminder that speed had consequences he hadn't had to think about when he was 17. This thing saved lives, Wilson said, tightening the straps. Would have saved Dale Sr. if he'd been wearing one. You don't take it off until you're out of the car. Ever understand? Understood. The cockpit swallowed him whole. The seat was custom molded, designed to wrap around the driver's body like armor, holding him in place against forces that would otherwise throw him around like a pinball. The harness was a 5-point system, 2 shoulder straps, 2 lap belts, 1 submarine belt between the legs, and Wilson cinched each one tight enough that Jimmy felt like he was being compressed into the seat itself. Too tight? I can't breathe. Good means it's right. Wilson reached in and adjusted the steering wheel, pulling it closer to Jimmy's chest. Small inputs. This car is faster than anything you've ever driven. It'll respond to movements you don't even know you're making. Fight it and it'll bite you. Work with it and it'll take you places you've never been. The wheel was smaller than he remembered, purpose-built for racing, quick ratio, leather-wrapped in places worn smooth by the previous driver's hands. The pedals were close together, positioned for left foot braking, a technique Jimmy had read about but never practiced. The gauges glowed green in the dim cockpit, oil pressure, water temperature, tachometer, the instruments that would tell him if the car was happy or dying. "Fire it up," Earl said from somewhere outside the car. Wilson hit the starter and the world changed, and the engine didn't start so much as detonate. A sound like thunder trapped in a metal box, violent and immediate, vibrating through the seat and the steering wheel and the bones of Jimmy's skull. The tachometer swept up to idle, a rough, aggressive lope that shook the whole car. Nothing like the smooth purr of a street engine. This was a race motor, built for one thing, optimized for a narrow band of RPM where power lived, and everything else was waiting. Jimmy's hands tightened on the wheel involuntarily. His heart was hammering against his ribs. Through the window net, he could see Linda standing at the edge of the barn, her arms crossed, her face unreadable, behind sunglasses she didn't need in the dim light. "Take her out to the pasture," Earl shouted over the engine noise. "Quarter-mile oval I had graded out back. Nothing fancy. Just enough to shake her down." Jimmy put the car in gear and felt the transmission engage with a precision that startled him. The clutch was heavy but progressive, the throttle response immediate and eager. He rolled out of the barn into the morning sunlight, following the gravel path that wound around the back of Earl's property. The track was crude but functional, a rough oval carved out of a pasture. The red Carolina clay, still damp from yesterday's rain, darker in the corners where water had pooled and soaked in. It wasn't Hickory Motor Speedway, but it was enough to feel the car. Enough to find out if 33 years had killed his instincts or just put them to sleep. He stopped at what passed for a starting line and sat for a moment, engine idling, hands on the wheel. The vibration came up through the seat and the pedals, through the steering column and into his palms. A mechanical heartbeat that be asking a question he wasn't sure he knew how to answer. Can you still do this? Do you still have it? Are you still the kid who beat Brick House by 6 car lengths on a summer night a lifetime ago? Jimmy dropped the hammer. The car exploded forward. The rear tires broke loose, spraying clay behind him like a rooster tail, and for a terrifying instant, the car was sideways, rotating around a point somewhere behind his left shoulder. His hands moved before his brain caught up, countersteer, throttle adjustment, corrections he didn't remember learning, but his body had never forgotten. The car straightened, hooked up, and rocketed toward the first corner with an acceleration that pressed him back against the seat like a giant hand. First gear was gone before he knew he'd shifted. Second gear screamed toward red line. The first corner arrived too fast, and he lifted too early, felt the car push toward the outside, the front tires losing grip on the wet clay. He corrected, found traction, powered through the exit with the rear end dancing on the edge of control. The back straight was a blur, 70, 80, speed that seemed insane on a track this small. Turn 3 arrived, and he braked too late, felt the car rotate under braking, caught it with steering input that came from somewhere deeper than thought. Turn 4, then the front straight, then turn 1 again, each lap teaching him something new about the car, about the track, about himself. By lap 10, the rust was starting to fall away. By lap 20, he was finding lines he hadn't known existed. By lap 30, he stopped thinking entirely and just drove. The car wanted to rotate. That was its personality. Loose on entry, neutral through the middle, tight on exit if you got on the throttle too early. He learned to set up wide for the corners, let the rear end come around as he turned in, then catch it with the throttle and power through the exit. It was a dance, violent and precise, nothing like the brute force driving he remembered from the Ghost. When Wilson finally waved him in, Jimmy had lost track of how many laps he'd run. 40? 50? His arms were shaking, his fire suit was soaked through with sweat, and he was grinning inside his helmet like a man who'd just rediscovered something he thought was lost forever. "Well?" Earl asked as Jimmy climbed out of the car. "I'm not dead." "That's a start. How'd it feel?" Jimmy stood there, legs trembling, heart pounding, trying to find words for what had just happened. The language of racing was technical, chassis setup, tire compound, gear ratio. But what he'd felt out there wasn't technical. It was something older, something primal, something that had been sleeping in his blood since the night Danny crashed. "It felt like waking up," he said. Saturday night arrived faster than Jimmy was ready for. The drive to Hickory Motor Speedway was 45 minutes of silence. Earl behind the wheel of his Mercedes, Jimmy in the passenger seat watching the Carolina countryside roll past in the golden light of late afternoon. The trailer with the car followed behind, driven by one of the crew Earl had assembled. Local guys who worked dirt tracks on weekends for beer, money, and the love of the sport. Hickory was a 3/8 mile oval that had been hosting races since before Jimmy was born. The grandstands could hold maybe 5,000 people, and tonight they were half full with the crowd that showed up for Saturday night short track racing, families with kids eating hot dogs, old-timers who'd been watching races here since Eisenhower, young guys in T-shirts bearing the names of drivers Jimmy had never heard of. The smell hit him first. Methanol and rubber and dirt and exhaust mixed with hot dogs and popcorn and the particular sweetness of cotton candy. It was the smell of his youth, the smell of nights spent racing on back roads and dreaming about places exactly like this. He'd forgotten how powerful smells could be, how they could transport you across decades in the space of a single breath. "You okay?" Earl asked. "I don't know. I think so." The pit area was organized chaos. Trailers lined up in rows, crews unloading cars, drivers walking around in their fire suits like soldiers preparing for battle. Jimmy's car, Earl's car, really, sat on its jack stands while Wilson and the crew made final adjustments, checking tire pressures, tweaking the setup based on how the track was shaping up. "Clay's tacky," Wilson reported. "Should rubber up by the feature. I'm putting a wedge in the left rear. See if we can get you some forward bite on exit." Jimmy nodded like he understood, which he mostly did. Wedge referred to the weight distribution across the car's four corners. Adding wedge to the left rear would tighten the car on exit, help it hook up and drive off the corners. It was the kind of adjustment that would have been beyond his comprehension a week ago, but Wilson had been teaching him the language, one word at a time. Qualifying was a disaster. 2 laps alone on the track trying to find speed while the grandstands watched and the other drivers evaluated the new guy. Jimmy pushed too hard in turn 1, felt the car push up the track, lost 1/10 of a second. He tried to make it up in turn 3 and overdid it, the rear end stepping out farther than he could catch, forcing him to lift and lose another 1/10. His time was almost 4/10 off the pole sitter, 18th position in a field of 23. "That's okay," Wilson said when Jimmy pulled back into the pits. "You were driving safe laps, not fast laps. Race is different. You'll have traffic to work with, cars to draft off. The speed will come, or I'll wreck myself and everyone around me. Also possible, but less likely than you think." The feature race was 75 laps, about 28 miles around a 3/8 mile track. Jimmy sat in his car on the grid, watching the other drivers strap in around him, listening to the engines rumble to life one by one until the whole pit area was vibrating with mechanical thunder. Linda was in the stands. He couldn't see her from here. The window net was in place now, the cockpit sealed against intrusion. But he knew she was there. She'd driven herself over, arriving just before qualifying, taking a seat in the grandstand with a blanket and a thermos of coffee, and the expression of someone who'd come to witness something she wasn't sure she wanted to see. 5 minutes to green, the announcer's voice crackled through the track PA system. Wilson appeared at Jimmy's window. "Remember what I told you? First 10 laps, just survive. Learn the track with traffic, figure out where you can pass and where you can't. After that, start racing." "What if someone tries to pass me in the first 10 laps? Let them. You're not here to win. You're here to learn." The pace car led them around for 2 formation laps. 23 cars, rumbling through the turns at parade speed. Tires weaving back and forth to build heat. Engines burping and snarling with impatience. Through his windshield, Jimmy could see the track stretching out ahead. Not the empty expanse of Earl's pasture, but a real racing surface. Groomed and prepared, waiting to pass judgment on everyone who dared to drive it. The pace car peeled off, the flagman raised the green flag. Jimmy's hands tightened on the wheel, his right foot hovered over the throttle. Every second of the past 33 years compressed into this single moment, this breath before the beginning. The flag dropped and the start was sensory overload. 23 cars accelerating simultaneously, the field compressing like an accordion as everyone jockeyed for position. Engine noise doubled, then tripled, then became a wall of sound that penetrated the helmet and filled Jimmy's skull. Clay rooster-tailed behind the cars ahead, peppering his windshield with dirt, reducing visibility to a chaos of taillights and debris. He stayed low, inside line, letting faster cars go around him. On the outside, a car appeared in his mirror, then beside him, then ahead of him, the 17, a young kid who'd been fast in qualifying. Jimmy let him go, then another car, and another. By the time the field completed the first lap, Jimmy had fallen from 18th to 20th. That's okay. That's the plan. Survive first. Race later. The track was nothing like Earl's pasture. The banking was steeper, the surface more compacted, the grip higher and more consistent, but it was also more crowded. Cars everywhere. In front of him and beside him and behind him, a three-dimensional chess game played at 70 miles per hour. He had to be aware of everything simultaneously. The car ahead braking, the car beside him drifting wide, the car behind closing on his bumper. By lap 10, he'd found a rhythm. The car ahead of him was consistent, predictable, taking the same line through every corner. Jimmy learned his patterns. Early apex in turn 1, late exit in turn 4. A slight drift toward the wall on the back straight. The knowledge felt tactical, useful, information he could exploit when the time came. "Looking good," Wilson's voice crackled through the radio. "You're in 19th. Stay patient." Patience. That was the word Wilson kept using. Patience, patience, patience. Don't force it. Let the race come to you. Let the other guys make mistakes and be there to capitalize when they do. Lap 15. The car ahead of him. The 34, a faded blue late model with a dying engine, started to smoke coming off turn 2. Oil or water or something worse. The car slowing, struggling, dropping back through the field. Jimmy dove to the inside and went past before the 34's driver even knew what was happening. 19th, something shifted in Jimmy's chest. That pass, simple, clean, executed without thinking, had felt like nothing he'd done in 33 years. It had felt like racing. Lap 25, 18th position. The car ahead of him was pushing in the corners, the driver fighting the wheel, losing time with every lap. Jimmy closed the gap, 1 car length, half a car length, waiting for the right moment. Turn 3, the outside line. He went high where the other driver didn't expect him, used the banking to carry more speed, pulled alongside on the back straight, and completed the pass before turn 4, 17th. "Nice move," Wilson said. "Keep doing that." He kept doing it. Lap 30, 16th, lap 40, 15th. Each position gained through a combination of patience and aggression, waiting for opportunities and striking when they appeared. The car was good. Wilson's setup was working. The chassis rotating through the corners, the engine pulling strong on the straights. But the car was only part of it. The rest was instinct feel, a muscle memory of a 17-year-old kid who'd spent 2 years learning to go fast and had never forgotten how. Lap 50. The leaders were pulling away, but Jimmy was running 14th now, catching the cars ahead of him, racing for positions that had seemed impossible an hour ago. The fatigue was setting in, his arms burning, his neck aching, his focus starting to fray at the edges. But underneath the exhaustion was something else, something electric. This is who I am. This is who I always was. This is the thing I gave up, and it never died. Final 10 laps. Jimmy was running 12th, closing on the 11th place car, a veteran named Harrison who'd been running this track since before Jimmy started selling cars. Harrison was smart, experienced, blocking the inside line on every corner, making Jimmy work for every inch of track position. But Harrison was also tired. His car was pushing worse with every lap. The front tires giving up, the setup falling apart as the track changed under them. On lap 72, Harrison pushed wide and turned 2, just a few inches, just enough, and Jimmy dove underneath him, 11th. white flag, 1 lap to go. The car ahead, the 88, a red and white late model that had been running strong all night, was 2 car lengths up, too far to catch in 1 lap. But Jimmy pushed anyway, found every fraction of a second the car had left, crossed the finish line half a car length behind the 88. 11th place, his first dirt track race in 33 years, and he'd finished 11th. The checkered flag waved and something released in Jimmy's chest. Tension he'd been holding without knowing it, fear he'd been carrying since Earl's offer. Doubt that had been whispering in his ear for 3 decades. He took the cool down lap slowly, breathing hard, his hand still trembling on the wheel, and when he finally pulled into the pits and killed the engine, he sat in the sudden silence for a long moment before he could bring himself to move. Wilson opened the window and helped him out. Earl was there, grinning like a man who'd just watched his horse win the Kentucky Derby. And there, pushing through the crowd of crew members and competitors, was Linda. She didn't say anything, just walked up to him and put her arms around him and held on while he stood there in his sweat-soaked fire suit, shaken with exhaustion and adrenaline and something that felt dangerously like joy. "I watched the whole thing," she said into his shoulder. And she pulled back and looked at him, and her eyes were bright with something he couldn't quite name. Not fear, not anger, not even worry. Something more complicated than any of those. "I finally understand," she said, "why you gave it up, because giving up something like that, something that makes you look the way you looked out there, that's not a small sacrifice. That's giving up a piece of your soul." "Linda, I'm not done." She put her hand on his chest, over his heart, over the thing that had been dead for 33 years and was now impossibly beating again. "I understand why you gave it up, and I understand why you need to get it back. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to race, and I'm going to be in those stands every time, and we're going to figure out how to make this work, because I didn't marry the man you've been for 33 years. I married the man you just were out there. I just didn't know it until tonight." Jimmy looked at his wife, this woman who'd held him to a promise that had been slowly killing him, who was now offering him a chance to become someone he'd stopped believing he could be. "Okay," he said, "okay. Okay, let's figure out how to make this work." And somewhere deep in his chest, in the place where the 17-year-old kid had been waiting for 33 years, something finally started to heal. The Part 2, The Climb. Chapter 5, Dirt. The second race was at Lancaster, a quarter-mile bull ring in South Carolina, where the cars ran so close together that you could smell the other driver's exhaust. Jimmy started 16th and finished 11th, passing 5 cars in the final 20 laps when the track rubbered up and his setup finally came alive. The third race was at Tri-County, a 3/8-mile oval outside Brasstown, where the red clay turned to mud when the dew settled and the cars threw rooster tails of dirt 20 feet in the air. He started 12th and finished 8th, his best result yet, and Wilson smiled when Jimmy pulled into the pits. A small smile, barely visible, but a smile nonetheless. The fourth race was back at Hickory, and this time Jimmy knew the track. He started 10th and ran as high as 4th before a late caution bunched the field, and he got shuffled back to 6th on the restart. Still 6th at Hickory felt like a victory, felt like proof that the first race hadn't been a fluke. "You're getting faster," Earl said after loading the car onto the trailer. "Wilson says you're finding time every week." Wilson said that? Wilson said you're not as hopeless as he thought. For Wilson, that's practically a marriage proposal. The races blurred together through September and into October. Concord, Cherokee, Modoc, Greenville, Pickens. Each track had its own personality, its own quirks, its own way of teaching Jimmy something he didn't know he needed to learn. The half miles required patience, the quarter miles required aggression, and the 3/8 required a combination of both that Jimmy was slowly, painfully figuring out. His body was less forgiving than his mind. At 52, everything took longer to heal. The bruises from the 5-point harness didn't fade between races. They layered on top of each other, purple on yellow on green, a topographic map of accumulated violence. His shoulders ached from fighting the steering wheel through 3-hour races on tracks that tried to tear it from his hands. His neck developed a permanent stiffness that no amount of stretching could cure, the muscles compensating for forces they'd never been asked to handle before. Linda noticed. Of course she noticed. "You're limping," she said one Sunday morning, watching him make his way to the coffee pot with the careful movements of a man who'd learned which muscles hurt and which ones merely complained. "Tweaked something in the heat race last night. It'll loosen up." "You said that about your shoulder 2 weeks ago, and your back the week before that." "Bodies complain. That's what they do." "Bodies also break, Jimmy. Bodies wear out." He poured his coffee and didn't answer because she was right, and they both knew it. He wasn't 17 anymore, wasn't even 40, and every race extracted a price that compounded with the next one. But the alternative was stopping, and stopping wasn't something he could think about yet, not when he was finally starting to remember what it felt like to be good at something. "I'll be more careful," he said, which was a lie they both recognized. "No, you won't. You'll push until something breaks, 'cause that's who you are." Linda took the coffee pot from him and poured her own cup. "I'm not asking you to stop. I'm asking you to be honest about what this is costing. What it's costing is worth it. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're trading pieces of yourself for something you can never get back. Time. I'm trading pieces of myself for time I already lost." Linda was quiet for a long moment, stirring her coffee with a spoon she didn't need because she took it black. "I watched you last night," she said finally. "The way you looked when you were running third, the way your whole body changed when you were racing for position. And I understood something I didn't understand before. This isn't about proving something or winning something. This is about being alive in a way you haven't been in 33 years. Is that a bad thing? I don't know yet. Ask me again when something breaks." The lot was dying. Jimmy had known it was struggling. You couldn't ignore the sales numbers, the empty spaces on the lot, the look on Marcus's face when another week passed without a deal. But knowing something and feeling it were different things. Through September and October, while he'd been racing on weekends and recovering during the week, Durrell's pre-owned auto had been bleeding out like a patient no one was paying attention to. "We moved 2 cars last month," Marcus said, spreading the sales report across Jimmy's desk like evidence at a trial. 2, the Civic and the Ranger. Everything else is just sitting there depreciating. What about the walk-ins?" "What walk-ins?" "We had maybe a dozen people on the lot all month, and half of them were just looking. The other half wanted prices we couldn't touch without losing money." Jimmy looked at the numbers and felt the weight of them pressing down on his chest. The lot had been marginal for years, surviving on thin margins and repeat customers and the stubborn loyalty of people who'd bought cars from his father. But marginal required attention, required presence, required someone actually caring whether the business lived or died. He'd been racing instead. "What do we owe?" "Floor plan's current, but just barely. Insurance is due next month, and the property tax bill came yesterday." Marcus slid another piece of paper across the desk. "We're about $12,000 short of where we need to be." $12,000. 3 months ago, that would have been tight but manageable. Now, with the lot empty and the economy soft and Jimmy's attention scattered across a dozen dirt tracks in 2 states, 12,000 might as well be 12 million. "I'll talk to Earl," Jimmy said. "About what? Borrowing money? Jimmy, you're already driving his car for free. How much more can you ask the man for?" "I'm not asking for a loan. I'm asking for a conversation." Earl's response when Jimmy called him that afternoon was not what he'd expected. "Sell it." "What?" "The lot. Sell it. Property's worth something, even if the business isn't. Take the money and focus on what you're actually good at." "Earl, my father built that lot. My grandfather helped him do it. It's been in my family for long enough to become a millstone around your neck." Earl's voice was matter-of-fact, the voice of a man who'd made hard decisions about businesses before. "You got a choice, Jimmy. Keep pouring time and money into something that's dying, or let it go and see how far you can take this racing thing. This racing thing isn't paying the bills. Not yet, but it might. If you're good enough, if you keep improving, there's money in this sport. Sponsors, prize money, maybe even a ride with a real team if you can prove yourself. Earl paused. How'd you finish last night? Fourth. Fourth at Greenville Pickens in your 8th start at 52 years old. You know how many people can do that? Not many. Damn right, not many. You've got something, Jimmy. The question is whether you're going to bet on it or keep hedging your bets with a used car lot that's going to drag you under. Anyway. After the call, Jimmy sat in his office and stared at the photograph on the wall. The 19-year-old kid standing next to the borrowed Camaro, grinning like he owned the world. That kid had believed the future was something that happened to you, something you could grab with both hands and ride wherever it wanted to go. The 52-year-old man sitting in the chair knew better. The future was something you negotiated with, something you traded pieces of yourself for, something that demanded choices you couldn't unmake. Sell the lot. The words felt like a betrayal and a liberation at the same time. The next race was at Cherokee, a high-banked 3/8 mile in Gaffney, where the cars ran door to door at speeds that seemed impossible for a track that small. Jimmy had run there once before, finished 9th, and spent the whole drive home thinking about lines he should have taken and moves he should have made. This time was different. He started 8th, which was his best qualifying position yet. Wilson had found something in the setup, a combination of spring rates and shock adjustments that made the car rotate through the center of the corners without pushing on exit. For the first time, Jimmy felt like the car was working with him instead of just tolerating him. The green flag dropped, and he held position through the first 10 laps, running 8th in a line of cars that stretched from 4th to 12th. Everyone nose to tail, everyone waiting for someone to make a mistake. On lap 15, the 5th place car pushed up the track in turn 2, and Jimmy dove underneath him, completing the pass before the other driver even knew he was there. 7th. The car ahead of him was an older model, slower in the straightaways, but good in the corners. Jimmy stalked him for 5 laps, learning his patterns, figuring out where he was weak. On lap 22, he faked to the inside in turn 1, then crossed over to the outside in turn 2 when the other driver moved to block. The pass was clean, almost elegant, the kind of move he'd been visualizing for weeks. 6th. By lap 40, he was 5th. By lap 50, he was 4th. The leaders were pulling away, but the podium was in reach if he could find one more position in the final 20 laps. He pushed harder, asking the car for everything it had, feeling the rear end dance on the edge of traction as he carried more speed into the corners than he had any right to. The 3rd place car was struggling. Jimmy could see it, pushing in turns 3 and 4. The driver fighting the wheel, losing time with every lap. He closed the gap to a car length, then half a car length, then he was on the other driver's bumper with 10 laps to go. 8 laps, 5 laps, 3 laps. He made his move in turn 1, diving to the inside with the commitment of someone who'd stopped calculating and started racing. The other driver tried to come down and block, but Jimmy was already there, his front bumper beside the other car's door, and they ran side by side through turns 1 and 2 with the crowd on their feet and the flagman watching with the white flag in his hand. Turn 3. The other driver drifted high, just a few inches, just enough. Jimmy drove underneath him and took 3rd place with 2 laps to go. The checkered flag came down, and Jimmy crossed the finish line in 3rd place, and his best result by 3 positions. And when he pulled into the pits and killed the engine, his hands were shaking so badly he could barely undo his belts. Now that, Wilson said, opening the window net, was a race. Earl was there, grinning like he'd won the lottery. Linda was there, too. She'd started coming to all the races now, sitting in the stands with a blanket and a thermos of coffee, watching her husband do the thing she'd made him promise never to do. 3rd place, she said when he climbed out of the car. 3rd place. I don't know whether to kiss you or kill you. Can we start with the kissing and see where it goes? She kissed him there in the pits with dirt on his face and sweat in his hair and the smell of racing fuel clinging to his suit. And when she pulled back, her eyes were bright with something that might have been pride or might have been fear or might have been both. "You're good at this," she said. "I'm getting better." That's what scares me. That night in the hotel room, they'd started booking because the drives home were too long after races. Jimmy told Linda about Earl's suggestion. Sell the lot. He thinks I should focus on racing. Says there might be money in it if I can keep improving. And what do you think? Jimmy stared at the ceiling, feeling the familiar ache in his shoulders and neck, the bruises that wouldn't heal, the exhaustion that went deeper than muscles. "I think the lot's dying whether I'm there or not. I think Marcus is holding it together with duct tape and hope. I think if I keep splitting my attention, I'm going to lose both things." "So you want to sell?" "I want to know what you think." Linda was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was careful, measured, the voice of someone choosing words that would have to bear weight. "Your father ran that lot for 30 years, before you were born, before I knew you, before any of this. It's part of who your family is." "No, I know, but your father also died behind that desk. Heart attack at 63 with a stack of invoices in front of him and a cup of cold coffee at his elbow. And I remember thinking at the funeral that he never got to find out what else he could have been." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying maybe Earl's right. Maybe there's something in this racing thing worth betting on. And maybe holding on to the lot out of loyalty to a dead man is just another way of dying slowly." Jimmy turned to look at her, this woman who'd stood beside him for 27 years, who'd held him to a promise that had kept him safe and kept him small, who was now, somehow, impossibly, telling him to let go. "I don't know if I can do it," he said. "Do what? Sell the lot or bet on yourself?" "Either." "Both." Linda reached over and took his hand, her fingers cool and steady against his palm. "You came in third tonight, at 52 years old, against guys who've been doing this their whole lives. That's not nothing, Jimmy. That's proof that the thing you gave up is still there." "What if it's not enough?" "Then at least you'll know. At least you won't spend the rest of your life wondering." Jimmy lay in the dark, holding his wife's hand, thinking about lots and legacies and the weight of things you inherit versus the weight of things you choose. Outside, the Carolina night hummed with insects and distant traffic. And somewhere out there, dirt tracks waited for him to come back and prove that 52 wasn't too old to start becoming who you were supposed to be. "I'll call the realtor Monday," he said. "Okay. And I'll call Earl. Tell him I'm ready to do this for real." "Okay. Linda?" "Yeah. Thank you for believing this is possible." She squeezed his hand. "I didn't say I believed it was possible. I said I believed in you. That's different." "Is it? We'll find out." And in the darkness of a hotel room in Gaffney, South Carolina, Jimmy Durrell let go of the thing his father had built and reached for the thing he was building himself, and hoped, prayed, that the trade would be worth it. Chapter 6. Cade. The name came up 3 weeks after Jimmy decided to sell the lot, spoken by a reporter from short track scene who'd heard about the 52-year-old rookie making noise in the Carolina dirt track circuit. "You know Cade Brennan's running the CARS Tour race at Hickory next month, right? You two came up together back in the day, didn't you?" Jimmy felt something cold move through his chest, a sensation he hadn't felt in 33 years. "Where'd you hear that?" "Public record. You both ran the same circuits in 89-90, before Brennan got the Piedmont Motors sponsorship and went legit." The reporter, young guy, couldn't have been older than 25, was scrolling through his phone like he was reading ancient history. "Says here you were favored for that ride before Brennan got it. What happened?" "A long time ago. I don't remember." But he remembered. He remembered everything. Cade Brennan had been the other fast kid in Cabarrus County back when fast kids still raced on back roads and dreamed about Daytona. He was 2 years older than Jimmy, which meant he'd been doing it longer, had more wins, had a reputation that stretched from Charlotte to Asheville. His car was a 1968 Mustang Fastback with a 351 Windsor that made a sound like the world ending, and he drove it with a controlled aggression that made other drivers nervous lining up next to him. Jimmy and Danny had raced against Cade a handful of times in 88 and 89, and the results had been split. Sometimes the Ghost took him, sometimes the Mustang pulled away, and once they'd crashed into each other on a back road outside Concord and spent an hour screaming at each other before someone broke them up. There was respect there, but not friendship. Cade was the kind of driver who'd put you in the wall if he thought he could get away with it. After Danny's crash, after Jimmy walked away from racing, Cade had kept going. He'd moved from back roads to dirt tracks to asphalt short tracks, climbing the ladder that Jimmy had abandoned. And in the spring of 1990, a local auto dealer named Piedmont Motors had announced they were sponsoring a young driver, putting him in a real late model stock car with a real team and a real shot at making it to the next level. That driver was supposed to be Jimmy. He'd found out later, pieced it together from conversations with people who'd been there. Piedmont Motors had been watching both of them, had seen potential in both of them, and had asked around about who would be the better investment. Someone, Cade, or someone close to Cade, had told them about Danny's crash, had told them Jimmy was unstable, dangerous, the kind of driver who'd already put one friend in a wheelchair and would probably do worse if given faster equipment. The sponsorship went to Cade. Jimmy never got another call. He'd told himself it didn't matter, that he was done with racing anyway, that the promise he'd made to himself and later to Linda meant the sponsorship was irrelevant. But there had been a window, a brief moment between Danny's crash and Jimmy's complete withdrawal, when he might have gone the other way, when the right opportunity might have pulled him back instead of pushing him out. Cade had closed that window. Then he'd driven through it all the way to NASCAR. The Cars Tour was a step up from the weekly dirt track shows Jimmy had been running, a regional touring series that attracted serious competitors, real sponsors, and occasionally former NASCAR drivers looking to stay sharp between Cup Series seasons. The race at Hickory was 100 laps on asphalt, which meant Jimmy's dirt track car was useless. Earl had to buy a whole new setup, a late model stock built for pavement with different suspension geometry and different tires and a different driving style that Jimmy had 3 weeks to learn. "You sure about this?" Wilson asked during the first test session. "This is a big jump. These guys have been running asphalt their whole careers." "I'm sure. Because there's no shame in staying on dirt, building your experience, coming back to this next year when you're ready." "I'm sure." Wilson looked at him with the evaluating stare of a man who'd seen a lot of drivers make a lot of bad decisions. "This is about Brennan, isn't it?" "This is about racing." "Bullshit. This is about something that happened 30 years ago, and you're letting it push you into a situation you're not ready for." "Maybe, but I'm doing it anyway." The test sessions were brutal. Asphalt drove completely different from dirt. The grip was higher, the speeds were faster, and the margin for error was smaller. On dirt, you could slide the car, catch it, use the lack of traction to rotate through corners. On asphalt, sliding meant scrubbing speed, losing time, watching other cars pull away while you fought to get the tires back under you. Jimmy spun 3 times on the first day, twice on the second. By the third day, he was starting to find the rhythm, starting to understand how to use the grip instead of fighting it. But he was still seconds off the pace of the established runners. "You're overdriving," Wilson said, "trying to make the car do things it doesn't want to do. On dirt, that works because the surface forgives you. On asphalt, you have to work with what the car gives you." "I know. Knowing and doing are different things." The week before the race, Jimmy drove to Danny's auto parts store. He hadn't been back since that first visit, but something was pulling him there. A need to talk to the only person who'd understand what Cade's name meant. what this race represented. Danny was behind the counter when Jimmy walked in, reading glasses perched on his nose, surrounded by catalogs and invoices. He looked up and his face registered surprise, then understanding, then something that might have been concern. "Heard you're running Hickory next week," Danny said. "Asphalt against Brennan." Word travels fast. Word travels exactly as fast as people want it to travel. Brennan's been talking about you. Interviews, social media, all that stuff. Says he's looking forward to racing against his old rival from the street racing days. He said that? He said a lot of things, including some stuff about how you walked away from racing because you couldn't handle the pressure, how you've been selling used cars for 30 years while he was winning races. Jimmy felt his jaw tighten. That's not what happened. I know what happened. So do you. Question is whether you're going to let what happened 30 years ago make you stupid now. I'm not being stupid. I'm being competitive. You're being emotional. Danny wheeled out from behind the counter, positioning himself directly in front of Jimmy. You want to beat Cade Brennan? Fine, I get it. The man screwed you out of a career, but you don't beat him by rushing into a race you're not ready for. You beat him by being better than him. And you're not better than him yet. Not on asphalt. I beat him on dirt. You beat drivers who weren't Cade Brennan on dirt. This is different. This is his territory, his surface, against guys he's been racing against for 30 years. Danny's voice softened. Jimmy, I want you to win as much as you want to win, but not like this, not because you're angry. What if angry's all I've got? Then you'll lose, and you'll deserve to. Race day at Hickory was overcast and cool, perfect conditions for asphalt racing. The pits were crowded with trailers and crews, a level of professionalism that made the dirt track shows look like backyard barbecues. Jimmy's car, a white late model stock with Earl's company logo on the quarter panels, sat in the middle of it all, looking exactly as out of place as Jimmy felt. Cade Brennan's hauler was 3 rows over, a full-size 18-wheeler with his name and face plastered on the side like a billboard. The car that rolled out of it was black and gold, immaculate, sponsored by a chain of tire stores that had locations across the Southeast. It looked like money. It looked like success. It looked like everything Jimmy had given up 33 years ago. The man himself appeared about an hour before qualifying, surrounded by crew members and reporters, and the general buzz of celebrity that came with being a former NASCAR driver. He was 54 now, his hair more gray than brown, his face weathered by decades of racing, but he still moved with the confidence of someone who knew he was the best driver in any room he walked into. He saw Jimmy across the pits and smiled, and it was not a friendly smile. "Jimmy Durrell," Cade said, walking over with his hand extended, his voice pitched, just loud enough for the people around them to hear. "The man who walked away. Heard you were making a comeback." Cade. Jimmy shook his hand because not shaking it would look petty, and looking petty was exactly what Cade wanted. "How long's it been? 30 years? 35? Something like that. I remember you being fast back when we were kids, racing on back roads for pink slips and bragging rights." Cade was still smiling, still performing for the small crowd that had gathered. "Of course, that was before you quit. Before you decided selling Toyotas was more your speed. Life happens. Life happens to people who let it. The rest of us make life happen." Cade clapped him on the shoulder, a gesture that looked friendly, but wasn't. "Good to have you back, Jimmy. Should be fun watching you try to remember how this works." He walked away before Jimmy could respond, leaving behind the smell of expensive cologne and the bitter taste of being dismissed. "That guy's an asshole," Wilson said, appearing at Jimmy's elbow. "That guy won 8 NASCAR races and made more money than I'll see in a lifetime." "Still an asshole. You okay?" "I'm fine." "You don't look fine. You look like you want to drive your car through his hauler." "That would be unprofessional." "It would also be satisfying, but maybe wait until after the race." Qualifying went better than Jimmy expected. He posted the 15th fastest time out of 28 cars, which put him solidly in the middle of the field. Cade qualified second because, of course, he did. His black and gold car making the track look easy in ways that made Jimmy's teeth hurt. The race started at 7 p.m. under lights that turned the asphalt silver and the cars into streaks of color against the darkness. Jimmy held position through the first 10 laps, running 15th in a line of cars that stretched from 10th to 20th. Everyone nose to tail, everyone waiting for something to happen. On lap 15, something happened. Cade, who'd been running second behind a local hot shoe named Martinez, made his move. He drove into turn one with more speed than seemed possible, slid up beside Martinez, and then, without any apparent effort, completed the pass on the outside, taking the lead as they came off turn two. The crowd roared. The move was clean, professional, the kind of pass that made it into highlight reels and racing textbooks. Cade Brennan, 54 years old, still showing the kids how it was done. Jimmy watched it happen and felt something twist in his chest. That could have been him. Should have been him. Would have been him if Cade hadn't poisoned the well 30 years ago. He pushed harder, started making moves of his own. 14th, 13th, 12th. The car was loose in the center of the corners, fighting him every lap. But he muscled through it, using anger as fuel, using Cade's presence at the front of the field as motivation to find speed he didn't know he had. By lap 50, he was 10th. By lap 60, 8th. The leaders were pulling away, but he was gaining on the cars in front of him, moving forward, while others fell back. Lap 70, 7th place. The car ahead of him was struggling, smoke starting to trail from under the hood. Jimmy waited for the right moment, then pounced, diving to the inside in turn 3 and completing the pass before the other driver even tried to block. 6th place with 30 laps to go. The top 5 were spread out now. Cade in first, Martinez in second, then a gap to 3rd, 4th, 5th. Jimmy was 10 car lengths behind 5th place, which was as high as he was going to finish, unless something dramatic happened. Something dramatic happened. Lap 80. The 4th place car blew a right front tire going into turn 1, spinning down the track directly into the path of the 3rd place car. They collided with a sound that echoed through the grandstands, metal on metal, and suddenly there was debris everywhere, and the caution flag was out. When the field lined up for the restart, Jimmy was 4th. Cade was still first, looking back through his mirror at a field that had suddenly gotten a lot more interesting. Jimmy was directly behind the 2nd place car, close enough to smell the exhaust, close enough to see the wear on the tires. Green flag, Cade took off, but the 2nd place car hesitated. Just a fraction of a second, just enough. Jimmy dove to the inside, and the 3rd place car dove with him, and suddenly they were 3 wide into turn 1, racing for positions that mattered. Jimmy held his line. The 3rd place car faded. When they came off turn 2, Jimmy was in 2nd place. 15 laps to go, and only Cade Brennan stood between him and the most improbable victory in his racing career. He pushed. The car pushed back. Every lap he gained a few feet, then lost them again. The gap stayed at 4 car lengths, then 3, then back to 4. His tires were going away, the rubber wearing down, the grip fading with every circuit. 10 laps. The gap was 3 car lengths. 5 laps, 2 car lengths. Jimmy could see Cade's car now, could see the way it moved through the corners, could see the smoothness that came from 30 years of doing this at the highest level. He was faster than Cade in the center of the corners, but slower on exit, gaining ground and then losing it, a pattern that repeated every lap. 2 laps to go. 1 car length, final lap. Jimmy entered turn 1 on Cade's bumper, close enough to touch, close enough to make a move. He dove to the inside, committed, put his car in a position where Cade would have to either yield or wreck them both. Cade didn't yield. They made contact. Not hard, but enough. Jimmy's car pushed up the track, losing momentum, and Cade pulled away. By the time Jimmy gathered it up and crossed the finish line, Cade was 3 car lengths ahead, taking the checkered flag with his fist pumped out the window. 2nd place. His best asphalt finish ever, by far. A result that should have felt like triumph. It felt like ashes in his mouth. In the pits afterward, Cade found him. Hell of a race, Cade said, and this time his smile looked almost genuine. You almost had me there at the end. Almost doesn't count. No, it doesn't, but it's a start. Cade leaned in, lowering his voice so only Jimmy could hear. You know what the difference is between us. It's not talent. You got plenty of that. It's commitment. I wanted this more than you did back when it mattered, and I still want it more than you do now. You don't know what I want. I know you walked away. I know you spent 30 years selling cars while I was winning races. I know you're 52 years old and trying to make up for lost time with someone else's money. Cade straightened up, his voice returning to normal volume. But I also know you're fast, faster than I expected. So I'll see you at the next one, Jimmy Durrell. And we'll find out if almost is as close as you ever get. And he walked away, and Jimmy stood there in the pits with his second-place finish and his 30-year grudge and the knowledge that Cade Brennan was right about at least one thing. Almost wasn't good enough. He needed to be better. Chapter 7. Blood. The wreck happened at Concord on a half-mile asphalt oval that Jimmy had driven past 100 times on his way to somewhere else. It was a nothing race, a Tuesday night special with a small purse and a smaller crowd, the kind of event you ran to stay sharp between bigger shows. He'd started 12th and worked his way up to 6th by lap 40, running comfortably in a pack of cars that were all about the same speed. The kid in front of him was maybe 22, driving a car that was faster than his talent could handle. Jimmy had been watching him for 10 laps, seeing the little mistakes, the late braking, the overcorrection on exit, the way he drifted high in turn 2 like he was fighting the car instead of driving it. Sooner or later, the kid was going to make a big mistake. Jimmy was planning to be ready when he did. What he wasn't planning for was being part of the mistake. It happened in turn 3, lap 47. The kid got into the corner too hot, stood on the brakes too hard, and the rear end came around. Jimmy saw it happening, saw the car rotating in front of him, saw the geometry that meant there was nowhere to go, and he had maybe half a second to make a choice. He chose wrong. He went low, thinking the kid would spin high, thinking he could get underneath and clear before the car came around. But the kid's car hooked instead of spinning, caught traction at the worst possible moment, and came back across the track directly into Jimmy's path. The impact was driver's side to driver's side, a T-bone at 60 miles an hour. Jimmy's world became noise and violence. The sound of metal crumpling, the jolt of the hand's device catching his head as momentum tried to separate it from his spine, the spray of sparks as both cars slid down the track, and a cloud of smoke and debris. They came to rest against the outside wall, tangled together, steam and smoke rising from engines that had been shoved out of alignment. Jimmy's hands were still on the wheel, his foot still on a brake pedal that was no longer connected to anything. The car around him was bent in ways that cars weren't supposed to bend. Jimmy, Wilson's voice in his headset, sharp with fear. Jimmy, you okay? Talk to me. He tried to answer, but when he opened his mouth, nothing came out except a sound that wasn't quite a word. His left arm wasn't responding right. His ribs felt like someone had hit them with a hammer. Jimmy. Yeah. The word came out ragged, barely audible. Yeah, I'm here. Stay in the car. Safety crew's coming. Don't try to move. The safety crew arrived in what felt like hours, but was probably 30 seconds. They extracted him from the wreck with the careful efficiency of people who'd done this before, who knew that spinal injuries and internal bleeding and 100 other invisible catastrophes could be hiding beneath the surface of a driver who said he was fine. He wasn't fine. Carolina's medical center had a reputation for treating racing injuries, which was why the ambulance took him there instead of the closer hospital in Concord. The emergency room was bright and cold and smelled like antiseptic. And Jimmy spent 2 hours lying on a gurney while doctors poked and prodded and asked him to rate his pain on a scale of 1 to 10. 6, he said, which was a lie. It was an 8, maybe a 9, but admitting that felt like admitting something larger about what he was doing and why. The x-ray showed 2 cracked ribs on the left side, which explained why breathing felt like being stabbed. The MRI showed a sprained AC joint in his left shoulder, which explained why his arm wasn't working right. The CT scan showed no internal bleeding and no spinal damage, which was the only good news in an evening full of bad news. You're lucky, the doctor said. She was maybe 40, with the tired eyes of someone who'd seen too many racing accidents and the pragmatic demeanor of someone who'd stopped being surprised by anything. The Hans device probably saved your life. Without it, your neck would have, I know what it would have done. Then you know you shouldn't be racing at your age. Is that medical advice? That's common sense. Your body doesn't recover like it did when you were 20. These injuries, she gestured at the x-rays on the screen, would heal in 4 weeks on a young man. On you, 6 to 8 weeks minimum, and that's if you rest properly, which racing drivers never do. When can I drive again? The doctor looked at him with an expression that was equal parts exasperation and pity. I told you that you have 2 cracked ribs and a sprained shoulder, and you're asking when you can get back in a race car? Yes. Medically, 8 weeks before I'd clear you for any kind of competitive driving. Realistically, never. But you're not going to listen to that, are you? No, then 8 weeks. And if you get back in a car before then, don't come crying to me when something breaks that can't be fixed. Linda arrived at 2 a.m, having driven 90 minutes from Kannapolis after Wilson called her with the news. She found Jimmy in a hospital bed, his left arm in a sling, his torso wrapped in bandages that held his ribs in place and his face pale under the fluorescent lights. She didn't say anything for a long time, just stood in the doorway, looking at him, her expression shifting through emotions too fast for Jimmy to read. "Hey," he said. "Hey." She walked to the bed and sat in the chair beside it, her movements careful and deliberate. "You look like hell. Feel worse?" "Good. You should feel worse." Her voice cracked on the last word, and Jimmy realized she'd been crying. Was still crying, maybe, though she was fighting hard to hold it together. "I got the call, and I thought..." "I know. You don't know. You don't know what it's like to get a phone call at midnight saying your husband's been in a wreck and they're taking him to the hospital. You don't know what those 90 minutes in the car felt like, not knowing if you were going to be alive when I got here. Linda, don't..." She held up her hand, stopping him. "Don't apologize. Don't explain. Don't tell me it's not as bad as it looks. Just don't." They sat in silence for a while, the only sound the beeping of the monitors and the distant murmur of hospital life. Jimmy wanted to reach for her hand, but his left arm was useless and his right arm would have to reach across his broken ribs to do it. "The doctor says 8 weeks, he said finally, "before I can race again." The doctor should have said never. She tried. I didn't listen. "You never listen. That's always been your problem." Linda's voice was tired, defeated. "I told myself I was okay with this. I told myself I understood what it meant, what the risks were, but seeing you like this. I'm fine. Cracked ribs and a sprained shoulder. I've had worse." When have you had worse?" Jimmy didn't answer because the truth was he hadn't. The back road racing days had never produced anything more serious than bruises and one minor concussion that he'd hidden from everyone. This was new territory, the kind of injury that reminded you that bodies were fragile and speed was unforgiving. "I don't know if I can do this," Linda said quietly. "Watch you destroy yourself for something that happened 30 years ago. It's not about 30 years ago, isn't it? You're in a hospital bed with broken bones because you're trying to prove something to a man who stole your career in 1990. That's the definition of living in the past. It's not about Cade, it's about..." He stopped and trying to find words for something that didn't have words. "It's about finding out what I could have been, what I still might be. And what are you finding out? That you can get hurt? That your body isn't 20 years old anymore? That the dream you gave up is still dangerous enough to kill you? That I'm still fast, The words came out fiercer than he intended. That the thing I thought was dead is still alive. That 33 years of selling cars didn't burn it out of me. Linda looked at him for a long moment, her expression unreadable. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost gentle. And is that worth this? Worth lying in a hospital bed at 2 a.m? Worth making me drive 90 minutes thinking I was going to find you dead? I don't know. That's the first honest thing you've said all night.
Yeah.
Kevin called the next morning. Jimmy hadn't talked to his son in almost a month. Kevin's job at the bank in Charlotte kept him busy, and their relationship had always been more cordial than close. They exchanged texts on birthdays and holidays, saw each other at Christmas and sometimes Thanksgiving, but the deep conversations that fathers and sons were supposed to have had never quite materialized. Mom called me, Kevin said without preamble. Said you were in a wreck. I'm fine. Couple cracked ribs, sprained shoulder. I'll be out of here by this afternoon. She said you could have died. She's exaggerating. Is she? 'Cause I looked up the accident report. Driver's side T-bone at 60 miles per hour. The car was totaled. The safety crew had to cut you out. Jimmy didn't answer. There wasn't anything to say that wouldn't sound like an excuse. Dad, what are you doing? I'm racing. You know that. I know you're 52 years old and lying in a hospital bed because you want to feel like you did when you were 17. That's not racing. That's a midlife crisis with a death wish. You don't understand. Then explain it to me. Explain why you're risking your life for something you gave up 30 years ago. And explain why you're putting Mom through this. Explain why any of this makes sense. Jimmy closed his eyes, feeling the pain in his ribs with every breath, feeling the weight of his son's judgment pressing down on him like something solid. When I was your age, he said slowly, I was the best driver in this part of the state, maybe the best in the whole state. I had a gift, the kind of thing that only comes along once in a generation. And I walked away from it because I was scared, because I thought that being safe was more important than being alive. Being safe is more important than being dead. Being safe isn't being alive. Being safe is just existing, going through the motions, selling cars and paying bills and watching the years go by without ever feeling anything real. And this is real? Breaking your ribs in a race car? Yeah, this is real. This is the most real I've felt in 33 years. Kevin was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, less angry, more confused. I don't understand you, Dad. I've never understood you. You're this guy who sells used cars, who watches NASCAR on TV, who's never won anything except what he already has. And now you're telling me there's this whole other person inside you, this person who gave up everything to be safe? I gave up everything to keep your mother. That's different. Is it? Jimmy thought about it, really thought about it for the first time. He'd always told himself the choice was about Linda, about the promise he'd made her, about building a life that was stable and predictable and safe. But maybe Kevin was right. Maybe the choice had been about fear, and Linda had just been the excuse he used to justify being afraid. Maybe not, he admitted. Maybe I was scared, and she was just the reason I gave myself to stop. So what now? You're going to keep racing until something breaks that can't be fixed? I'm going to keep racing until I find out what I'm capable of, or until I can't anymore, whichever comes first. And if what comes first is a wreck that kills you, then at least I'll die doing something that matters to me, instead of dying behind a desk like your grandfather did. The words hung in the air, heavy with implications that neither of them had ever spoken out loud. Kevin's silence stretched long enough that Jimmy thought he'd hung up. I'll come visit, Kevin said finally. Not to the hospital. By the time I could get there, you'll be home. But this weekend, I want to see what this racing thing looks like. You want to come to a race? I want to understand what my father thinks is worth dying for, because right now I don't get it at all. Okay, there's a race at South Boston on Saturday. Cars tour 100 laps. I'll be there. After Kevin hung up, Jimmy lay in the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking about fathers and sons and the distance that accumulated between them over 24 years of not knowing how to talk about anything that mattered. He'd always assumed Kevin was disappointed in him, the used car salesman, father who'd never done anything remarkable, who'd never had stories worth telling. But maybe Kevin had never known there were stories to tell. Maybe Jimmy had hidden that part of himself so well that even his own son didn't know it existed. The nurse came in to check his vitals, and Jimmy asked her for a phone charger. He had calls to make. To Earl about the car, to Wilson about the repairs, to the series director about whether he could get a medical waiver to run South Boston. 8 weeks, the doctor had said, but South Boston was in 11 days. He'd find a way. Chapter 8, The Circuit. The call from Hendrick Motorsports came on a Tuesday afternoon, 3 weeks after the Concord wreck, while Jimmy was still wearing a rib brace under his shirt and pretending his shoulder didn't hurt when he shifted gears. They want to meet, Earl said, his voice carrying the excitement of a man who'd been invited to a party he never thought he'd attend. Rick Hendrick's people. They saw the coverage from Hickory, the race where you ran second to Brennan. They want to talk about opportunities. What kind of opportunities? The kind that come with real money and real equipment. ARCA, maybe Xfinity if you can prove yourself. They're always looking for developmental drivers, and apparently a 52-year-old who can hang with Cade Brennan is interesting enough to warrant a conversation. Jimmy sat down on the tailgate of his truck, feeling what the words meant settling over him. Hendrick Motorsports, the winningest team in NASCAR history. The organization that had produced Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson and a dozen other champions. They wanted to talk to him. When? Friday. Their campus in Concord, you and me, meeting with their driver development coordinator. Earl, I can barely turn a steering wheel right now. They don't need you to drive Friday. They need you to talk, to tell them your story, show them you're worth investing in. Earl paused. This is the door, Jimmy, the one that closed 30 years ago. It's opening again. The Hendrick Motorsports campus looked like a corporation had mated with a racing museum. Glass and steel buildings spread across dozens of acres, housing fabrication shops and engine departments, and the kind of technology that made Jimmy's late model stock look like a covered wagon. Race-winning cars lined the hallways and glass cases, their paint schemes familiar from 1,000 Sunday afternoons spent watching NASCAR on television and wondering what might have been. The driver development coordinator was a woman named Sarah Chen, mid-40s, former driver herself before a crash ended her career, now responsible for finding the next generation of talent for the Hendrick organization. She met them in a conference room with a view of the engine shop, where rows of motors sat on stands waiting to be installed in cars that cost more than Jimmy's house. Mr. Durrell, she said, shaking his hand with a grip that suggested she knew what it felt like to hold a steering wheel for 500 miles. I've been watching your results. Impressive stuff for someone who's been out of the sport for 3 decades. I've had good equipment and good people helping me. Equipment and people only get you so far. The rest is talent, and talent's what we're interested in. She gestured for them to sit. Tell me about yourself, not the racing resume. I've seen that. Tell me why you stopped and why you started again, Jimmy told her. The condensed version, the version he'd learned to tell over the past few months. Danny's crash, the promise to Linda, the 33 years of wondering what might have been, Earl's arrival at the lot, the decision to find out if the thing he'd given up was still alive. Sarah listened without interrupting, her expression neutral, professional. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Most of our developmental drivers are in their early 20s, she said finally. They've got decades of career ahead of them. You've got, what, 5 years? 10 if you're lucky and the body holds up? I'm not asking for decades. I'm asking for a shot. A shot at what? Cup Series? That's not realistic at your age. A shot at finding out how good I can be. ARCA, Xfinity, whatever the path looks like. I know I can't have the career I would have had at 20, but I can have something. Sarah exchanged a look with Earl that Jimmy couldn't read. Mr. Phelps, you've been funding this operation out of pocket. How deep are you willing to go? As deep as it takes, Earl said. I've got more money than time, and this is how I want to spend both. ARCA is expensive. Full season competitive equipment, you're looking at $500,000 minimum. Xfinity is $2 million, maybe more. And that's just to be on the track. To be competitive, you need another $1 million in development and testing. The numbers hung in the air like physical objects. Jimmy had never thought about racing in terms of dollars this large. His whole career on the dirt tracks had probably cost less than a single ARCA race. I can do ARCA, Earl said. This season, partial schedule, see how he performs. If the results are there, we talk about next year. And if the results aren't there, then we all learned something and nobody's worse off. Sarah nodded slowly, making notes on a tablet. We have a relationship with a team that runs ARCA out of Mooresville, Venturini Motorsports. They're the best in the business for driver development. Half the Cup Series garage came through their program. I can make an introduction, see if they're interested in putting together a deal. What would that look like? Jimmy asked. You'd bring the funding through Mr. Phelps. They'd provide the car, the crew, the engineering support. You'd run maybe 8 to 10 races this season, get your feet wet at the national level. If you show promise, we revisit the conversation about what comes next. And if I don't show promise? Sarah smiled, the first genuine expression Jimmy had seen from her. Then you'll have answered the question you've been asking yourself for 33 years. Sometimes knowing is worth the price of admission, even if the answer isn't what you hope for. Charlotte Motor Speedway at 7 in the morning was a cathedral of speed waiting for worship. Jimmy stood at the entrance to Pit Road, looking out at 1.5 miles of asphalt that stretched toward infinity. The grandstands rose on his right, empty and silent, capable of holding 89,000 people who would scream themselves hoarse when the engines fired. The banking in the corners was 24 degrees, steeper than anything he'd ever driven, steep enough that standing on it felt like leaning against a wall. The Venturini crew had arrived before dawn, unloading the car from the hauler with the efficient movements of men who'd done this 1,000 times. The car itself was an ARCA Menard Series Toyota Camry, a purpose-built race car that shared nothing with the showroom version except the name and the vague shape of the body. Underneath the skin was a tube-frame chassis, a 700-horsepower engine, and aerodynamics designed to generate downforce that would let the car corner at speeds that defied common sense. Billy Venturini Jr. found Jimmy standing at the pit wall, staring at the track with an expression that might have been fear or might have been awe. First time at a superspeedway? First time at any track this big. The biggest thing I've run is Hickory, 3/8 of a mile. This is 1.5 miles. 4 times as long, 4 times as fast. Billy handed him a helmet bag. The car's ready. Question is, are you? The cockpit was tighter than the late model, more claustrophobic, designed with the assumption that the driver was a component rather than a person. Jimmy slid through the window, opening and settled into the seat, feeling the harness points dig into his shoulders as the crew tightened him down. The steering wheel was closer to his chest, the pedals positioned differently, everything optimized for a kind of racing he'd never experienced. Roy, the crew chief, appeared at the window with a radio headset and the weathered expression of a man who'd seen drivers come and go for 40 years. First session, just learn the track. Don't worry about speed. We'll work on that later. Right now, I want you to feel the banking, find your landmarks, figure out where the car wants to go. What if it wants to go into the wall? Then don't let it. Roy almost smiled. You got good instincts. Trust them, but remember, everything you learned on short tracks is going to be wrong here. The physics are different. The car is different. You're going to have to unlearn a lot before you can learn what works. The engine fired with a sound that made the late model seem like a lawnmower, deeper, angrier, more sophisticated. The kind of sound that said serious money had been spent making serious power. Jimmy blipped the throttle and felt the car respond with an eagerness that bordered on violence. He rolled out a pit road and onto the track. The first lap was terror disguised as driving. The straightaway seemed to go on forever, a ribbon of asphalt stretching toward a horizon that kept receding. Jimmy pressed the throttle and the car accelerated with a force that pressed him back into the seat. The speedometer climbing with alarming speed. 120, 140, 160. The grandstands blurred past on his right. The wall on his left seemed impossibly close, a concrete reminder of what happened when speed exceeded skill. Turn one arrived before he was ready for it. The banking rose up like a wave, the car tilting sideways as the G forces hit. Jimmy's instincts screamed at him to lift, to slow down, to do something to reduce the terrifying sense that physics was about to fail. But Roy's voice was in his head. And trust the car, trust the downforce, let it work. And he kept his foot in the throttle as the car swept through the corner at 170 miles per hour. The car didn't push. It didn't slide. It stuck to the track like it was glued there, the aerodynamic forces pressing it down into the asphalt, creating grip that shouldn't exist at these speeds. Jimmy felt his body pressed into the seat, not just backward from acceleration, but sideways from the cornering forces. His internal organs shifting in ways that felt fundamentally wrong. The backstretch opened up and the speed climbed again. 175, 180, 185. The wind noise was overwhelming, a roar that penetrated the helmet and filled his skull. The steering wheel vibrated in his hands, transmitting information about the tires, the track, the relationship between the car and the surface beneath it. Everything was happening faster than his brain could process. By the time he registered one input, three more had arrived, demanding attention, demanding response. It turned three. More banking, more G-forces, more of that impossible grip that kept the car planted. When every instinct said it should be sliding toward the wall, Jimmy held his breath through the corner, waiting for the crash that didn't come, and exhaled only when the car straightened out on the front stretch. 1 lap, 1.5 miles, elapsed time, 32 seconds, and he'd never traveled that fast in his life. How'd that feel? Roy asked. Like I'm about to die. Good. That means you're paying attention. Go again. By lap 10, the terror had faded to a manageable anxiety. The track was starting to make sense, the way the banking worked with the car instead of against it, the way the aerodynamics created grip that increased with speed, the counterintuitive reality that going faster made the car more stable. Jimmy's lap times dropped as his confidence grew. 31 seconds, then 30, then 29.5. Looking better, Roy said. But you're still lifting in 3 and 4. The car's got more grip than you're using. Feels like it's going to push. It wants to push, but it won't. The arrow's keeping the front end planted. You got to unlearn the short track instincts and let the downforce work. Unlearn. That was the word that kept coming up. Unlearn everything he knew about racing, because everything he knew was wrong at these speeds. On a short track, grip came from mechanical sources, tire compound, chassis setup, the driver's ability to feel the limit and dance on its edge. Here, grip came from the air itself. Invisible forces that pushed the car down into the track and created traction that felt like cheating. Jimmy pushed harder. 29 seconds. 28.8. 28.5. The corner entry was the key. On a short track, you brake before the corner and tried to carry as much speed as possible through the apex. Here, the banking did the braking for you. The car scrubbed speed naturally as it climbed the incline, and your job was to stay in the throttle and let the downforce do its work. 28.3 seconds, 28.1. Now you're getting it, Roy said, and there was something in his voice that might have been respect. Come on in. Let's talk about what you're feeling. In the garage, they huddled over data that Jimmy barely understood. Traces of throttle position and brake pressure and steering angle. Graphs that showed what the car was doing at every point on the track. Roy pointed to sections where Jimmy was lifting too early, spots where he was leaving time on the table. Opportunities to find more speed if he was willing to trust the car. "You're about half a second off what our regular drivers run here," Roy said. "That's not bad for a first test. Not good enough to win, but good enough to be competitive." "What do I need to do to find that half second?" "Stop being scared. I can see it in the data. Every time you enter a corner, you hesitate. Just a little, just for a fraction of a second. But fractions add up. 4 corners per lap. 50 laps in a race. That hesitation costs you more than you realize." "I'm not scared." "You're terrified." "And that's okay. This is terrifying. But the guys who win at this level are the ones who learn to be terrified and fast at the same time." They made adjustments, springs, shocks, track bar, things Jimmy understood in theory but couldn't have tuned himself. When he went back out, the car felt different, more responsive, more willing to rotate through the corners. He pushed harder, trusted more, and the lap times showed it. 28.0 seconds. 27.9. 27.8. The final run of the day, Jimmy turned to 27.6, within 0.2 of what the Venturini regulars ran on this track. Still not fast enough to win, but close enough to matter. Close enough to justify the money Earl was spending. Close enough to suggest that the door Sarah Chen had mentioned was in fact opening. "You'll do," Billy said afterward, which was apparently the Venturini equivalent of a standing ovation. "Charlotte in 3 weeks. You're on the entry list." That night, Jimmy called Linda from the hotel room. "How'd it go?" "I went 200 miles per hour today. Actually faster than that. Billy said I touched 203 on the backstretch." The silence on the other end of the line stretched long enough that Jimmy thought the call had dropped. "Linda?" "I'm here, just processing." Another pause. 200 miles per hour. That's the real thing, isn't it? As real as it gets without being Cup Series. And your ribs, your shoulder, they hurt, but they work. That's not the same as being healed? No, but it's what I've got. Linda was quiet again, and when she spoke, her voice carried something new. Not the fear he'd been expecting, but something more complicated, something that sounded almost like wonder. "I watched some videos today of ARCA races, Cup races. I wanted to see what you're getting into." She paused. "The crashes are terrifying, Jimmy. The speed is, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how anyone does it. You do it by trusting the car, by trusting the people who built it and the people who set it up, by trusting yourself to make the right decisions when everything's happening too fast to think. And you trust yourself?" "I'm learning to. That's what today was about, learning to trust that I can do things that feel impossible." He could hear her breathing on the other end of the line, processing, deciding. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, almost tender. "You know what I realized watching those videos? I realized I've never seen you do anything that scared you. In 30 years of marriage, I've never seen you take a real risk. You've always played it safe, with the business, with your health, with everything. That was the deal, the promise I made you." "I know. But watching you today, watching you do something that terrifies you because you have to know if you're good enough, that's the bravest thing I've ever seen, even if it scares me to death. I don't know if I'm brave. I think I'm just desperate. Maybe they're the same thing. Maybe courage is just desperation that found a direction." She took a breath. "I'll be there, Charlotte, in 3 weeks. I want to see it in person. Whatever happens, I want to be there when it happens." "You don't have to." "I know, but I want to. I want to watch my husband do something impossible. Then I want to be there when he finishes, to tell him I'm proud of him. Because I am, Jimmy. I'm terrified, and I'm proud, and I don't know how to be both at the same time, but I'm figuring it out." After they hung up, Jimmy lay in the hotel bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking about Charlotte Motor Speedway, about the way the car had felt at 203 miles per hour, about the door that was finally, impossibly opening. 3 weeks, national television, the real thing. He closed his eyes and dreamed of speed, not the gentle curves of dirt tracks and back roads, but the violent, terrifying, beautiful speed of a car doing things that cars weren't supposed to do. In his dreams, the fear was still there, but so was something else, something that felt like becoming who he was always supposed to be. Chapter 9, Grace. She was standing in the Venturini garage when Jimmy arrived for the Charlotte race, clipboard in hand, talking to Billy about something that involved a lot of hand gestures and nodding. Mid-30s, dark hair, pulled back in a practical ponytail, wearing a polo shirt with a fuel company logo on the chest. She looked up when Jimmy walked in, and her eyes did the thing that eyes do when they're cataloging someone. Quick assessment, professional interest, something else underneath that he couldn't quite name. Jimmy Durrell, Billy said. Meet Grace Yamamoto. She handles sponsor relations for Sunoco. They're one of our partners this season. Mr. Durrell. Her handshake was firm, businesslike. I've been following your story. It's quite a narrative. The comeback, the second chance. Our marketing people are interested. Interested how? Interested in maybe featuring you in some content. Human interest stuff. The 52-year-old who gave up his dream and found it again. That kind of story plays well with our demographic. I'm not much for cameras. Nobody is at first. But the story sells itself. You have to show up and be authentic. She smiled, and it transformed her face from professional to something warmer. Think about it. No pressure. She walked away to talk to someone else, and Jimmy watched her go with the vague sense that something had just happened that he didn't fully understand. The Charlotte RCA race was 200 miles of education. Jimmy started 23rd in a field of 31, ran as high as 15th before pit road penalty dropped him back to 22nd, and finished 19th after spending the last 50 laps learning how to race in traffic at speeds he'd never experienced. It wasn't a great result, but it wasn't embarrassing either. Not bad, Roy said afterward, reviewing the data. You're still leaving time on the table in the corners, but you're getting better. Another couple races, you'll start running with the front half of the field. Earl was pleased, which was the main thing. Kevin had come, as promised, and spent the race in the pit box, wearing a headset and listening to the radio chatter with an expression of growing fascination. Linda had watched from the stands, her face unreadable, behind sunglasses. And when Jimmy found her afterward, she'd hugged him with the fierce intensity of someone who'd spent 3 hours expecting disaster. You did it, she said into his shoulder. 19th isn't a trophy. You finished. You raced against real drivers on a real track, and you finished. That's more than you had 6 months ago. She was right. 6 months ago, he'd been selling Camrys and wondering if the rest of his life would look exactly like the first 52 years. Now he was standing in the garage at Charlotte Motor Speedway, wearing a fire suit with sponsors on it, being congratulated by people who did this for a living. Grace appeared at his elbow as Linda was heading to the restroom. Good run, she said. You kept your nose clean, which is the main thing at this level. Too many rookies try to win their first race and end up in the wall. I thought about trying to win. Roy talked me out of it. Roy's smart. Listen to Roy. She was holding 2 bottles of water and handed him one. You got good instincts, though. I watched your in-car footage. The way you handled traffic, the way you found space when things got tight, that's not something you can teach. That's 30 years of wanting it and not having it. Maybe that's just talent that's been waiting to get out. She took a sip of her water, studying him over the bottle. How long were you racing before you quit? 2 years, maybe. Back road stuff, dirt tracks, nothing like this. And you stopped because my best friend wrapped himself around a tree, and I blame myself for it. The words came out before Jimmy could stop them, more honest than he'd intended to be with a woman he'd just met. But something about Grace invited honesty. The directness of her gaze, the way she listened like what you were saying mattered. That's a heavy thing to carry, she said. Yeah, it was. Was? Still is, I guess, but it's lighter now than it used to be. Linda was coming back from the restroom, and Grace stepped away with the smooth professionalism of someone who knew how to navigate complicated situations. "Think about the content thing," she said. "It could be good for you, good for the sponsors, good for everybody." She was gone before Linda arrived, but Linda had seen her, had seen them talking, and her eyes asked a question that her mouth didn't. "Sponsor relations," Jimmy said. "Sunoco. She wants to do some marketing thing." "She's pretty." "I didn't notice." "Yes, you did." Jimmy didn't answer because Linda was right. He had noticed. He'd noticed the way Grace looked at him like he was worth looking at. The way she talked to him like he was a driver instead of a used car salesman. The way she understand things about racing that Linda had never understood despite 30 years of trying. It didn't mean anything. It couldn't mean anything, but he'd noticed. The next race was at Pocono, a 2.5-mile triangle that drove differently than any track Jimmy had ever seen. Grace was there handling sponsor obligations, and somehow she kept ending up near him, in the garage during practice, in the media center during driver interviews, at the hotel bar the night before the race where Jimmy was nursing a beer and trying not to think about the next day's green flag. "Can't sleep?" she asked, sliding onto the stool beside him. "Never can before a race. Too much adrenaline." "I used to be the same way before I stopped driving." Jimmy looked at her. "You drove ARCA, some Xfinity stuff. 10 years ago, before I blew out my knee in a wreck at Daytona." She gestured toward her right leg. 3 surgeries, 6 months of rehab, and when I got out, my ride was gone. So I switched to the business side. That must have been hard." "It was, but you adapt or you don't. I chose to adapt." She signaled the bartender for a club soda. "The thing about racing is, it gets in your blood. You can't just walk away and forget about it. Even when you're not driving, you're still thinking like a driver, still seeing the world in terms of lines and speed and risk." "That's exactly what it feels like." "I know. That's why I recognized it in you the first time we talked. You've got the look, that thing in your eyes that says you'd rather be going fast than doing anything else in the world." Jimmy took a sip of his beer, uncomfortable with how precisely she'd named something he'd never been able to articulate. "My wife doesn't understand it. I've tried to explain, but she can't. Nobody can unless they've felt it themselves." Grace's voice was gentle, without judgment. "That's not her fault. Some things you have to experience to understand. Racing's one of them. How do you deal with it, being around the sport but not being in it?" "Some days are harder than others. But I found ways to stay connected. The sponsor work, the driver development stuff, helping people like you find their way in. It's not the same as driving, but it's close enough to keep the itch from driving me crazy." They talked for another hour about racing and life and the strange twilight existence of people who'd given up something they loved and were still trying to figure out how to live without it. Grace understood things that Linda couldn't understand, saw parts of Jimmy that Linda had never seen. And by the time they said goodnight in the hotel hallway, Jimmy felt closer to her than he had to anyone except Danny in a long time. Nothing happened. They said goodnight and went to their separate rooms, and that was all. But something was happening, and Jimmy knew it even if he didn't want to admit it. Linda came to Pocono as she'd promised to come to all the races. She sat in the stands with Kevin, who was becoming a regular presence at the track, and watched Jimmy finish 16th, his best ARCA result yet. Afterward, in the garage, she found him talking to Grace about something involving sponsor activations and content schedules, and her face went still that Jimmy recognized from 30 years of marriage. "We need to talk," she said on the drive home. "About what?" "About her, Grace, whatever her name is." "There's nothing to talk about. She works for one of our sponsors. We talk about racing." "You talk about racing for hours, while she looks at you like you're the most interesting thing she's ever seen. She's a former driver. She understands the sport, that's all." "That's not all." Linda's voice was calm, controlled, the voice she used when she was working hard to keep something bigger from escaping. "I've watched you with her, Jimmy. The way you light up. The way you lean toward her when she talks, that's not just professional interest. I haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't say you did. I said something's happening and I need to know what it is. Jimmy stared at the road, feeling the accusation and knowing it was fair. He hadn't touched Grace, hadn't said anything inappropriate, hadn't crossed any line that could be pointed to and named. But Linda was right. Something was happening. An intimacy of understanding that felt in some ways more dangerous than a physical affair would have been. She gets it, he said finally. The racing thing. She knows what it feels like to want something so badly that giving it up breaks something inside you. And when I talk to her about it, I don't have to explain. She just knows. And I don't. You've tried. I know you've tried. But it's like trying to explain color to someone who's never seen it. The words don't work. So you found someone the words work with. I didn't find her. She's just there. Part of the world I'm in now. Linda was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was smaller, more vulnerable than he'd heard it in years. Am I losing you? What? No. Linda. No. Because it feels like I am. It feels like every week you go further into this world, this racing world, and I can't follow you. And now there's a woman in that world who understands you in ways I can't, and you're telling me there's nothing to worry about? There's nothing happening, nothing physical. Physical isn't what I'm worried about. I'm worried about emotional. I'm worried about you finding someone who makes you feel seen in ways I've never been able to. Jimmy pulled over to the side of the road because this conversation deserved more than divided attention. He turned to face his wife, this woman who'd given him 30 years, who'd held him to a promise that had both saved him and stunted him, who was now watching him drift toward something she couldn't compete with. I love you, he said. That hasn't changed. Nothing Grace says or understands changes that. But you're right. She sees something you can't see. And being seen like that, after 30 years of hiding that part of myself, it feels like oxygen. Like I've been holding my breath since 1989, and someone finally told me I could exhale. Linda's eyes filled with tears, and Jimmy felt like a monster for making her cry, for admitting something that should have stayed buried. I can't compete with oxygen, she whispered. You don't have to compete. This isn't a competition. Then what is it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. He took her hand, felt the familiar weight of her wedding ring against his palm. But I'm not leaving you. I'm not choosing her over you. I'm just trying to figure out how to be the person I'm becoming without losing the person I was. What if you can't have both? Then I'll choose you. I'll always choose you. Even if it means giving up the thing that makes you feel alive. The question hung in the air, heavy with implications that neither of them wanted to face. Because Jimmy didn't know if he could give it up again. Didn't know if he could go back to being the man who watched NASCAR on Sundays and wondered what might have been. I don't know, he said, but I know I don't want to find out. They sat on the side of the road for a long time, holding hands, not talking, watching the Carolina sun set through the windshield. The silence wasn't comfortable, but it wasn't hostile either. It was the silence of two people who'd been together long enough to know that some problems couldn't be solved with words. When they finally started driving again, Linda said, I want to meet her. What? Grace, I want to meet her, really meet her, not just see her across a garage. Why? Because if she's going to be part of this world you're building, if she's going to understand things about my husband that I can't understand, then I want to know who she is. I want to see what you see. Linda, that's not... It's what I need. Can you give me that? Jimmy thought about it, about Grace and Linda in the same room, about the collision of two worlds he'd been keeping carefully separate. It seemed like a terrible idea. It also seemed like the only way forward. Okay, he said. Next race is at Michigan in 2 weeks. You'll meet her there. Thank you. For what? for not pretending there's nothing to worry about, for being honest, even when honest hurts. Jimmy drove the rest of the way home in silence, thinking about honesty and its costs, about the woman waiting for him at the next race and the woman sitting beside him now. He didn't know how this was going to end. He didn't know if it was possible to keep both worlds from collapsing into each other, but he knew he had to try. Chapter 10. Fractures. Michigan International Speedway was a 2-mile D-shaped oval that made Charlotte look like a go-kart track. The straightaways were long enough that the cars hit 200 miles per hour before the braking zones, and the corners were wide and sweeping and unforgiving of mistakes. Jimmy had never driven anything this fast, and the practice sessions left him wrung out in ways that dirt tracks and short ovals never had. "You're lifting too early," Roy said, studying the telemetry. "The car's got more grip than you're using. Trust the downforce." "I trust the downforce. It's the wall I don't trust." Wall's the same distance away whether you're doing 195 or 200. Might as well be going 200. The logic was irrefutable and terrifying at the same time. Jimmy went back out and pushed harder, found another 3 miles per hour, and came back to the garage feeling like he'd aged 5 years and 50 laps. Linda arrived Friday afternoon with Kevin, both of them looking around the Michigan garage area with the wide-eyed attention of people seeing something new. Kevin had been to Charlotte and Pocono, but those tracks were smaller, more intimate. Michigan was a super speedway with the scale and the spectacle to match. "This is insane," Kevin said, watching a Cup Series car thunder past on the track next door. "How do you not freeze up at these speeds?" "You don't think about the speed. You think about the car, the track, the next corner. The speed becomes background noise." That's either very zen or very delusional. Probably both. Grace found them an hour later, appearing in the garage with her clipboard and her professional smile. She was wearing the same Sunoco polo she always wore, her hair pulled back in the same practical ponytail. And when she saw Linda, her smile shifted into something more careful. "Mrs. Durrell," she said, extending her hand. "I'm Grace Yamamoto. I've heard a lot about you." "I've heard about you, too." Linda's handshake was firm, her voice neutral. "Jimmy says you're a former driver." "Arca some Xfinity before my knee gave out." "That must have been hard, giving it up." "It was, but you adapt." Grace glanced at Jimmy, then back to Linda. "Your husband's doing something remarkable, coming back at his age, competing at this level. It's not something you see very often." "No, it's not." The conversation was polite, professional, and absolutely loaded with subtext that everyone could hear. Kevin looked between the three of them with the expression of someone who'd walked into the middle of a movie and was trying to figure out the plot. "I should get back to work," Grace said. "Nice to finally meet you, Mrs. Durrell. Jimmy, I'll catch up with you before qualifying." She walked away, and Linda watched her go with an expression that Jimmy couldn't read. "Well," he asked, "she's smart, professional, good at her job." "That's not what I'm asking." "I know what you're asking." Linda turned to face him, her eyes searching his face for something. "She's also beautiful, and she looks at you like you're the most fascinating thing in the room. So yes, I understand now. I understand what I'm dealing with." "You're not dealing with anything. There's nothing." "I didn't say there was. I said I understand." She took his hand, squeezed it briefly, then let go. "Now go qualify. I'll be watching." Qualifying went better than expected. Jimmy posted the 14th fastest time, which put him solidly in the top half of the field. Roy made adjustments for the race, tweaking the setup to handle the longer runs they'd be making on Sunday. Earl was pleased, Kevin was impressed, and Linda sat in the hospitality tent with her sunglasses on and her thoughts hidden. That night they all had dinner together. Jimmy, Linda, Kevin, Earl, and at Earl's insistence, Grace. The restaurant was a steakhouse near the track, the kind of place that catered to racing teams and their sponsors, and the conversation flowed through topics that were safe and neutral. The track, the weather, the other drivers in the field, but underneath the small talk currents were moving. Jimmy watched Linda watch Grace, saw the careful attention his wife was paying to every interaction. Linda was cataloging something, the way Grace leaned in when she talked about racing, the way she touched Jimmy's arm to emphasize a point, the way her eyes lit up when the conversation turned to driving technique and track strategy. "You must miss it," Linda said during a lull in the conversation. "The driving, being out there instead of watching from the sidelines." Grace's smile faltered for just a moment. "Every day. But you learn to make peace with what you can't change." "Do you?" "I've been married to a man who gave up driving for 33 years. He never made peace with it. He just buried it." The table went quiet. Kevin suddenly found his steak very interesting. Earl looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. "That's different," Grace said carefully. "He chose to walk away. I had the choice taken from me." "Is it different? Because from where I'm sitting, you both lost something you loved. The only difference is the reason." "Linda," Jimmy said quietly. "No, she's right," Grace said. "No, the reason matters. Choosing to give something up because of fear or guilt, that's different from having it taken by circumstance. One leaves room for regret. The other leaves room for acceptance. And which one leaves room for coming back?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Grace looked at Linda for a long moment, and something passed between them that Jimmy couldn't interpret. "Both, I think," Grace said finally, "if you're brave enough." The dinner ended shortly after that, everyone citing early mornings and the need for rest before race day. In the parking lot, Linda waited until Kevin and Earl had gone before she turned to Jimmy. "She's in love with you," Linda said. "What?" "No, she's not." "Maybe not yet, but she's falling. I can see it." Linda's voice was tired, resigned. "She looks at you the way I used to look at you, back when you were still the man who'd given up everything to be with me." "Linda, nothing's happened." "I know. And I believe you when you say you haven't touched her. But there's more than one way to be unfaithful, Jimmy. There's unfaithfulness of the body and unfaithfulness of the soul. And I'm not sure which one is worse. What do you want me to do? Stop talking to her? She works for our sponsor. I want you to be honest with yourself about what's happening. I want you to admit that she gives you something I can't give you and that you like how it feels." Linda's eyes were bright with unshed tears. "Then I want you to decide what matters more, the thing she gives you or the life we built together. It's not a choice. I don't have to choose. Everyone has to choose eventually. The only question is whether you make the choice or let it be made for you." She got in her car and drove back to the hotel, leaving Jimmy standing in the parking lot. With all of it, she'd said, pressing down on him like gravity. The race was 200 miles of chaos. Jimmy started 14th and ran well for the first 50 laps, maintaining position in a pack of cars that stretched from 10th to 20th. The track was hot, which made the cars loose, which made driving feel like wrestling an alligator through a hurricane. He sweated through his fire suit and burned through his focus and somehow stayed on the lead lap as the race reached its midpoint. Lap 73, everything went wrong. The car ahead of him, a blue Toyota driven by a kid from Tennessee, blew a right rear tire going into turn 3. The Toyota spun, collected 2 other cars, and suddenly there was debris everywhere and smoke billowing across the track. Jimmy dove low, trying to get underneath the wreck, but the kid's car bounced off the wall and came back down the track directly into his path. He had a choice: hit the kid or hit the wall. He chose the wall. The impact was nothing like Concord. This was 190 miles per hour into concrete, even with the energy-absorbing barriers that lined the Michigan outside wall. The hands device caught his head. His harness held his body, but the car crumpled around him like aluminum foil, the right side caving in with a violence that felt like being inside an explosion. The car slid down the track, spinning, shedding parts. Jimmy held on to the wheel because there was nothing else to hold on to, felt the rotations, lost count of how many times he spun before finally coming to rest in the infield grass. Silence, then Roy's voice in his headset, sharp with fear. Jimmy! Jimmy, talk to me! I'm here. The words came out as a croak. I'm okay. Stay in the car. Safety crew's coming. The safety crew arrived in their yellow truck, swarming the wreck with fire extinguishers and extraction tools. Jimmy stayed still, letting them work, feeling the adrenaline slowly drain out of his system and leave behind something that felt like being beaten with hammers. They extracted him from the car and helped him onto the stretcher, even though he insisted he could walk. The medical team checked him over with the thoroughness of people who'd seen drivers walk away from wrecks and collapse an hour later from internal injuries. A couple new bruises on top of the old ones, the track doctor said. Mild concussion, probably. We're going to keep you for observation. In the infield care center, lying on a gurney with monitors beeping around him, Jimmy stared at the ceiling and thought about the choice he'd made. Hit the kid or hit the wall. He'd chosen the wall because the kid was someone's son, because he'd already hurt one friend with speed and couldn't stand the thought of hurting another. But he'd also chosen the wall because some part of him had been willing to risk his own life to avoid causing harm to someone else. That was either heroic or stupid, and he wasn't sure which. Linda arrived at the care center 20 minutes later, her face white with fear that was slowly turning into something else. Kevin was with her, his expression a mix of concern and anger that Jimmy recognized from his own mirror. Don't say it, Jimmy said before Linda could speak. Don't say what? That I just watched my husband hit a wall at 200 miles per hour? That I spent 15 minutes not knowing if you were alive or dead? It wasn't 200, more like 190. That's not funny. I know, I'm sorry. Linda sat down in the chair beside his gurney and took his hand. Her grip was tight, almost painful, and she didn't let go. I can't do this. I thought I could, but I can't. Watching you race is one thing. Watching you almost die is something else entirely. I didn't almost die. The car did what it was supposed to do. The safety equipment worked. This time, what about next time? What about the time when the wall doesn't give or the harness doesn't hold or you hit another car instead of concrete? There's risk in everything. You could die driving to the grocery store. Don't give me that bullshit. Linda's voice was sharp now, cutting. This isn't the same as driving to the grocery store, and you know it. This is choosing to put yourself in danger week after week for something that isn't even... She stopped, but Jimmy heard the word she hadn't said. Isn't even what? Real? Worth it? I don't know anymore. I thought I understood what this was about. I thought it was about proving something, finding out what you could have been, but now I'm not sure if it's about racing at all. What do you mean? I mean, maybe this is about running away. From me, from our life, from 30 years of being someone you never wanted to be. Linda's eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. Maybe Grace is right. Maybe you buried something so deep that the only way to dig it up is to burn everything else down. That's not what I'm doing. Then what are you doing, Jimmy? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're systematically destroying every stable thing in your life. The lot's gone, your body's broken, your marriage is... Our marriage is fine. Our marriage is on life support and you're too busy chasing a dream to notice it dying. Kevin had been silent through the whole exchange, but now he stepped forward. Mom, maybe this isn't the time. When is the time, Kevin? When he's dead. When I'm standing at his funeral explaining to people that he died doing what he loved, as if that makes it okay. Linda, Jimmy's voice was tired, defeated. I'm sorry I scared you. I'm sorry this is hard, but I can't stop. Not yet. Not when I'm finally... Finally what? Finally alive? Finally happy? Linda pulled her hand away. What about me, Jimmy? When do I get to be finally something? I've spent 30 years being finally patient, finally supportive, finally understanding. When do I get to be finally enough? She stood up and walked out of the care center without looking back. Kevin watched her go, then turned to his father with an expression that was impossible to read. She's not wrong, Dad. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're so focused on finding out who you could have been that you've forgotten who you are. And who am I? You're her husband. You're my father. You're a man who made promises and kept them for 30 years. Kevin's voice cracked. And now you're a man who might be breaking all of them for a second chance that might not even exist. He left too, following his mother, and Jimmy lay in the care center with his bruises and his concussion and the wreckage of his marriage scattered around him like debris from a crash he hadn't seen coming. Grace appeared in the doorway an hour later after the doctors had cleared him to leave. She looked at him with concern that seemed genuine, and something else underneath, something that looked like guilt. I heard about the wreck, she said. Are you okay? I'll live. And Linda? I don't know. Jimmy sat up, feeling every bruise, every strained muscle, every year of his age. She walked out, Kevin too. Grace was quiet for a moment. This is my fault, isn't it? The tension between you two. She thinks there's something going on. She thinks you understand me in ways she can't. She's not wrong. But that doesn't mean... I know what it doesn't mean. I also know what it looks like from her side. Jimmy stood up, testing his balance. I need to go find her. Try to fix this. Can you fix it? I don't know, but I have to try. Grace nodded, stepping back to let him pass. For what it's worth, I never meant to come between you. I saw someone who understood what I'd lost, and I couldn't help wanting to be around that, be around you. I know. That's the problem. Neither of us meant for this to happen, but it happened anyway. Yeah. He walked past her out of the care center into the Michigan evening where his wife and son were waiting somewhere with anger and hurt and 30 years of expectations that he might have finally, irrevocably broken. The drive back to the hotel was the longest 15 minutes of his life. Chapter 11. Earl. The call came 3 days after Michigan while Jimmy was still nursing bruises. And trying to figure out how to save his marriage, Earl's voice on the phone sounded different. Thinner, more tired than Jimmy had ever heard it. Need you to come out to the farm, Earl said. Got something to tell you. Rather do it in person. Is everything okay? Just come out. Bring Linda if she's speaking to you. Linda wasn't speaking to him, not really. They'd driven back from Michigan in separate cars, slept at separate rooms since they'd gotten home, and communicated through text messages and single-sentence exchanges that felt like diplomacy between hostile nations. But when Jimmy told her Earl wanted to see them both, she agreed to come. He's been good to you, she said. Whatever this is, we owe him the respect of hearing it together. They drove to Iredell County in silence, past the farms and fields that Jimmy had been seeing for months now, the landscape of his second chance. Earl's property looked the same as it always had, the faded barn, the gravel driveway, the pastures that hadn't held cattle in decades. But when Earl met them at the door of the farmhouse, he looked like he'd aged 10 years since Michigan. Come in, Earl said. Coffee's on. The farmhouse was modest for a man of Earl's wealth. 3 bedrooms, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 70s, furniture that had been comfortable 20 years ago and was now worn. Family photos lined the walls, and Jimmy noticed for the first time how many of them featured a young man he didn't recognize. Dark-haired, serious-eyed, with Earl's jawline and someone else's smile. They sat at the kitchen table, and Earl poured coffee with hands that trembled slightly. He didn't speak for a long moment, just sat there with his cup, staring at something neither of them could see. I'm dying, Earl said finally. Pancreatic cancer. Diagnosed about 18 months ago, right before I walked onto your lot looking for that Corvette. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Linda reached for Jimmy's hand under the table, and he took it without thinking. Earl, Jimmy started, don't say you're sorry. Don't say it's not fair. Don't say any of the things people say when they find out. I've heard them all, and none of them help. Earl took a sip of his coffee. I've got maybe 6 months left, maybe less if the chemo stops working, and before I go, there are some things I need you to understand. Why didn't you tell me before? Because I didn't want you driving for a dying man's last wish. I wanted you driving for yourself. Earl smiled, but it was a tired smile. The smile of someone who'd been carrying a weight for too long. Now I'm telling you because you need to know what this has all been about. Why I've been spending money like it doesn't matter. Why I've been pushing you so hard. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the barn where the race car was stored, the pasture where Jimmy had first rediscovered what speed felt like. That boy in the photos, Earl said, that's my son, Michael. He died in 1998, 26 years old, in a racing accident at Daytona. Linda's grip on Jimmy's hand tightened. He was good, Earl continued, really good. Better than most of the kids running that series. He'd worked his way up from go-karts to late models to ARCA, and he had a shot at the Xfinity series the next year. Sponsors were interested, teams were calling, he was going to make it. Earl turned back to face them, and his eyes were wet, but his voice was steady. The wreck wasn't his fault. Some kid blew an engine in front of him, dropped oil on the track. Michael hit the oil, went into the wall at 180 miles per hour. The car caught fire. By the time the safety crew got there, he didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. After that, I couldn't be around racing anymore. Sold my shares in the team we'd been building, stopped going to tracks, stopped watching on television. For 20 years, I pretended NASCAR didn't exist, pretended my son had never dreamed about Daytona and Charlotte and the things he was never going to get to do. Earl, I'm so sorry, Linda said. I told you not to say that. But his voice was gentle. I'm not telling you this for sympathy. I'm telling you because you need to understand why I've been doing what I've been doing. He sat back down at the table, and the weariness in his movements made him look older than 71, older than cancer, older than grief that had been accumulating for a quarter century. When the diagnosis came, I started thinking about what I wanted to do with whatever time I had left. Traveling didn't interest me. Philanthropy felt hollow. Then I walked onto your lot, Jimmy, and I saw something I recognized. What did you see? I saw a man who'd given up the same dream my son died for. A man who'd walked away from something beautiful because it was also dangerous. And I thought, maybe this is what I'm supposed to do with the time I have left. Help someone finish what my son never got to start. Jimmy sensed something shift in his chest, a rearrangement of understanding that changed everything about the past 6 months. You've been seeing Michael in me. Not exactly. You're not him. You're nothing like him, really. He was quiet, serious, all focus and no flash. You've got more anger in you, more hunger. But the dream is the same. The thing you're chasing is the same thing he was chasing when he died. And what happens if I make it? If I get to NASCAR, do all the things he never got to do? Earl smiled, and this time the smile was real. Then I'll die knowing I helped someone finish the race my son never got to run. That's worth more to me than anything else I could do with the money. They talked for 3 hours, longer than Jimmy had ever talked to Earl about anything except racing. Earl told stories about Michael, the first go-kart race at 6 years old, the first late model win at 19, the steady climb through the ranks that had seemed so promising before Daytona took it all away. He talked about his wife, Margaret, who died of a stroke 3 years after Michael, her heart broken by grief that never healed. He talked about the decades of emptiness that followed, the success in business that felt hollow without anyone to share it with, the slow accumulation of money that had no purpose until a Corvette in the back corner of a used car lot gave him a reason to spend it. I've been watching you these past months, Earl said. The way you've grown, the way you've pushed yourself. You've got something special, Jimmy. Michael had it too, that ability to find speed where other people can't see it, that instinct for the car, the track, the moment. I'm 52 years old. Michael was 26. Age is just a number. What matters is how much you want it, how hard you're willing to work. And you want it more than anyone I've seen since my son. Linda had been quiet through most of the conversation, but now she spoke up. Mr. Phelps, Earl, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Ask. Is this good for Jimmy? All of this? The racing, the risk, the time away from his family, or are you using him to finish something that should have stayed buried when your son died? The question was brutal in its directness, and Jimmy wanted to object, but Earl held up a hand. Fair question. Deserves an honest answer. Earl leaned back in his chair, considering. The truth is, I don't know. I believe it's good for him. I've watched him come alive in ways that suggest this is who he was always meant to be, but I'm also a dying man trying to make meaning out of the time he has left, and maybe that's clouding my judgment. It's not clouding your judgment, Jimmy said. Let me finish. Earl's voice was firm. Linda, your husband has a gift. I've seen it. The teams have seen it. Everyone who's watched him race has seen it. The question isn't whether he should be doing this. The question is whether you can live with what it costs. And what does it cost? Everything, maybe. Racing always costs everything. It cost me my son, my wife, 20 years of my life. It might cost Jimmy his health, his marriage, his relationship with his own son. Earl looked at Jimmy. That's the trade you're making. You need to be clear-eyed about it. I am clear-eyed. Are you? Because from what I've heard, your wife is barely speaking to you. Your body is held together with tape and prayers, and you've been spending time with a woman who isn't your wife because she understands something Linda can't. Earl's voice was gentle but relentless. That's the cost, Jimmy. That's what you're paying. The question is whether what you're getting is worth it. The kitchen fell silent. Outside, a bird called from somewhere in the trees, and the afternoon light slanted through windows that hadn't been cleaned in too long. What would Michael say? Jimmy asked. If he were here, if he could see what I'm doing, what would he tell me? Earl thought about it for a long moment. He'd tell you to drive. He'd tell you that the risk is the point, that feeling alive is worth dying for. He believed that, right up until the moment it killed him. And what do you say? I say Michael was 26 years old and thought he was immortal the way all 26-year-olds do. You're 52 and you should know better. Earl reached across the table and gripped Jimmy's arm. But I also say that some things are worth the cost. Some dreams are worth chasing, even if they destroy you. And if this is your dream, if this is what you're willing to sacrifice everything for, then I'll be there until my last breath helping you chase it. Linda was quiet on the drive home, but it was a different kind of quiet than the hostile silence of the past few days. She was thinking, processing, rearranging her understanding of things the way Jimmy had been doing since Earl started talking. He's dying, she said finally. Yes. And he's been spending his fortune on you because he lost his son to the same thing you're chasing. Yes. That's either beautiful or insane. Maybe both. Linda turned to look at him, and her expression was softer than it had been since Michigan. I've been angry at you. Angry at the racing. Angry at Grace. Angry at feeling like I'm losing you to something I can't compete with. But I never thought about what you might be giving someone else by doing this. Giving Earl? Giving him a reason to live, a purpose for however much time he has left. Linda shook her head slowly. That poor man. 26 years carrying that grief, and then finding you, someone who could maybe finish what his son started. I'm not trying to be a substitute for Michael. I know. But maybe you don't have to be. Maybe just being someone who's chasing the same dream is enough. They drove in silence for a while longer, the Carolina countryside rolling past, the sun dropping toward the horizon. When Linda spoke again, her voice was thoughtful, almost tender. I've been thinking about what Earl said, about the cost, about whether what you're getting is worth what you're paying. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. She reached over and took his hand. But I think maybe I've been so focused on what this is costing me that I forgot to ask what it's giving you. And what it's giving Earl? and what it might be giving Kevin now that he's actually paying attention to who his father is. What do you mean? I mean, Kevin's been different since he started coming to the races. More engaged, more curious about you. He asked questions about your past, about the racing you did before I knew you, about Danny and the crash and all of it. I think watching you chase this dream has made him see you differently. Better or worse? Just differently as a person, not just as his father. As someone with a story that started before he was born and might end up somewhere he never expected. Jimmy thought about that, about Kevin in the pit box at Charlotte, Kevin in the stands at Michigan, Kevin on the phone from the hospital asking what his father thought was worth dying for. I've been a shitty father, Jimmy said. No, you've been a distant father, which is different. You were always there, always providing, always doing what needed to be done, but you were never present, never fully there. And I think this racing thing, whatever else it's doing, is making you present in a way you haven't been since before Kevin was born. Because I'm finally doing something that matters to me. Because you're finally being honest about who you are, about what you want, about the part of yourself you've been hiding for 30 years. Linda squeezed his hand. I may not like everything that comes with that honesty, but I can't deny it's made you more real than you've been in decades. They pulled into the driveway as the sun was setting, painting the sky orange and pink and purple. Linda didn't let go of Jimmy's hand as they walked to the front door, and when they got inside, she turned to face him. I'm still scared, she said. I'm still angry sometimes. I still don't know if I can watch you risk your life week after week for something that might kill you. But I'm done fighting you on this. I'm done pretending that being safe is better than being alive. What changed? Earl changed it, seeing what happens when you spend 20 years hiding from something that hurts you. That's not living. That's just waiting to die. She cupped his face in her hands. I don't want to be the reason you spend another 30 years waiting to die. I want to be the reason you live. She kissed him, and it was the first real kiss they'd shared since before Michigan. When she pulled back, her eyes were wet, but she was smiling. Go race, she said. Win something. Prove that Earl's bet was worth making, and then come home to me every time, no matter what. I will. Promise me. I promise. It was the first promise he'd made her since the one 30 years ago that he was finally, irrevocably breaking. But this one felt different. This one felt like the start of something instead of the end. Part 3. The Show. Get out to Chapter 12. The Show. The call came on a Thursday morning, 6 weeks after Earl's revelation, while Jimmy was eating breakfast and trying not to think about how much his body still hurt from the previous weekend's RCA race at Kansas. Hendrick wants to talk, Earl said, his voice carrying the excitement that meant something significant had happened, not development this time. The real thing. What do you mean, the real thing? Cup Series. They've got a driver out with an injury. Broken collarbone from a testing accident. They need someone to fill in for 3 races while he heals. Jimmy set down his coffee cup, feeling what the words meant, settling over him like something solid. Cup Series, the top level, the show that he'd watched on television for 30 years, dreaming about what might have been. Why me? They've got development drivers, guys who've been in their system for years. They've also got sponsors who like your story, the comeback, the second chance, the 52-year-old who wouldn't give up. Sunoco's been pushing for you. Apparently, Grace has been talking you up to anyone who'll listen. And the results have been there. You've been top 10 in your last 4 ARCA starts. Earl, this is everything we've been working toward. This is the door, Jimmy, wide open. Martinsville Speedway was a half-mile paperclip that had been hosting races since 1947. Jimmy arrived on Friday morning and spent an hour walking the track, trying to reconcile what he was seeing with what he'd watched on television for 3 decades. The speedway looked smaller in person, impossibly intimate, a flat oval tucked into the Virginia hills like an afterthought. The grandstands rose on both sides, close enough that you could almost hear individual conversations from the infield. The corners were tight, almost flat, designed for a kind of racing that had nothing to do with the aerodynamic ballet of Charlotte and Talladega. Different, isn't it? Patterson was waiting for him in the garage, arms crossed, watching Jimmy process the reality of where he was. I thought it would feel bigger. It feels smaller because it is smaller. Half a mile, flat corners, 37 cars trying to occupy the same space. There's no room here, no room for mistakes, no room for ego, no room for anything except beating and banging until someone gives up. Patterson uncrossed his arms and gestured toward the car. The guys who win at Martinsville are the guys who are willing to move people out of the way. You ready to move people? I don't know. Wrong answer. The answer is yes. The answer is always yes. The car was the 25, a Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 that looked like the RCA car's bigger, meaner, older brother. Same basic shape, but in everything underneath was more power, more downforce, more technology, more money. The engine alone cost more than Jimmy's house had been worth when he sold it. Practice was humbling in ways he hadn't anticipated. The car was heavier than the RCA machine, the power delivery different, the brakes more aggressive. Jimmy ran 20 laps and came back to the garage a full 2 seconds off the pace, which at Martinsville translated to an eternity. You're overdriving, Patterson said, studying the telemetry. Trying to muscle the car through the corners like it's a late model. This car doesn't want to be muscled. It wants to be finessed. Finesse isn't something I've got a lot of practice with. Then you better learn fast. You got 2 more practice sessions before qualifying. He learned. Lap by lap, corner by corner, he learned the language of a cup car at a short track. The brakes were the key. You had to stand on them later, then felt safe, shed speed in a compressed zone, then roll the throttle back on early and let the car drive itself off the corner. It was counterintuitive, aggressive, nothing like the smooth arcs he'd been running at Charlotte and Kansas. By the end of final practice, he was within a second of the leaders. Still not fast, but fast enough to not embarrass himself. That's the attitude, Patterson said. You're not going to win this race. You're not even going to contend, but you can finish and you can learn, and that's what matters right now. Qualifying put Jimmy 31st out of 38 cars. He watched the other drivers from pit road studying the way they attacked the corners, the way they used every inch of the track's width. These were the names he'd grown up watching, veterans who'd been racing cup cars since before Kevin was born, young guns who'd come up through the developmental system with sponsorships and opportunities that had never existed in Jimmy's era. And now he was racing against them, not watching from his living room, not dreaming about what might have been, but sharing a track with the best stock car drivers in the world. Intimidated, Saracen had appeared beside him, tablet in hand, observing his observation. Terrified. Good. Use it. Terror makes you careful, and careful keeps you alive. She made a note on her tablet. Patterson says you're learning fast, faster than he expected. Patterson has low expectations. Patterson has high standards and no patience for bullshit. If he says you're learning fast, you're learning fast. She looked up at him. Tomorrow's going to be hard. 500 laps, 4 hours of racing, the most physically demanding track on the circuit. Your body's going to hurt in ways you didn't know it could hurt. But if you can get through it, if you can finish this race, you'll have done something that 99% of drivers never do. Run a cup race at Martinsville? Prove that you belong. Race day arrived with the kind of October clarity that made the Blue Ridge Mountains look painted against the sky. Jimmy sat in his car on the grid, 31st position, watching the pre-race ceremonies through his windshield. With a sense of surreal detachment, the grandstands were packed, 50,000 people who'd come to watch something he was about to be part of. Television cameras lined pit road, broadcasting to millions of viewers who would see his name on the ticker, his car on the track, his story unfolding in real time. Kevin was in the pit box wearing a headset, listening to the team radio with an expression of focused intensity. Linda was in the stands, somewhere in the mass of faces, probably clutching a hot dog she wasn't eating and trying not to think about what could go wrong. Radio check. Patterson's voice crackled through his headset, loud and clear. Remember what I told you. The first 100 laps are survival. Learn the traffic. Learn the rhythm. After that, we start racing. The pace car led them around for 2 formation laps, 38 cars rumbling through the tight corners at parade speed. The field was compressed here in ways it never was at bigger tracks. If Jimmy reached out his window, he could almost touch the car beside him. The sound was overwhelming, even through his helmet. A cacophony of engines and crowds and the mechanical anticipation of violence about to be unleashed. Green flag. The start at Martinsville was unlike anything Jimmy had experienced. 38 cars funneling into a corner designed for maybe 15. Everyone fighting for position. Contact inevitable and expected. Jimmy felt his car get hit from behind, not hard, just a tap, a message, and then from the side as another car squeezed past in a gap that wasn't there. The corner was a chaos of sheet metal and exhaust, and by the time he emerged onto the back stretch, he'd lost 2 positions, and his heart was trying to escape through his ribs. Stay calm, Patterson said. That's normal. Keep your head. Normal. This was normal, the constant contact, the bumping and grinding, the reality that every corner was a negotiation conducted at 70 miles per hour. Jimmy kept his head down and tried to survive. The first 50 laps were education by fire. He learned which drivers raced clean and which ones didn't, which corners were for passing and which were for patience, how to protect his position when someone was pushing on his bumper, and how to make room when someone faster was coming through. His arms burned from wrestling the wheel. His neck ached from the constant G-forces. His whole body felt like it was being pounded by invisible hammers. Lap 100. Still running, still on the lead lap, still learning. The leaders were pulling away, their battle for the win happening in a different zip code from Jimmy's fight for 29th place. But that was okay. He wasn't here to win. He was here to prove he belonged. Lap 200, halfway. A caution came out for debris on the backstretch, and the field stacked up behind the pace car. Jimmy's crew changed tires and made adjustments, and when the green flag dropped again, the car felt different, more responsive, more willing to rotate through the corners. How's that? Patterson asked him. Better? Much better. Good. Now start racing. He started racing, slowly at first, picking off cars that were struggling, capitalizing on mistakes that opened gaps he could exploit. 29th became 28th. 28th became 27th. Each position gained through a combination of patience and aggression, the balance Patterson had been teaching him since the first test session. Lap 300, running 25th. The contact was getting harder now, the patience wearing thin as drivers fought for positions that mattered more as the laps wound down. Jimmy got into the back of the car ahead of him in turn 3, not intentionally, just running out of room, and felt the other driver check up in retaliation. It was a message. Back off or I'll make you pay. He didn't back off. He stayed on the bumper, pushed harder. And when the other driver went wide in turn 1, Jimmy dove underneath and took the position. 24th. Nice move, Patterson said. Keep your head on a swivel. Lap 400, the final 100 laps. Jimmy was running 23rd, and his whole body was screaming for relief. His forearms were cramping, his shoulders were on fire, his neck felt like it might simply give up and let his head fall off. But he kept driving, kept fighting, kept proving that he could do this thing that everyone said was impossible. 20 laps to go, running 21st. The car ahead of him, the 99, a journeyman driver who'd been running this track for 15 years, was struggling with a vibration. Jimmy could see it. The way the car shook on the straights, the way the driver was fighting the wheel more than he should be. Tire going bad, probably. Something wrong that would get worse before it got better. 10 laps to go. Jimmy was on the 99's bumper, waiting for the moment. It came in turn 3. The 99's tire finally gave up, the car pushing hard toward the wall, the driver fighting to keep it off the concrete. Jimmy dove to the inside, slid past with inches to spare, and merged from turn 4 in 20th place. He crossed the finish line 4 laps later. 19th after a car ahead of him got into the wall on the final restart. His first Cup Series finish, 3 hours and 47 minutes. of the hardest driving he'd ever done. When he climbed out of the car, his legs wouldn't hold him. He stood there for a moment, hands on the roof, waiting for his body to remember how to work. The crew surrounded him, slapping his back, congratulating him on a run that had exceeded everyone's expectations. Patterson found him a few minutes later, as the adrenaline was fading and the exhaustion was setting in. "Not bad," Patterson said. "You drove smart, kept your nose clean, finished on the lead lap." 19th isn't a trophy. 19th in your first Cup start at the hardest track on the circuit, that's a trophy. You just can't hang it on your wall. Patterson almost smiled. "Texas is next week, mile and a half, more like what you've been running in ARCA. Should suit you better. I can barely move my arms. That's what Advil's for. Get some rest. We've got work to do." Texas was a revelation. Of the mile and a half configuration felt familiar after Charlotte and Kansas. The speed's higher, but the rhythm more manageable. Jimmy qualified 24th, 10 positions better than Martinsville, and spent the race learning how to draft in Cup traffic, how to save his equipment for the long runs, how to be fast without being reckless. He finished ninth, top 10. A result that would have seemed impossible a year ago when he was selling Camrys and wondering if his life would ever be anything more than what it had become. Patterson found him in the garage afterward, the crew celebrating around them, Earl beaming like a man who just witnessed a miracle. "Hell of a run," Patterson said. "You found something out there. The last 50 laps, you were as fast as anyone on the track. The car was good. The car was the same car everyone else had access to. You made it good." Patterson's expression shifted, became more serious. "You got something, Jimmy. I don't say that to many people, but you've got an instinct for this, a feel for the car, for the track, for the moment. Most guys take years to develop that. You showed up with it. 33 years of wanting it. Maybe that counts for something. Maybe it does." Homestead was the season finale, the championship race. Jimmy wasn't racing for a championship. That battle was between drivers who'd been doing this for years, who'd accumulated points and wins and a body of work that justified their presence in the Final Four. But he was racing on the same track at the same time against the same competition, and that, in itself, was something. He qualified 19th, ran in the top 20 all day, made moves when he saw them, held position when he didn't, drove the kind of smart, patient race that Patterson had been preaching since their first meeting. With 20 laps to go, he was running 14th. A caution came out for a car in the wall. The leaders pitted. Jimmy stayed out. When the green flag dropped, he was running 7th. The final restart was chaos. Cars jockeying for position, everyone taking risks that might pay off or might end in disaster. Jimmy held his line, didn't panic, and when the dust settled, he was running 6th. He finished 6th. After the race, after the interviews and the handshakes and the chaos of a championship celebration happening around him, Sarah Chen found him in the Hendrick hauler. "We need to talk about next year," she said, handing him a folder. "I thought this was just 3 races." "It was, but you changed things." She gestured to the folder. "That's what we're offering. Read it, talk to Earl, talk to your wife. Let me know by Monday." Jimmy opened the folder and saw numbers that didn't make sense. A full season contract, 12 races guaranteed with options for more if the results justified it. Enough money to live on, plus bonuses for top 10 finishes. "This is real," he said. "Yeah, this is very real. You've earned it, Jimmy. Whatever you decide, know that you've earned this opportunity." He found Earl in the infield after the celebrations had wound down, sitting in a golf cart, looking more tired than Jimmy had ever seen him. The cancer was progressing. Earl didn't talk about it much, but the weight loss was visible, the fatigue impossible to hide. "Full season," Jimmy said, showing him the folder. "Cup Series at 52 years old." Earl looked at the papers and a smile spread across his face. The first real smile Jimmy had seen from him in weeks. "Michael would have loved this," Earl said quietly. "He would have loved knowing that someone finished what he started." "I haven't finished anything yet." "You finished the first part, the part where you prove you belong. Earl reached out and gripped Jimmy's arm with what strength he had left. Go race. Win something. Do the things Michael never got to do and I never got to see him do. That's all I ask. I will. Promise me. I promise. Earl nodded, satisfied, and closed his eyes. He looked peaceful, sitting there in the Florida evening, surrounded by the sounds of a sport he'd spent 20 years avoiding and 6 months embracing. Jimmy left him there and went to find Linda, to tell her about the offer, to start planning a future that neither of them had ever imagined. The door was open. All he had to do was walk through it. Chapter 13, The Team. The off-season lasted 12 weeks, which was both too long and not long enough. Jimmy spent the time healing. His body had accumulated a year's worth of damage in 6 months of racing, and the doctors made it clear that rest was not optional. He slept late, ate well, and tried not to think about the green flag that would drop at Daytona in February. He also spent the time saying goodbye to Earl. The cancer accelerated through December, turning a 6-month prognosis into something closer to 6 weeks. Earl moved from the farmhouse to a hospice facility in Statesville, and Jimmy visited every day he could, sitting beside the bed and talking about racing, about Michael, about the future that Earl wouldn't live to see. You're going to win one, Earl said during one of their last conversations. His voice was thin, barely audible, but his eyes were still sharp. I can feel it. This season, you're going to stand in victory lane. I'll try. Don't try, do. Michael tried. Trying gets you close, doing gets you there. Earl died on January 3rd, 3 weeks before the Daytona 500. The funeral was small. He'd outlived most of his friends and all of his family, but the racing world sent flowers and condolences, acknowledging a man who'd given everything to a sport that had taken everything from him. Jimmy spoke at the service. He talked about the Corvette, about the test drive that changed everything, about a dying man who decided to invest his final months in someone else's dream. He didn't cry, because crying felt inadequate for what Earl had given him. Instead, he made a promise. I'm going to win one for you, he said to the casket. I'm going to stand in victory lane and hold up a trophy and know that you're watching from wherever you are. That's not a hope, that's a fact. The Hendrick campus felt different when Jimmy arrived for the preseason meetings. He wasn't a curiosity anymore. Wasn't the 52-year-old experiment that everyone was watching to see if he'd fail. He was a driver now, with a contract and a car and a crew that expected results. Patterson was waiting for him in the shop, standing next to the 25 car that would be Jimmy's for the next 8 months. The paint scheme was new, Sunoco blue with gold accents, Grace's handiwork with the sponsor relations. Ready to work? Patterson asked. Ready. Good, because the off-season's over. From now until November, you belong to this team. The crew was 14 people, engineers, mechanics, tire specialists, pit crew members, each one the best at what they did. They'd won championships with other drivers, and they approached Jimmy with the professional skepticism of people who'd seen a lot of talent come on go. Earn their respect, Patterson told him. Don't expect it. These guys have been doing this longer than you've been racing. They'll follow you if you prove you're worth following. The first test session was at Charlotte on a cold January morning that made the track feel different than it had in the fall. Jimmy ran 100 laps, working with the engineers to dial in the setup, learning the car's personality, its strengths, its weaknesses, the way it wanted to be driven. You're still overdriving the corners, Patterson said, reviewing the data. Trying to make the car do things it doesn't want to do. That's what you said at Martinsville. And you fixed it at Martinsville, but every track is different. Every setup is different. You have to learn the car all over again every time you get in it. It was exhausting, humbling work, the kind of work that Jimmy had never had to do on dirt tracks where feel and instinct mattered more than data and engineering. But it was also exhilarating because every session brought improvement. Every lap taught him something new. By the end of the test, he was running within 2/10 of the team's established drivers. Not fast enough to win, but fast enough to matter. You're getting there, Patterson said. Another month of this, you might be competitive. Grace found him in the hospitality tent after the test session, looking different than she had during the ARCA season. More reserved, more professional, with a distance in her eyes that hadn't been there before. We need to talk, she said. About what? About us, about what happened last year and what can't happen this year. They walked outside, away from the crowds and the cameras, to a quiet spot behind one of the haulers. Grace stood with her arms crossed, her breath visible in the cold January air. I've been reassigned, she said. Different account, different drivers. Sunoco decided it was better for everyone if I wasn't working directly with you anymore. Because of what Linda said? Because of what people were assuming? Because of what was actually happening. Grace's voice was steady, honest. I was falling for you, Jimmy. I didn't mean to. Didn't want to. But it was happening. And if I'd kept working with you, kept being around you every week, I don't know where it would have ended. Nothing happened. Nothing physical. I know. But something was happening emotionally, and that's as dangerous, maybe more dangerous. She uncrossed her arms, let them hang at her sides. I've been in this sport long enough to see what happens when drivers and staff get involved. It destroys careers, destroys marriages, destroys everything. I didn't want that for you, or for me. So you asked to be reassigned? I asked to be removed from any situation where we'd be working together closely. The rest was Sunoco's decision. She smiled, but it was a sad smile. You're going to do great things this year, Jimmy. Win some races, make some history. And when you do, I'll be cheering for you from a distance. That's the best I can offer. Grace, I never meant to. I know, neither did I. That's how these things work. Nobody means for them to happen, and then they happen anyway. She stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek, a brief, chaste gesture that felt like a goodbye. Take care of yourself, take care of Linda, and win that race for Earl. She walked away, and Jimmy watched her go with a mixture of relief and loss. The thing that had been building between them, the connection, the understanding, the dangerous intimacy, was over now. Ended by her choice before it could become something that destroyed them both. He stood there for a long time, thinking about roads not taken and choices that defined who you became. Then he went back inside, back to the team, back to the life he'd chosen. The announcement came 2 weeks before Daytona, buried in the middle of a press release about the season's entry list. Cade Brennan to make one race return at Talladega Superspeedway, driving for Brennan Racing in the GECO 500. Jimmy read it 3 times, feeling the old anger stirring in his chest. Cade had been retired for 2 years, supposedly done with racing after a career that had spanned 3 decades and produced 8 Cup wins, but apparently retirement didn't suit him because here he was coming back for one race at the fastest track on the circuit. You saw the news, Linda said when he got home that night. I saw it. What are you going to think? I think Cade Brennan doesn't do anything without a reason, and I think the reason he's coming back is to prove he can still beat me. You don't know that. I know Cade. He's been watching my results, seeing the attention I'm getting. The comeback story, the second chance, that's supposed to be his narrative, not mine. He can't stand that someone else is getting the spotlight. Linda sat down beside him on the couch, her hand finding his. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to race him at Talladega in front of the whole world, and I'm going to show him what 33 years of wanting something feels like. And if you lose, then I lose, but I'm not going to lose. Daytona was a blur of speed and chaos, the traditional season opener that set the tone for everything that followed. Jimmy started 28th and finished 15th, respectable for a first Daytona, learning the nuances of superspeedway racing, the drafting, the pack dynamics, the way fortunes could change in an instant. The next races came quickly: Atlanta, Las Vegas, Phoenix, a calendar that left no time for reflection or rest. Jimmy ran consistently in the top 20, occasionally cracking the top 15, building experience and confidence with every lap. Patterson was pleased, which was the best indicator of progress. The crew was warming up to him, accepting him as one of their own rather than an outsider who'd stumbled into their world. And the sponsors were happy, the Sunoco executives praising his professionalism and his results even without Grace there to advocate for him. "You're doing everything right," Saracen told him after Phoenix. "Staying out of trouble, finishing races, building towards something. Keep doing what you're doing." "When do I get to start racing for wins?" "When you're ready. And you'll know you're ready when you stop asking that question." Talladega approached like a storm on the horizon. Jimmy watched the calendar, counting down the races, feeling the anticipation building in his chest. He'd never raced at Talladega, the biggest, fastest, most dangerous track on the circuit, but he'd watched enough races there to know what it demanded. "Talladega's different from Daytona," Patterson explained during their preparation sessions. "Bigger, faster, more drafting dependent. You can lead for 199 laps and lose on the last one because someone got a better push from behind. The whole race comes down to the final 5 laps. What's the strategy? Stay in the pack. Don't lead too early. Save your moves for when they matter." Patterson looked at him with an evaluating stare. "And don't do anything stupid because Cade Brennan's on the track. I know there's history between you two. Leave it in the past. I'll try. Don't try, do." The week before Talladega, Jimmy drove to Danny's auto parts store. He hadn't been there since before the Cup Series started, and Danny greeted him with the same directness he always had. "You're going to race Cade at Talladega," Danny said. "The whole world's going to be watching." "I know." "You ready for that? Ready for what it's going to feel like, being on the same track as the man who stole your career?" "I've raced him before, last year at Hickory. Finished second." "Hickory's not Talladega. Talladega's the big time. The pressure's different. The stakes are different. And Cade knows how to get in your head. He's been doing it for 30 years. What do you think I should do?" Danny was quiet for a moment, considering. "I think you should race your race, not his race. Don't let him drag you into a battle that's about ego instead of speed. You're better than that. You've always been better than that. And if he beats me, then he beats you. And you come back the next week and try again. That's what racing is, a series of chances, not one final judgment." Danny wheeled closer, his eyes intense. "But I don't think he's going to beat you. I've been watching your races, Jimmy, watching the way you've grown, the way you've learned. You're the best driver on that track, and the only person who doesn't know it is you." "That's not true. Patterson thinks I'm still overdriving." "Patterson's paid to find things wrong with you. That's his job. My job is to tell you the truth, and the truth is you got something nobody else has. 33 years of wanting it more than anything else in the world. That's worth more than all the experience Cade Brennan's accumulated." Jimmy left the store feeling something he hadn't felt since he was 17 years old, standing next to the ghost before a race against Brickhouse. He felt ready. The night before leaving for Talladega, Linda sat with him on the back porch watching the stars come out over Kannapolis. "This is the one," she said, "the one you've been building toward." "One of them. There'll be others. But this one's different. This one's about Cade, about proving something to the man who took your shot 30 years ago." "It's not just about Cade, isn't it?" Linda turned to look at him. "I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, be honest with yourself about what you're racing for. Because if you're racing against Cade instead of racing to win, you might make choices that aren't about what's best for you." "What do you mean?" "I mean, there might be a moment when you have to choose between beating Cade and doing something else, maybe something smarter, maybe something safer. And in that moment, you need to know what matters more. Winning matters more." "Does it?" "Because from where I'm sitting, what matters more is coming home. Whatever happens on that track, whatever place you finish, the thing that matters most is that you come home to me afterward." Jimmy reached over and took her hand, feeling the familiar weight of her wedding ring against his palm. "I'll come home, I promise." "That's the second promise you made me. Don't break this one." I won't. They sat in silence as the stars brightened and the night deepened. Two people who'd been married for 30 years and were still learning how to love each other through the changes that life kept throwing at them. Tomorrow, Talladega. Tomorrow, Cade. Tomorrow, the race that would define everything Jimmy had been working toward. But tonight, there was just this, the porch, the stars, and the woman who'd stayed with him through all of it. That was enough. Chapter 14, The Dance. Talladega Superspeedway rose out of the Alabama landscape like a cathedral built for speed. 2.66 miles of asphalt banked at 33 degrees in the corners, with straightaways long enough that the cars hit 210 miles per hour before the braking zones. It was the biggest track on the circuit, the fastest track in NASCAR, and the most unpredictable, a place where races were won and lost in the final 5 laps, where the best car didn't always win and the bravest driver often did. Jimmy arrived on Thursday afternoon, 2 days before the race, and spent an hour walking the track. The concrete was smooth under his feet, the banking so steep that standing on it felt like leaning against a wall. He tried to imagine what it would feel like to take these corners at 200 miles per hour. 40 cars running inches apart, drafting and pushing and waiting for the moment when everything would matter. Big, isn't it? He turned to find Cade Brennan standing 20 feet away, wearing a Brennan Racing polo and the same confident smile he'd worn at Hickory a year ago. He looked older than he had then. 55 now, his hair more gray than brown, lines around his eyes that suggested the years were catching up, even if the ego wasn't. Cade. Jimmy. Cade walked closer, his boots echoing on the concrete. Didn't expect to see you out here alone. Thought you'd be in the garage studying telemetry like a good little rookie. I wanted to see the track. Smart. Most guys just look at the data, never bother to feel the place, but you can't understand Talladega from a computer screen. You have to stand here, feel the banking, imagine what it's going to be like when the green flag drops. Is that why you're here? I'm here because I own a team and this is our home track, but yeah, I like to walk it before a race. Reminds me why I do this. Cade looked out at the empty grandstands, the quiet expanse of asphalt. You know what separates the guys who win here from the guys who just survive? I'm sure you're going to tell me. Balls, pure stupid balls. The fast way around this track is also the dangerous way. You can run in the back of the pack, stay safe, bring home a 20th place finish, or you can run up front, take the risks, and either win the thing or wreck trying. Which are you planning to do? I'm planning to win. That's what I always plan. Cade turned to face him, and his smile had an edge to it now. The question is what you're planning, because I've been watching your races, Jimmy. You're fast, faster than I expected, but you're also careful. You don't take the risks that win races. You take the risks that keep you out of trouble. That's called racing smart. That's called racing scared, and you can't win at Talladega racing scared. Cade stepped closer, close enough that Jimmy could smell his cologne. You've been telling everyone this is your second chance, your shot at redemption. But redemption doesn't come from finishing 15th. It comes from going for it when everything's on the line, and I don't think you've got that in you. You don't know what I've got. I know you walked away 30 years ago because you were afraid. I know you've spent your whole life playing it safe, selling cars instead of driving them. And I know that when the moment comes, when you have to choose between the safe play and the glory play, you're going to do what you've always done, which is choke. Cade's smile was cold now. That's what you did in 1989. Danny Marsh crashed because you weren't there to push him, because you'd already decided to let someone else take the risks. And that's what you'll do on Sunday. When the race comes down to the final lap and you have to decide whether to go for it or play it safe, you'll play it safe, because that's who you are. Jimmy felt the anger rising in his chest, the old familiar heat that he'd been carrying since before Cade Brennan existed in his life. You don't know anything about what happened with Danny. I know enough. I know you were the better driver, and you let him take the wheel because you were scared of what would happen if you didn't. I know you've been running from that decision ever since. Cade turned to walk away, then stopped and looked back over his shoulder. See you on Sunday, Jimmy. It's going to be fun watching you learn what you're made of. He walked away across the banking, his figure shrinking against the vast expanse of the track, leaving Jimmy alone with the anger and the doubt and the memory of a night 33 years ago when he'd made a choice that had haunted him ever since. The garage was chaos when Jimmy got back. Crews preparing cars, engineers studying data, the organized madness of a Cup Series weekend in full swing. Patterson was waiting for him with a tablet full of telemetry and a frown that suggested he'd heard about the encounter with Cade. What did he say to you? Nothing that matters. Bullshit. I saw your face when you walked in. He got to you. Patterson set down the tablet. Listen to me. Cade Brennan has been playing mind games with other drivers since before you started racing. It's what he does. Gets in your head, makes you doubt yourself, then beats you while you're busy thinking instead of driving. I know what he's doing. Do you? Because knowing and resisting are two different things. Patterson leaned against the workbench, crossing his arms. What did he say? Jimmy told him the stuff about being scared, about choking, about Danny. Patterson listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable. He's wrong, Patterson said when Jimmy finished. About some of it anyway. You're not scared. I've seen scared drivers, and you don't drive like one. But he's right about one thing. What's that? You don't take the big risks. You race smart. You stay out of trouble. You bring home solid finishes. That's gotten you this far, and it's a viable strategy. But at Talladega, racing smart isn't always enough. Sometimes you have to be willing to do something stupid to win. Like what? Like running a line nobody else will run. Like making a move that defies physics and common sense. Like betting everything on a moment that might not work out. Patterson picked up the tablet again. I'm not telling you to be reckless. I'm telling you that when the moment comes, and it will come, you're going to have to decide whether you want to finish the race or win the race, and those might not be the same thing. Linda arrived Friday evening, flying into Birmingham and driving the rental car to the track. She found Jimmy in the motorhome, studying video of previous Talladega races, watching how the leaders navigated the final laps. You look tired, she said. I am tired, but I can't stop watching. What are you looking for? The moment. The thing that separates the winners from everyone else. He paused the video on a freeze frame. Two cars side by side, inches apart, coming off turn 4 toward the checkered flag. See this? This is the 2011 spring race. Trevor Bayne won his first Cup race here. He was a nobody, driving for a small team, and he won the Daytona 500 that year, but nobody expected him to do anything here. But in the final lap, he made a move that shouldn't have worked. Went 3 wide in the tri-oval, found a gap that wasn't really there, and it worked. He won. What's the point? The point is he shouldn't have made that move. The smart play was to stay in line, protect his position, maybe finish second or third, but he went for it and he won. Jimmy turned off the tablet. That's what Patterson keeps telling me, that I need to be willing to do something stupid. And what does Cade keep telling you? That I'm going to choke, that when the moment comes, I'll do what I've always done and play it safe. Linda sat down beside him, her hand finding his. What do you think you're going to do? I don't know, that's the problem. I've been racing for a year now. And I've learned a lot about what I can do in a car, but I don't know if I can do the thing that wins races. The thing that separates the guys who have trophies from the guys who just have stories about how close they came. Maybe you can't. Maybe that's okay. It's not okay. Not after everything. Earl's money, Earl's faith, the promise I made him. If I come out of this race with another 15th place finish, another solid performance that doesn't mean anything, then you'll have finished a Cup race at Talladega. That's more than most people ever do. It's not enough. Not for Earl. Not for me. Linda was quiet for a moment, her thumb tracing circles on his palm. I talked to Danny today, she said. Called him before I got on the plane. What did he say? He said you're the best driver he's ever seen. He said he knew it when you were 17, and he knows it now. And he said the only thing that's ever held you back is your belief that you don't deserve to win. That's not... Let me finish. Linda's voice was firm. He said the reason you drove safe in 1989 was because you thought Danny deserved the shot more than you did. You let him take the wheel because you didn't think you'd earned the right to be the one racing. And he said if you lose on Sunday, it won't be because you're not fast enough. It'll be because some part of you still doesn't believe you deserve to be there. The words landed like punches, each one finding a spot that Jimmy had been protecting for 33 years. He wanted to argue, to deny it, but he couldn't, because Danny was right. He'd always been right. How do I fix that, Jimmy asked. How do I convince myself I deserve something I've spent 30 years believing I don't? I don't know, but I know you have to figure it out before Sunday, because if you go into that race believing you're going to choke, you will. Saturday was practice and qualifying, the technical work of preparing for the race. Jimmy ran well, posted the 8th fastest time in practice, qualified 12th, but his mind was somewhere else, circling around the conversation with Linda and the things Danny had said. That night, he called Danny. Linda told me what you said. Good, I meant it. How did you know about the 1989 thing, about me not thinking I deserved it? Because I know you, Jimmy. Better than anyone, except maybe Linda. I was there when you were 17 watching you drive. You had something nobody else had, a feel for the car and instinct for speed, but you also had this thing where you'd hold back. Let other people take the glory, like you didn't think it belonged to you. And you think that's still there? I think it's been there your whole life. Every time you had a chance to reach for something great, you found a reason to step back. The night I crashed, you could have been driving. You were the better driver. We both knew it. But you let me take the wheel because some part of you didn't think you'd earned the right to race. I was trying to be generous, trying to give you your shot. Bullshit. You were trying to avoid the responsibility of being the one who mattered. If you'd been driving and crashed, it would have been your fault. But if I was driving and crashed, you could tell yourself you were just being a good friend. The words were harsh, but Jimmy couldn't deny them. He'd been telling himself for 33 years that he'd let Danny drive out of generosity, out of friendship, but the truth was more complicated and less flattering. So what do I do about it? You stop hiding. You stop making excuses. And when the moment comes on Sunday, when you have to decide whether to go for it or hold back, you go for it. Not because you think you'll succeed, not because you've earned it or deserve it, just because you can, just because you're the best driver on that track and it's time you started acting like it. What if I fail? Then you fail, but at least you'll fail trying instead of failing because you were too scared to try. Danny's voice softened. I've been in this wheelchair for 33 years, Jimmy. I've had a lot of time to think about what I'd do differently if I could go back. And you know what? I wouldn't change a thing. Not the race, not the crash, not any of it. Because at least I was trying, at least I was going for it. Can you say the same? Jimmy couldn't answer, because he couldn't say the same. He'd spent 33 years playing it safe, and now he was being asked to do the one thing he'd never done. Take the risk. Go for glory. Believe he deserved to win. I'll try, he said finally. Don't try, do. That's what Earl would say, right? That's what Earl would say. Then do it. Sunday afternoon, 200 miles an hour, with 40 cars around you and the whole world watching. Do it. Be the driver I always knew you were. The driver you've always been too scared to be. Sunday morning, Jimmy woke up at 5 a.m. and couldn't go back to sleep. He lay in the darkness of the motorhome, listening to Linda breathe beside him, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. Earl's faith, Danny's forgiveness, Linda's love, the 33 years of wondering and the 6 months of proving. It all came down to this, one race, 200 miles, a lifetime of questions about who he really was. He got up and walked outside into the pre-dawn quiet of the Talladega infield. The grandstands were empty, the track silent, the whole place holding its breath before the chaos that would come in a few hours. He walked to the start-finish line and stood there looking up at the flag stand where the green flag would drop. Somewhere out there, Cade Brennan was probably sleeping soundly, confident in his ability to beat a 52-year-old rookie who'd never won anything that mattered. Somewhere out there, Danny was probably already awake, waiting to watch the race that would answer questions they'd both been asking since 1989. Somewhere out there, Earl was watching from whatever came after death, waiting to see if his investment would pay off. Jimmy closed his eyes and made a decision. No more playing it safe. No more racing to finish instead of racing to win. No more believing he didn't deserve to be here. Today, he was going to find out what he was made of. Today, he was going to take the risk. And whatever happened after that, victory or defeat, glory or destruction, at least he would know. Chapter 15, 500 miles. The heat found him before the race even started. Sitting on the grid at Talladega, engine idling, Jimmy felt the Alabama sun pressing through the windshield like a weight. The cockpit of a cup car wasn't designed for comfort. It was designed for survival, for keeping a human being alive inside a machine traveling faster than anything had a right to travel. The fire suit trapped his body heat against his skin, the Hans device pressed against his shoulders. The harness dug into his chest with every breath, a constant reminder that his body was now part of something larger, something mechanical, something that would either carry him to glory or kill him trying. His hands rested on the steering wheel at 9 and 3, feeling the leather wrap beneath his gloves. The wheel was smaller than a street car's, positioned closer to his chest, designed for precise inputs at speeds where a quarter-inch of movement meant the difference between the racing line and the wall. He flexed his fingers, feeling the tendons work, reminding himself that these hands had been doing this for over a year now, that they knew what to do even when his mind forgot. The pre-race ceremonies were happening somewhere outside the car, the national anthem, the invocation, the pageantry that television demanded. Jimmy had stopped paying attention 20 minutes ago. His focus had narrowed to the things that mattered, the gauges on the dashboard, the feel of the car around him, the 2.5 miles of asphalt that waited beyond the green flag. Linda was in the stands, Kevin was in the pit box, Danny was watching from Kannapolis, Earl was watching from somewhere else entirely, and Cade was 4 rows back, waiting to prove that everything he'd said was true. Radio check. Patterson's voice crackled through the headset, cutting through the engine noise. Loud and clear. Good, remember the plan. Stay in the draft, learn the pack, don't make any moves until the last 50 laps, and Jimmy, I know. Race my race, not his. That's right. See you on the other side. The command came to fire engines, and the grid erupted, 43 cars roaring to life simultaneously. The combined sound hitting Jimmy's chest like a shockwave, vibrating through the seat and the steering wheel and the bones of his skull. He blipped the throttle and felt the car respond, eager, angry, straining against the brakes like a dog pulling at its leash, pace laps. The field rolling around the track in formation, 2 by 2, the cars weaving back and forth to heat their tires. Jimmy felt the steering go light on the banking, felt the car want to drift up the track toward the wall, kept it planted with small corrections that his hands made without consulting his brain. The tires were cold, the grip uncertain, everything waiting for speed to make it real. The pace car pulled off. The flagman raised the green flag. Jimmy's right foot hovered over the throttle. His left foot held the brake, his eyes locked on the flag, on the moment it would drop, on the fraction of a second that would separate a good start from a bad one. This is it. This is everything. The flag dropped. The start was violence, organized into lanes, 43 cars accelerating simultaneously, the field compressing into a mass of metal and fire and desperate intent. Jimmy mashed the throttle and felt the car lunge forward. He pressed back into the seat by forces that would have been terrifying if he'd had time to think about them. The car ahead of him grew larger in his windshield, then stabilized as the draft took hold. The aerodynamic connection that made superspeedway racing possible. The invisible rope that tied the pack together. First corner. The banking rose up on his right. 33 degrees of concrete tilted toward the sky. The car wanted to push up the track, to climb toward the wall, and Jimmy held it low with steering input that felt wrong but worked. The G-forces pressed him sideways in the seat, the harness cutting into his shoulder, his body fighting physics, while his hands kept the car pointed where it needed to go. The backstretch opened up and the pack breathed, cars spreading out, finding their lanes, settling into the rhythm that would carry them through the next 500 miles. Jimmy, he was in a line of 6 cars, nose to tail, each one inches from the one ahead, drafting speed they couldn't generate alone. At 200 miles per hour, the air itself became a weapon. Break out a line and the wind hit you like a wall, scrubbing speed instantly, leaving you vulnerable to the cars behind. Stay in line and you were a prisoner, your speed dependent on the car ahead, your fate tied to 42 other drivers who were all making the same calculation. Looking good, Patterson said. 10th position. Stay in the train. The train, that's what they called it. The line of cars drafting together, sharing the aerodynamic load faster together than any of them could be alone. Jimmy settled into the rhythm, his eyes scanning mirrors and windshield, watching for the moves that would come when the race got serious. For now, he had to survive lap 50. The sun was directly overhead, turning the cockpit into an oven. Sweat ran down Jimmy's face, pooling at his chin, dripping onto his fire suit. The cool air that was supposed to flow through his helmet had turned warm, then hot, offering no relief from the heat that come from everywhere at once. His shoulders ached from fighting the wheel. His neck burned from holding his head against the G-forces. His right foot had gone partially numb from holding the throttle wide open for lap after lap after lap. None of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was the car, the track, the pack. He'd been running 10th for most of the first 50 laps, content to learn the rhythm, to feel how the air moved through the pack, to understand which cars were fast and which were just hanging on. The 18 was strong, the kid from California who'd been quick all weekend. The 22 was erratic, fast in a straight line but unstable in traffic. And somewhere back there, moving up through the field with patient aggression, was Cade. Brennan's in 15th. Patterson reported. He's working the bottom lane. Jimmy checked his mirror and saw nothing but the car behind him, close enough that he could read the sponsor decals on the hood. Cade was back there somewhere, but the pack was too dense to see him. He'd show up eventually. He always did. Lap 75. First pit stops under green. The sequence was a ballet of controlled chaos. Pit road at 55 miles per hour after running 200. The car suddenly slow and clumsy, the crew swarming over it with air guns and fuel cans. Jimmy sat motionless while they worked, his hands still on the wheel, his eyes tracking the cars entering and exiting pit road around him. 4 tires, fuel, track bar adjustment, go, go, go. The car dropped off the jack and Jimmy mashed the throttle, accelerating back onto the track with fresh tires and a full load of fuel. The stop had taken 12.3 seconds. Good, not great. And he'd come out in 8th position. Better than he'd gone in. Brennan had a fast stop. He's in 12th. Closer now. The gap narrowing with every lap. Lap 100 halfway. The crash happened without warning, the way crashes at Talladega always do. Turn 3. A car in the middle of the pack, the 34, a back marker who'd been struggling all day, blew a right front tire. Jimmy heard it before he saw it, a sound like a gunshot, sharp and final, followed immediately by the sight of the 34 rotating sideways in his windshield. Time slowed down. It always did in these moments, the brain accelerating to process information faster than real time, searching for an escape route that might not exist. The 34 collected the 7, which collected the 21. Which collected 2 more cars that Jimmy didn't have time to identify. Smoke and debris filled the air. The yellow flag came out, but the pack was still traveling at nearly 200 miles per hour, still too close together to stop, still reacting to a disaster that was still happening. Jimmy went low. The 34's wreckage slid high toward the wall, and Jimmy dove for the apron, feeling the car bounce as it left the racing surface, the suspension complaining about terrain it wasn't designed for. Metal scraped beneath him, debris on the apron, pieces of someone else's car. And then he was through, clear, the wreck in his mirror and his heart pounding against his ribs. You okay? Jimmy, you okay? I'm okay. Car's okay. Good, pit road's open. Come in for damage. Check. The damage check found nothing. A few scratches in the paint, a piece of sheet metal lodged under the front splitter that the crew pulled out with their hands. The car was fine. Jimmy was fine. 3 other drivers were being loaded into ambulances, their races over, their seasons potentially ended by the random cruelty of a tire that chose that moment to fail. That was Talladega. That was super speedway racing. You could do everything right and still end up against the wall because someone else made a mistake or a tire gave up or the air did something unexpected. The only defense was to not be there when it happened. And sometimes no defense was enough. The restart came on lap 112, 25 laps lost to the caution, the field bunched up behind the pace car, everyone nose to tail, engines growling with impatience. Jimmy lined up 6th. The wreck had taken out cars that were ahead of him, shuffling the field, promoting survivors. Cade was 8th now, 2 rows back, close enough that Jimmy could see his car in the mirror when the pack straightened out. Green flag. The restart was chaos compressed into corners. 40 cars accelerating simultaneously, everyone fighting for position before the pack settled back into the draft. Jimmy held his line, felt the push from behind as the 9 car tried to shove him forward. Used that momentum to pull alongside the 18 through turn 1, side by side at 200 miles per hour, inches apart, neither willing to give ground. The 18 drifted up and Jimmy held low, and when they came off turn 2, he had 5th position, and the 18 was slotting in behind him, draft partner instead of rival. Nice move, Patterson said. Keep it clean. For the next 20 laps, Jimmy ran 5th. The leaders were pulling away. The 9 and the 22 had hooked up, working together, building a gap that the rest of the pack couldn't close. But 5th was good. 5th was respectable. 5th was the kind of finish that built a career. 5th wasn't what he'd come here for. Brennan's on your bumper. Jimmy checked his mirror, and there he was, the black and gold Brennan racing car, filling the frame, close enough to touch, close enough that Jimmy could see Cade's hands on the wheel through the windshield. They'd found each other in the pack, drawn together by gravity or history or the universe's sense of irony. For 10 laps, they ran together, Cade pushing, Jimmy pulling, the aerodynamic connection between them adding speed that neither could generate alone. It was a partnership born of necessity, 2 rivals working together because the alternative was losing to everyone else. Then Cade made his move, lap 140, the backstretch. Cade ducked to the inside, broke the draft, pulled alongside with a burst of speed that came from somewhere Jimmy couldn't identify. They ran side by side through turns 3 and 4, 200 miles per hour, neither giving an inch. And when they crossed the start-finish line, Cade was ahead by half a car length, 4th place. After everything, Cade was still ahead. The second big wreck came on lap 175. The leader, the 9 car, the kid who'd been dominating all season, got loose coming off turn 4. Jimmy saw it happen, the rear end stepping out, the overcorrection, the moment when the car stopped being a vehicle and became a projectile. The 9 spun into the 22 spun into 3 other cars. The whole thing happened in maybe 2 seconds, but Jimmy watched it unfold like a slow-motion nightmare, calculating angles and trajectories, searching for the gap that would let him survive. He went high. The wreck was spreading low, cars pinballing off each other, debris flying everywhere. Jimmy held his line against the wall, felt the car buffet as it passed through the disturbed air, saw pieces of carbon fiber and sheet metal bouncing off his hood. Something cracked against his windshield, a chunk of someone else's car, and for a terrible instant, he couldn't see anything except spider-webbed glass and smoke. Then he was through, clear alive. Red flag, stop on the back stretch. Jimmy brought the car to a halt, his hands shaking on the wheel, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Through the damaged windshield, he could see the wreck. Cars scattered across the track like toys thrown by an angry child. Fire crews spraying foam on something that was burning. Helicopters circling overhead. The red flag meant they'd stop the race to clear the track. It also meant Jimmy had time to think, time to process where he was, what was at stake, what was about to happen. He was running fourth. Cade was running third. There were 25 laps to go, 25 laps to answer the question he'd been asking for 33 years. The restart came on lap 180. 20 laps to the checkered flag. Jimmy lined up fourth. Cade was directly ahead of him, close enough to touch. The leader was the 11 car now, a veteran who'd survived the chaos by running smart, by being in the right place when everything went wrong. The 42 was second, another survivor, another smart driver who'd let the aggressive ones wreck themselves. Green flag, the final charge, 20 laps of desperation and desire, 40 drivers all wanting the same thing, the air thick with exhaust and ambition. Jimmy pushed forward, found the draft of the 42, used it to close on Cade. 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths, 1. He was on Cade's bumper now, the Brennan racing car, filling his windshield the way it had been filling his mind for 30 years. Every grudge, every slight, every what if from 1990. It was all right there, inches ahead of him, waiting to be settled. 15 laps. Jimmy pushed harder. The car responded, finding speed in the draft that shouldn't have been there. He pulled alongside Cade through turn 1, held position through turn 2, and they ran side by side down the back stretch at 212 miles per hour, the fastest Jimmy had ever traveled in his life, and it still wasn't fast enough. Cade edged ahead through turns 3 and 4. Whatever advantage Jimmy had found, Cade had found more. They crossed the line with Cade a half car length ahead, third and fourth, the leader still 2 car lengths up. 10 laps. The 42 was struggling. Jimmy could see it. The car pushing in the corners. The driver fighting the wheel. The leader was pulling away, opening a gap. But the 42 was coming back to them. By lap 190, Jimmy and Cade had caught the second-place car, and suddenly it was 3 wide into turn 1, racing for positions that mattered. Jimmy went low. Cade went high. The 42 tried to hold the middle but couldn't, and they swallowed him up. Took second and third, left him scrambling in their wake. 5 laps. You're third. Third. Behind Cade, behind the 11th. 5 laps to find something he hadn't found at 495 miles of racing. 3 laps. The 11 was fast, but not untouchable. Cade was on his bumper, pushing, probing, looking for a way past. Jimmy was on Cade's bumper, adding to the push, the 3 of them running as a unit, faster together than any of them could be alone. 2 laps. White flag. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to answer every question, settle every score, prove everything he'd been trying to prove since Earl Phelps walked onto his lot and saw something worth saving. The 11 drifted high in turn 1, defending the inside. Cade dove low, made the pass, took the lead. Jimmy followed, pulled alongside the 11, took second through turn 2, down the back stretch, 1,000 feet to the final corner. Cade was leading, Jimmy was second. The 11 was falling back, and there was nothing between Jimmy and the win except the man who'd stolen his career 30 years ago. Last lap, go get him. Turn 3, the final corner, the moment that would define everything. Cade's car was tight. Jimmy could see it, the way the front end pushed up the track, the way Cade had to lift early to keep from hitting the wall. It was a weakness, a crack in the armor, a place where a faster car could get through. But getting through required a line that didn't exist. The inside was blocked. The outside was the wall. The only way past was up, high on the bank and where the grip was better, but the distance was longer where nobody ran because nobody was crazy enough to run there. Jimmy saw the line, high, almost against the wall. A gap that wasn't a gap, a path that required the car to rotate on the banking, to use the angle as a slingshot instead of a trap. It was insane. It was suicidal. It was the kind of move that Cade had said he'd never make. "You're going to choke. That's what you've always done." Danny's voice. "It be the driver. I always knew you were." Earl's voice. "Don't try to." Linda's voice. "Come home. Whatever happens, come home." Time stopped. The world narrowed to a single point, the steering wheel in his hands, the throttle under his foot, the wall rushing toward him at 200 miles per hour. Jimmy turned the wheel. The car went high, higher than any car should go on the final lap of a race. The right side tires kissed the wall close enough that Jimmy heard the concrete scraping against rubber, close enough that one wrong input would end everything. The car rotated. The rear end stepped out the angle of the bank and taken over, physics doing things that physics shouldn't do. Jimmy caught it with countersteer that came from somewhere deeper than thought. 33 years of wanting this, condensed into a single correction. The car hooked up, the tires found grip, and Jimmy rocketed off the high line with more speed than anything else on the track, slingshotting past Cade's right side, pulling ahead as they approached the tri-oval, side by side. Cade on the low line, Jimmy on the high line, 200 feet to the finish. Two men who'd been racing each other since before either of them understood what racing meant. Jimmy's car crossed the line, Cade's car crossed the line, and the checkered flag waved. Then the 22 car, the erratic kid who'd been fast all day and stupid all race, came off the wall directly into Jimmy's path. The impact was the end of everything and the beginning of something else. The 22 hit Jimmy's right rear at 200 miles per hour. The contact sent Jimmy's car rotating, spinning, the G-forces slamming him sideways against the harness. A hand's device caught his head, kept his neck from snapping, but the violence of the impact was beyond anything safety equipment could fully absorb. The car hit the wall. Driver's side first, the worst possible angle, the crumple zones doing what they were designed to do, absorbing energy, sacrificing structure, trying to keep the soft human inside alive, while the hard machine around him disintegrated. Then the car was airborne. Flipping, rotating, the world outside the windshield became a kaleidoscope of sky and asphalt and wall and sky again, repeating endless, the car tumbling down the track like something thrown by a giant. Jimmy held onto the wheel because his hands didn't know how to let go. He felt impacts, roof, side, roof again, felt the car crumpling around him, felt things breaking that shouldn't break, and things holding that shouldn't hold. The car came to rest on its roof in the infield grass, steam and smoke rising from what was left of the engine. Gasoline dripped from somewhere, the smell filling the cockpit, mixing with the smell of burnt rubber and hot metal and fear. Jimmy was hanging upside down, suspended by a harness that had held through everything. His head throbbed. His left arm wasn't responding right. His ribs felt like they'd been hit with a hammer, but he was breathing. He was conscious. He was alive. "Jimmy!" Patterson's voice, sharp with terror. "Jimmy, talk to me!" He tried to respond, but his mouth wouldn't form words. He tried to move, but his body wasn't cooperating. All he could do was hang there, suspended in the wreckage of everything he'd gambled, waiting for someone to tell him if the bet had paid off. The safety crew arrived, hands reaching through broken windows, voices calling his name, the hiss of fire extinguishers and the whine of cutting tools. They were saying things he couldn't quite process, asking questions he couldn't quite answer. "He's conscious. Get the cutters." Jimmy closed his eyes. He thought about Linda, about Kevin, about Danny watching from his living room. He thought about Earl, somewhere beyond all of this, watching from wherever people watched when they were done watching from here. He thought about the line, the impossible line, the one nobody would take. He'd taken it. Whatever else happened, he'd taken it. The last thing he saw before the darkness closed in was the checkered flag through the shattered windshield, still waving, still marking the finish of a race he might or might not have won. Then everything went black, and Jimmy Durrell stopped thinking about anything at all. Chapter 16, Waiting Room. The waiting room at DCH Regional Medical Center smelled like industrial cleaner and stale coffee. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting everything in a pale glow that made healthy people look sick, and sick people look dead. The chairs were plastic and uncomfortable, arranged in rows that faced a television mounted on the wall, which was showing the same news channel it had been showing for the past 3 hours. The crash, over and over. From every angle, the cameras had captured in slow motion in real time, with commentary from analysts who use words like catastrophic and unsurvivable and miracle if he walks away. Linda sat in the front row, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes fixed on a spot on the floor that required all of her attention. She hadn't spoken since they'd arrived, hadn't cried, hadn't done anything except sit perfectly still and wait for news that might never come. Kevin was beside her, his arm around her shoulders, looking older than his 24 years. He'd been in the pit box when the crash happened, had heard the radio go silent, had watched his mother's face go white before anyone had explained what was happening. He'd driven her to the hospital himself, breaking every speed limit in Alabama, and now he was doing what sons do when their fathers might be dying, holding his mother together while falling apart inside. Danny arrived 90 minutes after the crash, having driven 3 hours from Kannapolis in a van modified for his wheelchair. He rolled into the waiting room without a word, positioned himself next to Linda, and took her hand. She looked at him, the first time she'd looked at anything since they'd arrived, and something passed between them that didn't require words. "He's strong," Danny said. "He's the strongest person I know." "He was upside down," Linda whispered. The car was on fire. They got him out. That's what matters. They got him out, and he was conscious. He wasn't conscious when the helicopter left. They said he lost consciousness during the extraction. Danny didn't have an answer for that. He held her hand and waited, the same way he'd been waiting for news about Jimmy since 1989, since a night on Route 73 when the world had changed for both of them. The television kept playing the crash. The commentators had moved on from shock to analysis, breaking down the physics of what had happened. Jimmy's moved to the high line, brilliant or reckless, depending on who you asked. The way the car had rotated and caught grip, launching him past Cade with a burst of speed that nobody had expected. The 22 car following his line and failing to execute it, coming off the wall sideways, directly into Jimmy's path. If the 22 hadn't tried to follow him, one analyst said, Durrell might have won the race. He was alongside Brennan at the line. Photo finish. We would have been talking about the greatest comeback story in NASCAR history. Instead, we're talking about whether he survives, another analyst replied. That's the cost of going for glory. Sometimes glory costs more than you can afford to pay. Kevin found the remote and muted the television. The images kept playing, the crash, the debris, the helicopter landing on the infield. But at least they didn't have to listen to people speculating about whether Jimmy was dead. They don't know anything, Kevin said. They're just filling airtime. I know, Linda said. But I can't stop watching. It's like if I stop watching, it becomes more real. As long as I'm watching, I can pretend it's just something happening on television. Mom, I know it doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense right now. A nurse came through the double doors, and everyone in the room tensed. Linda, Kevin, Danny, and the handful of racing personnel who'd gathered in the hours since the crash. But the nurse called a different name, and a different family stood up and followed her into the back, and the rest of them went back to waiting. How long has it been? Danny asked. 3 hours, Kevin said. Maybe a little more. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I don't know if any of this is good or bad. Cade Brennan arrived at hour 4. He walked into the waiting room like a man approaching a firing squad, slow, deliberate, his face carefully neutral. He was still wearing his fire suit, the top unzipped and hanging around his waist, his hair matted with sweat. He looked exhausted, which was appropriate, because he'd just won a race that nobody was celebrating. Linda saw him first. Her face went through a series of expressions. Surprise, then anger, then something colder and more dangerous than either. What are you doing here? I came to check on Jimmy. Why, so you can gloat? So you can tell everyone how you beat him? Linda, Kevin started. No, I want to know why he's here. Linda stood up, her composure cracking for the first time. You spent 30 years telling yourself you were better than him. You spent the last week telling him he was going to choke. And now you're standing in this waiting room like you have the right to be here? Cade didn't flinch. I'm here because I should be, because whatever happened between us, Jimmy's the only person who understands what it means to race at that level. And because if he dies... Don't say that. If he dies, Cade continued quietly, I want to be here when it happens. I owe him that much. You don't owe him anything. You took everything from him 30 years ago. I know. Cade's voice was flat, honest. I know what I did. I've known it for 30 years. But that doesn't change what happened today. He made a move that nobody else would have made. He went for it when any sane person would have played it safe. And he almost beat me, would have beaten me, if the 22 hadn't crashed into him. Almost doesn't count, Linda said bitterly. No, it doesn't. Cade sat down in a chair across the room, far enough away to give them space, but close enough that he was clearly staying. But I'm going to wait anyway, because Jimmy deserves to have people waiting for him, even people he hates. Danny spoke for the first time since Cade arrived. He doesn't hate you. Cade looked at him. We've never met. You're Danny, right? The one from the crash? The one from the crash, the reason Jimmy gave up racing in the first place. Danny wheeled his chair around to face Cade directly. He talked about you sometimes, after races, when we'd catch up on the phone. He never said he hated you. He said he wished he understood you. Understood what? Why you did what you did. Why you sabotaged his sponsorship. Why you couldn't just beat him on the track and let that be enough. Cade was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was lower, rougher, like the words were costing him something to say. Because I was scared. Because he was better than me, and I knew if he got that sponsorship, I'd spend my whole career in his shadow. So I told them he was unstable, told them about your crash, made it sound like he was to blame, and they believed me because people always believe the worst about the competition. And now? Now he's in an operating room somewhere, and I'm sitting here realizing that I've spent 30 years being the guy who won because the better driver walked away. Cade looked at his hands. He was better than me, back then and today. That move he made, I never would have tried it. I never would have had the balls. So why did you come back? Danny asked it. If you knew he was better, why come out of retirement to race against him? Because I wanted to know. I've been telling myself for 30 years that I was the best, that I earned everything I got, and I needed to race him one more time, fair and square, to find out if I was right. Cade laughed, but there was no humor in it. Turns out I wasn't. He beat me. When it mattered, when everything was on the line, he made a move I couldn't make. And if the 22 hadn't hit him, we'd all be celebrating the greatest comeback in NASCAR history instead of sitting in a hospital waiting room wondering if he's alive. Hour 5. The doctor came through the double doors, and this time he was looking for them. Family of James Durrell? Linda stood up, Kevin beside her. Danny wheeled forward. Cade stayed in his seat, but his eyes were fixed on the doctor with an intensity that suggested he'd stop breathing. I'm his wife. The doctor was young, maybe 40, with the tired eyes of someone who'd delivered too much bad news in his career. He was still wearing scrubs, and there was a stain on his left sleeve that might have been blood or might have been something else. Mrs. Durrell, your husband is out of surgery. He sustained significant injuries in the crash, multiple fractures to the left leg and arm, 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, and a traumatic brain injury that we're still assessing the severity of. Linda's hand found Kevin's and squeezed hard enough to hurt. Is he going to live? The next 24 hours are critical. We've stabilized and repaired what we could, but there's swelling in the brain that we're monitoring closely. If the swelling goes down, his chances are good. If it doesn't, then we'll have to make some difficult decisions about how to proceed. The room was silent. Linda's face had gone pale, her composure cracking in ways that everyone could see. Kevin put his arm around her, holding her up, keeping her together. Can I see him? Not yet. He's in the ICU, heavily sedated. We're only allowing immediate family once he's stable enough for visitors. The doctor paused. I should tell you, even if he survives, there's likely to be a long recovery ahead. The brain injury, it's too early to know what the lasting effects might be. But he might be okay. He might recover completely. It's possible. Your husband is in remarkable physical condition for his age, and that's working in his favor. But I don't want to give you false hope. The next day will tell us a lot. The doctor left, disappearing back through the double doors, leaving them standing in the waiting room with news that was neither good nor bad, just uncertain, just more waiting. Linda sat down slowly like a puppet with cut strings. Kevin sat beside her, holding her hand. Danny wheeled close, his face a mask of controlled grief, and Cade sat across the room staring at the floor, saying nothing, his victory completely forgotten in the face of what his rival might have lost. Hour 6, then 7, then 8. The waiting room emptied and filled, other families cycling through their own crises, their own vigils. The racing personnel drifted away, heading back to the track or to hotels or to wherever people went when there was nothing they could do. But the core group stayed, Linda, Kevin, Danny, and somehow Cade, who showed no sign of leaving. Somewhere around hour 7, Linda spoke to Cade directly for the first time since her initial outburst. Why are you still here? Cade looked up. Because I can't leave, not until I know. Know what? Whether he made it. Whether the thing he gambled everything for was worth it. Cade's voice was raw. He took that line because of me. Because I told him he was going to choke. He was trying to prove something. To me, to himself, to everyone who ever said he wasn't good enough. You're not that important. Maybe not, but I'm part of it. I've been part of it since 1989, whether I wanted to be or not. Cade stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the Alabama night. You know what the worst part is? I won. I crossed the line first. My name's in the record book. Another Talladega victory for Cade Brennan. And it means nothing. Absolutely nothing. It never meant anything. Racing never means anything except to the people who love the person in the car. I know. I've known that for 30 years, but I kept doing it anyway because it was the only thing I was ever good at. The only thing that made me feel like I mattered. Cade turned to face her. Your husband figured that out. He understood that the racing is just the racing. It's the people watching who give it meaning. That's why he went back to you after every race. That's why he kept trying to fix things, even when the racing was pulling him away. And you? I don't have anyone waiting for me. 3 marriages, no kids, a trophy case full of things that don't matter to anyone except me. Cade's smile was bitter. Jimmy had everything I never had. A wife who loved him, a son who was starting to understand him, friends who'd been there for 30 years. And he risked it all to prove he could beat me on a racetrack. He wasn't trying to beat you, Danny said. He was trying to prove he deserved to be there. That's different. Is it? Yeah, it is. Danny wheeled toward Cade, positioning himself between the retired champion and the window. I've known Jimmy since we were 15 years old. I've watched him struggle with believing he was good enough for almost 40 years. And that thing you saw today, that move to the high line, that wasn't about you. That was about him finally believing he belonged, finally trusting that he was as good as everyone kept telling him he was. And look where it got him. Look where it got him, Danny agreed, in a hospital bed, maybe dying, but also at peace for the first time in his life. At peace with who he is. Can you say the same? Cade didn't answer. He just turned back to the window and stared at his reflection in the glass, a 55-year-old man who'd won everything and lost something he couldn't name. Hour 12. Dawn was breaking over Tuscaloosa when the doctor returned, and he looked different than he had the night before. Still tired, but something had shifted in his expression. Something that might have been hope. Mrs. Durrell. Linda stood up again, bracing herself for whatever was coming. The swelling is stabilized. It's not gone, but it's not getting worse, and that's a very good sign. The doctor allowed himself a small smile. Your husband's a fighter. He's not out of the woods yet, but he's heading in the right direction. Is he going to live? I believe so, yes. The next few days will tell us more about the long-term prognosis, but right now I'm cautiously optimistic. Linda's knees buckled. Kevin caught her, held her up. She was crying now. Finally, after 12 hours of holding it together, letting it all go. Can I see him? He's still sedated, but yes, you can see him, one visitor at a time, just for a few minutes. Linda looked at Kevin, at Danny, at Cade still standing by the window. I'll go first, then Kevin, then... She trailed off, not knowing how to handle the last part. Danny solved it for her. I'll wait. Take your time. Linda disappeared through the double doors, following the doctor into the ICU, toward the room where her husband was lying, broken but alive. Kevin sat down heavily, his whole body sagging with relief. Danny bowed his head, his lips moving in what might have been a prayer, and Cade stood by the window, watching the sun rise over Alabama, his face unreadable. He's gonna live, Kevin said, as if saying it out loud would make it more real. He's gonna live, Danny confirmed. The stubborn son of a bitch is gonna live. Cade finally spoke. Tell him. He stopped, swallowed, tried again. Tell him I'm glad and tell him I'm sorry for all of it. He walked out of the waiting room, past the nurse's station, through the sliding glass doors, and into the morning light. They watched him go, this man who'd won the race but lost something larger, this man who'd spent 30 years being the best and had finally met someone who was better. Danny turned to Kevin. Your father's going to be okay. I know. And when he wakes up, he's going to have a lot of questions about what happened, about the race, about the crash, about whether he won or lost. What do we tell him? Danny smiled, the first real smile he'd allowed himself in 12 hours. We tell him the truth. He didn't win the race, but he proved something more important than winning. He proved he was willing to go for it when everything was on the line. Is that enough? I think so. For Jimmy, I think that's always been enough. The sunrise painting the hospital waiting room in shades of gold and amber. Somewhere inside, Linda was sitting beside her husband's bed, holding his hand, telling him things he probably couldn't hear, but needed to be said anyway. And somewhere in the space between sleep and waking, between life and whatever comes after, Jimmy Durrell was dreaming of speed. I'm around Part 4, The Reckoning. Chapter 17, Waking. The first thing Jimmy was aware of was the sound, a steady beeping, mechanical and precise, counting something he couldn't identify. Then the smell, antiseptic and flowers, and something else, something chemical that made his nose itch. Then the light, harsh and fluorescent, pressing against eyelids that didn't want to open. He opened them anyway. The ceiling was white, institutional, divided into tiles that he counted without meaning to. 14 across, 11 deep. The walls were the same color, broken only by a window covered with blinds and a television mounted in the corner, currently dark. Tubes ran from his arms to machines that beeped and hummed. A cast encased his left leg, suspended from some kind of contraption above the bed. His left arm was wrapped in bandages that went from wrist to shoulder, and Linda was asleep in a chair beside him, her head tilted at an angle that would hurt when she woke up, her hand resting on the edge of his bed like she'd been holding his hand before sleep took her. Jimmy tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his voice a croak that barely qualified as sound. He tried again, managed something that might have been her name. Linda's eyes opened. She saw him looking at her, and her face went through a transformation, disbelief, then hope, then a joy so intense it looked almost like pain. Jimmy, oh God, Jimmy. She was crying now, tears streaming down her face, her hand finding his and gripping it with a strength that surprised them both. He wanted to tell her he was okay, wanted to comfort her, but the words wouldn't come. His mouth was too dry, his head too foggy, his whole body too broken to do anything except lie there and feel her hand in his. A nurse appeared, summoned by some change in the monitors. Then a doctor, not the one from before. An older man with gray hair and the calm demeanor of someone who'd seen thousands of patients wake up from things they shouldn't have survived. "Mr. Durrell, welcome back. Can you hear me?" Jimmy managed a nod. "Good, that's very good. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your wife's been here the whole time." The doctor shined a light in Jimmy's eyes, checked the machines, made notes on a tablet. "Do you know where you are?" Jimmy shook his head. "DCH Regional Medical Center, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. You were in an accident at Talladega Superspeedway. Do you remember?" The crash, the wall, the car flipping, the checkered flag waving for someone who wasn't him. He nodded. "Good. Memory seems intact, which is a positive sign. You got quite a list of injuries. Broken tibia and fibula in the left leg, fractured humerus in the left arm, 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung that we've repaired, and a traumatic brain injury that caused some swelling. The swelling has gone down significantly, which is why you're awake." Jimmy tried to speak again, managed a single word. "Walk?" "Too early to say for certain. The leg fractures were severe, and there may be some nerve damage we haven't fully assessed yet, but you're alive, Mr. Durrell. 3 days ago, that wasn't a guarantee. Let's focus on that for now." The doctor left, and Jimmy was alone with Linda. She was still crying, still holding his hand, looking at him like she'd witnessed a resurrection. "You scared me," she whispered. "You scared me so much." "Sorry." The word came out broken, barely audible. "Don't apologize. Just stay alive. Please, that's all I need from you right now." The next few days were a blur of doctors and nurses, tests and therapies, the slow process of figuring out what still worked and what didn't. Jimmy's brain was functioning, memory intact, cognition clear, no apparent lasting damage from the swelling. His lungs were healing, his ribs were knitting back together. His arm would eventually regain full use. The leg was the question mark. The fractures had been severe, the surgery complicated, and the doctors used words like extensive rehabilitation and possible permanent limitations that felt like sentences rather than diagnoses. Kevin came to visit on day 4, looking exhausted, but relieved. He sat in the chair his mother had occupied for most of the past week and studied his father with an expression Jimmy couldn't read. "You look like hell," Kevin said. "I'll feel worse." "Good. You should feel worse. You scared the shit out of everyone." Kevin leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Mom barely slept for 3 days. Danny drove here from Kannapolis and didn't leave until yesterday. Even that asshole Brennan was here waiting to see if you made it." "Cade was here?" "For 12 hours. Didn't leave until they told us you were going to survive." Kevin shook his head. "He said to tell you he was sorry for everything." Jimmy processed this, turning it over in his mind. Cade Brennan, the man who'd stolen his career, waiting 12 hours in a hospital to find out if his rival would live. It didn't undo 30 years of resentment, but it changed something, shifted the story into a new shape. "The race," Jimmy said. "What happened?" "You want to know?" "I want to know." Kevin pulled out his phone, found a video, and held it up so Jimmy could see. The final lap at Talladega, from a camera angle that showed everything. Jimmy's move to the high line, the car rotating on the banking, the burst of speed that carried him past Cade, the two of them crossing the line side by side. "Photo finish," Kevin said. They reviewed it for 10 minutes before they made the call. "Brennan by 6 inches. 6 inches, Dad. You lost by the width of a bumper." 6 inches. After everything, the crash with Danny, the 33 years of selling cars, the comeback, the climb through the ranks, the moment when he finally trusted himself enough to take the impossible line, he lost by 6 inches. "Doesn't matter," Jimmy said. "What?" "Doesn't matter. Winning, losing, 6 inches." He shifted in the bed, wincing at the pain in his ribs. "I took the line. That's what matters." "You almost died." "I know. But I took the line. I didn't choke. I didn't play it safe. When it mattered, I went for it." Kevin was quiet for a moment, processing this. When he spoke, his voice was different, softer, more uncertain. "Danny said you'd say that. He said you'd wake up and the first thing you'd want to know was whether you took the risk, not whether you won. Danny knows me. I'm starting to think I didn't. Not really. Kevin put his phone away. My whole life, you were just my dad. The guy who sold cars, watched NASCAR, never won anything except what he already had. Then you started racing, and I thought it was a midlife crisis, something you get out of your system. And now? Now, I think I was watching someone come back from the dead. Not in the hospital, that's the obvious part, but before, the racing, the risks, the way you looked when you were behind the wheel, that was you waking up after 30 years of being asleep. Jimmy felt tears on his face, surprising him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried in front of his son. I should have been awake sooner. Should have been the father you deserved instead of the ghost I was. You weren't a ghost. You were just absent, living inside yourself instead of out here with us. Kevin reached out and took his father's hand, the first time he'd done that since he was a child. But you're here now. That's what matters. Danny came on day 6, rolling into the hospital room with the same directness he'd had since they were teenagers. You look like someone put you through a wood chipper. Feel like it too. Good. That means you're alive. Danny wheeled up to the bedside, positioning himself where Jimmy could see him without turning his head. I watched the crash about 100 times, that move you made, going high like that, using the banking to slingshot past everyone. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It worked for about 2 seconds. Then the 22 hit you, and it stopped working. Danny shook his head. But those 2 seconds were something. You were ahead of Brennan when you crossed the line. I don't care what the officials said. You were ahead. They said he won by 6 inches. 6 inches is a margin of error. That was a tie, and you know it. Jimmy smiled, the first real smile since he'd woken up. You came all the way from Kannapolis to tell me I won? I came all the way from Kannapolis because my best friend almost died, and I needed to see for myself that he didn't. Danny's voice cracked slightly. 33 years, Jimmy. 33 years. I've been watching you punish yourself for what happened to me, and then I watched you almost die doing the thing you've been too scared to do since we were 17. I wasn't scared this time. I know. I could see it. Even through the television, I could see the moment you decided to take that line. The moment you stopped being afraid. Danny reached out and gripped Jimmy's arm. That's what I came to tell you. Whatever else happens, whether you walk again, whether you race again, you proved something on Sunday. You proved that the kid who beat Brickhouse by 6 car lengths is still in there, and he's not afraid anymore. He's also 52 and lying in a hospital bed with a broken leg. Details, Danny grinned. You'll heal. And when you do, we'll figure out what comes next. What if what comes next is a wheelchair like you? Then you'll learn to live with it, like I did. Danny's voice was matter-of-fact, devoid of self-pity. A wheelchair's not the end of the world, Jimmy. It's just a different way of moving through it. And whatever happens to your leg, you've still got your mind, your family, your life. That's more than a lot of people get. Linda returned that evening carrying takeout from a restaurant near the hospital. She'd been home for the first time in a week, showering and changing and getting a few hours of sleep in her own bed. She looked better, still tired, still worried, but no longer operating on the fumes of pure terror. The doctors say you might be able to try walking in a few weeks, she said, unpacking containers of food that Jimmy couldn't really eat yet but appreciated the gesture of. Physical therapy, rehabilitation, the whole process. They think there's a good chance you'll regain full mobility. But they're not sure. They're not sure of anything. That's how medicine works. She sat down in her usual chair, the one that had molded itself to her shape over the past week. How are you feeling, really? Like I got hit by a car at 200 miles per hour. That's because you did. She smiled, but it faded quickly. I need to tell you something I've been thinking about while you were unconscious. That sounds ominous. It's not. It's just, I've been angry at you for a long time. Angry about the racing, about Grace, about the way you kept choosing something that might kill you over the life we built together. And I thought, when you were lying there, when we didn't know if you were going to wake up, I thought about all that anger and where it came from. And I realized it wasn't really about the racing. It was about feeling like I wasn't enough. Like no matter what I gave you, no matter how good our life was, you needed something I couldn't provide. Linda's eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. But that was never true. You didn't start racing because I wasn't enough. You started racing because part of you had been missing for 30 years, and you finally found a way to get it back. Linda, let me finish. I've had a lot of time to think about this. She took a breath. When you took that line on Sunday, when you went high and did the thing that no sane person would do, I was terrified. I thought I was watching you die, but I was also proud that you were finally being who you were supposed to be, even if it cost everything. It almost did cost everything. I know, and I'm not saying I'm okay with that. I'm not saying I want you to get back in a race car as soon as you can walk, but I understand now, in a way I didn't before, why you had to do it. Why playing it safe would have been a different kind of dying. Jimmy reached for her hand, and she gave it to him. I'm done, he said. Done with what? Racing, I'm done. I proved what I needed to prove. I don't need to do it again. You don't have to say that, not for me. I'm not saying it for you. I'm saying it because it's true. He squeezed her hand. I spent 33 years wondering if I had it in me to go for glory when everything was on the line. Now I know. I don't need to keep asking the question, nah, what if you change your mind? What if you heal up and start missing it? Then I'll come to you and we'll talk about it. But right now, lying in this bed, knowing how close I came to never seeing you again, racing doesn't feel as important as it did a week ago. You feel important. Kevin feels important. The life we built feels important. Linda was crying again, but differently this time, not from fear or grief, but from something that looked like relief. I love you, she said, and I love you too. And I'm sorry it took almost dying for me to figure out what matters. Better late than never. Better late than never. They sat together as the sun set outside the hospital window, holding hands, not needing to say anything else. The television in the corner was showing NASCAR highlights, the Talladega finish, replayed for the 100th time, 2 cars crossing the line 6 inches apart. Jimmy watched it without feeling anything except a distant satisfaction. He'd taken the line. He'd gone for it, and now he was here, alive, with the woman he loved, ready to find out what came next. That was enough. That was more than enough. Chapter 18, Recovery. The rehabilitation center in Charlotte was nothing like a hospital. It was designed to feel like a resort, comfortable furniture, natural light, gardens visible through every window. As if the architects had understood that people healing from catastrophic injuries needed beauty as much as they needed medicine. Jimmy spent 6 weeks there relearning how to walk. The process was slower than he'd expected and more painful than anyone had warned him. The fractures in his leg had healed, but the muscles had atrophied. The nerves were confused, and his body had forgotten the mechanics of bipedal locomotion. The physical therapist, a woman named Maria, who had the build of a gymnast and the patience of a saint, walked him through exercises that felt like torture and celebrated victories that felt like failures. You took 3 steps without the walker today, Maria said after one brutal session. I used to take 300 steps without thinking about it. And you will again, but not today. Today, we celebrate 3 steps. Linda came every day, driving the hour from Kannapolis to Charlotte and back, never missing a session. She sat in the corner of the therapy room watching Jimmy struggle and fall and struggle again, her face a mask of supportive determination that he knew cost her more than she let on. You don't have to be here, he told her one afternoon. You could wait at home, and I'd call you when I'm ready. I could, but I won't. She stood up and walked over to where he was resting between exercises, sweat soaking through his shirt, his leg throbbing with the pain the muscles being forced to remember their purpose. I spent 30 years watching you from a distance, watching you work on the lot, watching you watch NASCAR, watching you live half alive. I'm not watching from a distance anymore. This isn't riveting entertainment. Neither was watching you sell Camrys, but I was there for that too. She kissed him on the forehead. I'm here, Jimmy, for all of it. The good parts and the hard parts. Kevin visited on weekends, driving down from Charlotte, where he still worked at the bank, but had started talking about other possibilities. The crash had changed something in him, too, a reordering of priorities that showed up in the questions he asked and the silences he let sit. I've been thinking about Dad's story, he told Linda one Sunday while Jimmy was in session. Not the racing part, all of it. Danny, the crash, the 30 years of wondering. It's like he's been carrying this weight his whole life, and he finally put it down. Is that how it looks from outside? No. I don't know how it looks from outside. I only know how it looks from where I'm standing. Kevin watched through the window as Jimmy took another halting step, Maria beside him, the walker supporting most of his weight. He's different now, lighter somehow, even with all this. Almost dying will do that. It's not just the dying, it's the living. The 6 months before the crash, when he was racing, when he was finally doing the thing, he'd given up. That changed him. The crash just finished what the racing started. Linda thought about this, turning it over in her mind. Kevin was right. Jimmy was different, not just physically, but in some deeper way that she was still learning to recognize. The man who'd woken up in the hospital wasn't the same man who'd walked onto Earl's farm a year ago, hungry for something he couldn't name. He says he's done racing, she said. Do you believe him? I believe he means it right now. Whether he'll still mean it in 6 months when his legs healed and the memories of the crash start to fade, she shook her head. I don't know. But I know I'm not going to fight him on it either way. If he needs to race again, we'll figure it out together. That's different from how you used to be.
Yeah.
We're all different from how we used to be. That's the whole point. Danny came to visit once, making the trip to Charlotte in his modified van, navigating the rehabilitation center's accessible hallways with the ease of someone who'd been doing this for 33 years. He found Jimmy in the garden, sitting on a bench, watching birds move between feeders that the staff kept filled. You look like an old man, Danny said, wheeling up beside him. I feel like an old man. Welcome to the club. Membership's permanent. Danny positioned his chair so they were both facing the garden, two men watching nature do its thing. I talked to Cade last week. You talked to Cade? He called me, wanted to know how you were doing, wanted to apologize, I guess, for everything that happened in 1990, for the things he said before the race. What did you tell him? I told him apologies don't undo 30 years, but they're better than nothing. And I told him you were going to be okay, because I knew that's what he wanted to know. Danny turned to look at Jimmy. He's not a bad guy. He's just a guy who made bad choices when he was young and spent his whole life becoming the person those choices made him. That's generous. Maybe. Or maybe I've just had a lot of time to think about how choices shape us. The choice I made to race that night, the choice you made to let me drive, the choice you made to walk away after I crashed. Danny smiled. We're all just the sum of our choices, Jimmy, Cade included. What about the choice I made at Talladega, the line? That was the best choice you ever made, even though it almost killed you. Maybe because it almost killed you. Danny reached over and gripped Jimmy's arm. You spent 33 years being afraid to be who you were. And then in one moment, you stopped being afraid. Whatever else happens, you got that. Nobody can take it away. The day Jimmy walked out of the rehabilitation center on his own feet, no walker, no cane, just careful steps and a leg that still ached but finally remembered how to work. Felt like graduation and resurrection combined. Linda was waiting by the car, tears streaming down her face despite her smile. Kevin was there too, having taken the day off work to witness this particular milestone. Even Maria had come outside to see her patient off, her professional demeanor cracking just enough to reveal the genuine affection underneath. "You did it," Maria said. "I wasn't sure you would at the beginning. Some patients give up when it gets hard. You never gave up." "I've had practice at not giving up." "I know. Your wife told me about the racing." Maria shook his hand formally, then pulled him into a hug that was anything but formal. "Take care of yourself, Jimmy. And if you ever need a physical therapist again, do me a favor, don't." "I'll try." The drive home was quiet, Linda behind the wheel, Jimmy watching the Carolina landscape roll past with new eyes. Everything looked different now, brighter, more vivid, more real. The near-death experience had changed his perception in ways he was still discovering, made him notice things he'd been ignoring for decades. "I want to stop somewhere," he said as they approached Kannapolis. "Where?" "Danny's place, just for a minute." They pulled into the parking lot of Marsh Auto Parts, and Jimmy got out slowly, testing his leg on the uneven asphalt. The bell over the door chimed when he walked in, and Danny looked up from behind the counter with an expression of surprise that quickly shifted to delight. "Didn't expect to see you today." "Wanted to show you something." Jimmy walked across the store, not fast, not gracefully, but walked, and stood in front of Danny's wheelchair. No cane, no walker, just me. "Damn." Danny's voice was thick. "Look at you, walking into my store like you owned the place. I wanted you to see it. You were the first person I called when I decided to race again. Wanted you to be one of the first to see this." "Why?" "Because you've been in that chair for 33 years, and you never let it stop you. You built a business, got married, lived a life. And every time I felt like giving up in that rehab center, I thought about you. Thought about what you'd say if you saw me quit. What would I say? Something annoying and true, that's what you always say." Danny laughed, a real laugh, the kind that came from somewhere deep. "You're damn right. I would have driven down there and given you hell until you got off your ass and walked." "I know. That's why I didn't quit." They talked for an hour, about nothing and everything, the way old friends do when they've run out of secrets and settled into the comfortable rhythm of just being together. When Jimmy finally left, walking back to the car where Linda was waiting, he felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. Not the peace of giving up, but the peace of having finished something. The question that had haunted him since 1989 had been answered. The debt he'd imagined he owed Danny had been paid. Not through suffering, but through finally living the life Danny had told him to live. He was done racing. He was done proving things. He was ready to just be. Home looked different, too. The house on Maple Street was the same house it had always been. Same layout, same furniture, same photographs on the walls. But Jimmy saw it differently now. He noticed the garden Linda had been cultivating for years, the way the light came through the kitchen windows in the afternoon, the comfortable wear on the couch where they'd sat together for thousands of evenings. He noticed that it was enough, that it had always been enough, if he'd been present enough to see it. The first night back, they sat on the back porch watching the stars come out, the same way they'd done the night before Talladega, but everything was different now. Jimmy wasn't thinking about the race ahead. He was thinking about the life around him, the life he'd almost lost and was now determined to appreciate. "What do you want to do now?" Linda asked him. "What do you mean?" "I mean with your life. The lot's gone. Racing's done. What comes next?" Jimmy thought about it. For the first time in his memory, the question didn't feel urgent. He didn't need to accomplish anything, prove anything, become anything. He was 53 years old, alive against the odds, surrounded by people who loved him. "I want to be here," he said finally. "Present in a way I wasn't before. I want to learn what it feels like to live without chasing something." "That sounds nice, but you've never been good at not chasing something." "I know. That's why I need to learn." He reached over and took her hand. "Will you help me?" I've been helping you for 30 years. What's a few more? The stars emerged as the sky darkened, and Jimmy sat with his wife on the porch of the home they'd built together, feeling for the first time like he belonged there. The calls came over the following weeks. Sponsors wanting to know if he'd race again. Teams wondering about his availability. Media requests for interviews about the crash, the comeback, the photo finish that had captivated the racing world. Jimmy said no to all of them. Not because he was afraid, not because his body couldn't handle it. The doctor said he'd probably be capable of racing again within a year, but because he didn't need it anymore. The hunger that had driven him since Earl walked onto his lot had been satisfied. The question had been answered, and Sarah Chen called personally, offering him a full season ride if he wanted it. You proved something at Talladega, she said. You've got sponsors lined up, teams interested. This could be the start of something real. It was the start of something real, but it was also the end. I did what I needed to do. I don't need to do it again. You're sure? I'm sure. He wasn't sure, not entirely. There were mornings when he woke up thinking about the feel of a steering wheel in his hands, the smell of racing fuel, the moment when the green flag dropped and everything else fell away. But those mornings came less frequently as time passed, replaced by other mornings. Mornings when he woke up next to Linda and felt grateful just to be there. The racing had been necessary. The crash had been catastrophic. But both had led him here to this life, to this peace he'd never known he was missing. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Chapter 19. Home. 6 months after Talladega, on a Saturday afternoon in late October, they gathered at Earl's farm. The barn still stood at the end of the gravel road, its metal siding faded to dusty rose, the oak trees around it blazing with autumn color. Earl's daughter had inherited the property, but had no interest in living there. She'd kept it as a rental, mostly unused, but had agreed to let Jimmy use it for one day. For this. The occasion was simple, a gathering of the people who'd been part of the story. No agenda, no ceremony. A chance to stand together in the place where everything had started and acknowledge what they'd been through. Jimmy arrived first, parking his truck in the spot where Earl's Mercedes had once sat. His leg was strong now. Months of physical therapy had restored most of its function, leaving only a slight limp that the doctor said might never fully disappear. He walked to the barn doors and stood there for a moment, remembering the first time he'd seen what was inside. The race car was gone. Earl's daughter had sold it to a team in Tennessee, along with most of the equipment. But in the center of the barn, on the same concrete floor where the Fury had once sat, was something else. The '67 Corvette Stingray, fully restored. Jimmy hadn't known what had happened to it after Earl died. He'd assumed it had been sold with everything else, another piece of a dead man's estate converted to cash and distributed according to the terms of a will. But Earl's daughter had called him 3 months ago with a surprise. Dad left instructions, she'd said, very specific instructions. The Corvette was to be restored. He'd already paid for the work, arranged everything with the shop in Mooresville, and when it was done, it was to be given to you. The car gleamed under the barn lights, red paint and white racing stripes, chrome that caught the light like it was still 1967, and the world was full of possibilities. Jimmy walked around it slowly, running his hand along the fender the way he had that first day on the lot, feeling the smooth fiberglass instead of the cracks that had been there before. He wanted you to have it, Earl's daughter had said. He said you'd understand why. Jimmy understood. The Corvette was where it all started. The test drive, the moment when Earl had seen something in him worth investing in. It was proof that the story had happened, that the dream had been real, that a dying man's faith had been justified. He was still standing there when Linda's car pulled up the gravel drive. She found him in the barn, standing next to the Corvette with an expression she learned to recognize. Part wonder, part grief, part something else that didn't have a name. It's beautiful, she said. Earl had it restored, left it to me in his will. I know. You told me. She walked over and stood beside him, their shoulders almost touching. You didn't tell me how you felt about it. I don't know how I feel about it. Happy, sad, grateful. He shook his head. Earl spent his last months helping me chase something I'd given up 30 years ago. Then he left me this so I'd never forget what we did together. Will you drive it? Someday. Not yet. Jimmy turned to face her. Right now, I just want to look at it, remember what it meant, what it still means. They stood together in the barn, the Corvette gleaming between them and the future, until the sound of another car on the gravel announced the arrival of the next guest. Danny rolled through the barn doors with the confidence of a man who'd spent 33 years navigating a world not designed for wheels. He stopped when he saw the Corvette, his face going through the same transformation Jimmy's had. Wonder, then memory, then something deeper. Son of a bitch, Danny said softly. Look at that. Earl had it restored for me. I know what Earl did. I just didn't expect. Danny wheeled closer, examining the car with the eye of someone who'd spent a lifetime understanding machines. This is how they looked when they were new, before time and weather and neglect got to them. This is what we dreamed about when we were kids, working on the Ghost. I thought you might want to see it. Yeah, I'm glad I did. Danny looked up at Jimmy. You know what this is, right? This isn't just a car. This is Earl telling you that the story mattered. That what you did, what you risked, was worth remembering. I know. Do you? Because sometimes people give us things and we don't understand what they're saying. Danny's voice was serious now, the voice of a man who'd had decades to think about what things meant. Earl watched his son die chasing the same dream you chased, and instead of turning bitter, instead of warning you away, he helped you. He believed in you. This car is the proof of that belief. I didn't win, Danny. I lost by 6 inches. You didn't lose anything. You went for it when it mattered, which is more than most people ever do. Earl knew that. That's why he left you this. Kevin arrived next, walking into the barn with the slightly uncertain air of someone entering a space that belonged to other people's memories. He'd driven down from Charlotte that morning, having taken the day off for reasons he hadn't fully explained to his co-workers. How did you explain that your father had almost died chasing a 30-year-old dream, and now you were going to stand in a barn and look at the car that had started it all? Dad, he said, nodding to Jimmy. Mom, Danny. He stopped when he saw the Corvette. Holy shit. Language, Linda said automatically, then laughed at herself. Sorry, mother reflex. That's the car? The one from the test drive? That's the one. Jimmy walked over and put his arm around his son's shoulders, a gesture that had become easier in the months since the crash, as if almost dying had given him permission to be affectionate in ways he'd always held back. Earl had it restored, left it to me. It's gorgeous. It's more than that. It's the reason I'm standing here instead of selling Camrys. Jimmy squeezed Kevin's shoulder. I never told you what happened that day. The day Earl came to the lot. You told me some of it. I told you the facts. I didn't tell you what it felt like. Jimmy turned to face his son, wanting him to understand something that mattered. I was dead, Kevin, not physically. Physically, I was fine, but inside, in the place where dreams are supposed to live, I was dead. Had been for 30 years. And then Earl showed up, and he saw something in me that I'd forgotten was there, and he made me drive this car, and he trailed off, searching for words. And you came back to life, Kevin finished. Yeah, I came back to life. They stood together, father and son, looking at the car that had resurrected something everyone had assumed was buried forever. And for the first time in his memory, Kevin understood his father, not just the facts of his life, but the shape of his soul. The last guest arrived as the afternoon shadows were lengthening across the barn floor. Jimmy heard the car before he saw it, a throaty rumble that spoke of serious horsepower and careful engineering. When the black Cadillac pulled up beside the other vehicles, he felt something complicated move through his chest. Cade Brennan got out slowly, looking older than he had at Talladega, as if the 6 months since the crash had aged him more than the race itself. He was wearing casual clothes instead of the racing gear Jimmy had always seen him in. Jeans, a sweater, the uniform of a man who no longer had anything to prove. "Wasn't sure you'd come," Jimmy said. "Wasn't sure I should, but you invited me and I figured I owed you that much. After everything." Cade walked into the barn, his eyes finding the Corvette immediately. "That's the car Earl bought, the one that started all this. He had it restored, left it to me. Sounds like Earl. He always knew how to make a gesture count." Cade turned to face the group, Linda watching warily, Danny with an unreadable expression, Kevin with the curiosity of someone meeting a legend. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here because Jimmy asked me to be here, and because I've got some things to say that I should have said a long time ago." "You don't have to," Jimmy started. "Yeah, I do." Cade took a breath, the kind of breath people take before doing something difficult. 30 years ago, I sabotaged your career. Told sponsors you were unstable, dangerous, not worth the investment. I did it because I was scared. Scared that you were better than me. Scared that I'd spend my whole life in your shadow. And I've been living with that decision ever since." The barn was silent. Linda had moved closer to Jimmy, her hand finding his. Danny watched with the expression of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for decades. "I won 8 NASCAR races," Cade continued. "Made millions of dollars, got famous, became the thing everyone dreams about becoming. And the whole time, I knew it was built on a lie, knew that the guy who should have been there instead of me was selling used cars in Kannapolis because I'd poisoned the well." "Cade, let me finish." Cade's voice cracked slightly. "When you started racing again, I told myself I didn't care. Told myself you were too old, too rusty, too far gone to be a threat. Then you started winning, started proving that everything I'd believed about you being washed up was wrong, and I couldn't handle it. So I came out of retirement to race you at Talladega because I needed to prove to myself, to everyone, that I was still better. You won," Jimmy said quietly, "by 6 inches. After you made a move I never would have had the guts to try. After you went for glory while I was playing it safe." Cade's smile was bitter. "You beat me, Jimmy. Not on the scoreboard, but in every way that matters. You showed everyone, including me, what real courage looks like. And I've been carrying that around for 6 months, trying to figure out how to live with it." "What did you figure out?" "That I can't undo what I did in 1990. Can't give you back the career I stole, but I can tell the truth about it. I can stop pretending I earned everything I got and start acknowledging that some of it should have been yours." Cade reached into his pocket and pulled out something small and metallic. "This is the trophy from Talladega, the race where I beat you by 6 inches. He held it out to Jimmy. "I can't accept that," Jimmy said. You don't have to put it on your shelf. You can throw it in the garbage for all I care, but I don't want it anymore. It doesn't mean what I thought it meant." Cade pressed the trophy into Jimmy's hands. "Keep it, throw it away, give it to Danny. I don't care. I just can't look at it anymore." Jimmy held the trophy, feeling its weight, understanding what it represented. Not victory, but confession. Not triumph, but surrender. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. I did something terrible to you, and I waited 30 years to admit it. That's not worthy of thanks." Cade stepped back, looking around at the group he'd interrupted. "I'll go. I just needed to say that, and I needed to say it in front of people who'd hold me to it." "Stay," Danny said. Everyone turned to look at him, the man in the wheelchair, the one who'd paid the highest price for the racing dreams they'd all shared. "You heard me. Stay." Danny wheeled forward until he was facing Cade directly. "I've been carrying around what happened in 1989 for 33 years, watching Jimmy carry around his guilt about it for just as long. And you've been carrying around what you did in 1990. We're all tired. We're all old. Maybe it's time we stopped carrying and started letting go." "You want me to stay? After what I did to your best friend?" I want us to stop being prisoners of shit that happened before most of the people in this barn were born. I want Jimmy to stop feeling guilty about my legs. I want you to stop feeling guilty about his career. I want all of us to look at that car. He pointed at the Corvette. And remember that it's just a car, that the racing was just racing, that the only thing that matters is whether we're still here, still breathing, still capable of forgiving each other. The barn was quiet. Cade looked at Danny, then at Jimmy, then at Linda and Kevin, who were watching with expressions of cautious hope. "Okay," Cade said finally. "I'll stay." They spent the rest of the afternoon in Earl's barn, talking about things they'd never talked about before. Cade told stories about his NASCAR career, the wins, the losses, the close calls that had aged him before his time. Danny talked about Sheila, his dead wife, and the life they'd built in the shadow of his disability. Kevin asked questions about the old days, the racing they'd done before he was born, the dreams they'd chased when they were younger than he was now. And Jimmy stood beside the Corvette, listening, watching, feeling something settle in his chest that had been unsettled for 33 years. This was what Earl had wanted, not just the racing, not just the comeback, this, a gathering of broken people who'd found ways to keep going, a recognition that the past could be acknowledged without being repeated. A moment of peace in a barn in Iredell County, surrounded by the ghosts of everyone they'd been, and the possibilities of everyone they might still become. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, Linda came to stand beside him.
"Yeah.
"What are you thinking?" she asked. "I'm thinking Earl would have liked this. All of us here together, not fighting about the past." "He would have. He was good at bringing people together. He brought me back." Jimmy looked at the Corvette, at the people scattered around the barn, at the life he'd almost lost and had somehow managed to keep. "I was dead, Linda. For 30 years I was dead, and Earl brought me back." "No, Earl gave you an opportunity. You're the one who came back." She took his hand. "You always had it in you. The racing, the courage, the willingness to risk everything. You just needed permission to let it out." "Is that what you think happened?" "That's what I know happened. I watched it. Every race, every step of the way. I watched my husband become someone I'd never seen before. Someone braver, more alive, more himself than he'd been in our entire marriage." She squeezed his hand. "I fell in love with you again, Jimmy. I'd never fallen out of love, but I fell in love again with the person you became when you stopped being afraid. I'm still afraid sometimes. I still wake up thinking about the crash, about what would have happened if I died." "That's not fear, that's wisdom. There's a difference." Linda turned to face him, her eyes bright in the fading light. "Fear would have kept you from taking that line at Talladega. What you have now is just awareness. Awareness that life is precious, that risks have consequences, that every day is a gift." "When did you get so philosophical?" "When I spent 12 hours in a waiting room, not knowing if my husband was alive." She smiled. Near-death experiences change people, even the people who didn't almost die. The gathering broke up as darkness fell. Danny was the first to leave, hugging Jimmy awkwardly from his wheelchair, promising to call more often, to stop being strangers after 33 years of shared history. Kevin left next, driving back to Charlotte with plans to visit more frequently, to stop treating family as something that happened on holidays. Cade was the last to go. He stood by his Cadillac for a long moment, looking at Jimmy across the gravel drive. "I'm retiring for real this time," Cade said. "No more comebacks, no more proving things. I'm done." "What are you going to do?" "I don't know. Figure out who I am when I'm not racing. Figure out if there's anything left of me besides the guy who won races." Cade smiled, and for the first time it wasn't bitter or defensive. "You already figured that out, didn't you? Who you are when you're not chasing something. I'm figuring it out, day by day. That's all any of us can do." Cade got into his car, started the engine, then rolled down the window for one last word. "Take care of yourself, Jimmy, and take care of that Corvette. It's a hell of a car." He drove away, his tail lights disappearing down the gravel road, and Jimmy stood in the gathering darkness until Linda came to stand beside him. "Ready to go home?" she asked. "Almost." Jimmy walked back into the barn to the Corvette, still gleaming under the lights. He stood there for a moment, his hand on the driver's door, feeling the cool metal under his palm. Then he opened the door and slid behind the wheel. The seat wrapped around him like memory. The steering wheel fit his hands like it had been waiting for him. The smell of leather and restoration chemicals filled his nose, and beneath it something older. The smell of possibility, of speed, of a life that had finally been lived. He didn't start the engine. He just sat there in the car that had started everything, feeling all of it. It represented Earl's faith, Danny's forgiveness, Linda's love, Kevin's understanding, even Cade's surrender. All of it had led here to this moment, to a man sitting in a car that had been waiting for him since before he was born. "Thank you," he said quietly to Earl, to the universe, to whatever force had conspired to give him a second chance. "Thank you for not letting me die without living first." Then he got out of the car, closed the door gently, and walked out of the barn to where his wife was waiting. They drove home together, leaving the Corvette in the barn where Earl had stored his dreams. It would still be there tomorrow, and the day after that, and all the days to come. And so would Jimmy. Finally, after everything, he would be there too. Epilogue: The Corvette. 1 year later. The barn door stood open to the spring morning, letting in light that made the red paint glow like something alive. The Corvette sat where it had sat for a year now, patient and perfect, waiting for whatever came next. Jimmy walked around it slowly, the way he had 100 times since Earl left it to him. His limp was barely noticeable now, just a slight hitch in his step that only appeared when he was tired or when the weather was changing. The doctors called it a remarkable recovery. Jimmy called it stubbornness and good physical therapy. Linda was outside talking to the real estate agent about the property. Earl's daughter had finally decided to sell, and Jimmy had made an offer that morning. Not because he needed a farm in Iredell County, he didn't, but because some places hold too much meaning to let strangers have them. "You're going to buy it?" she'd asked when he'd told her his plan. "Earl gave me the car. The least I can do is give it a proper home." The sale would close in 30 days. The barn would be his, and the pasture where he'd first rediscovered speed, and the gravel driveway where Earl's Mercedes had parked on the day everything changed. He opened the driver's door and sat down behind the wheel, the way he'd done 100 times in the past year. The leather creaked beneath him, familiar now, broken in by all the hours he'd spent sitting here thinking, remembering. He hadn't driven it yet. Hadn't turned the key, hadn't felt the engine come to life, hadn't taken it out on the road to see what it could do. Something had been holding him back. Not fear exactly, but something adjacent to fear. A sense that driving the Corvette would mean something, would change something, would close a door or open one in ways he wasn't sure he was ready for. But today felt different. Today, with the spring light streaming through the barn doors and the birds singing in the oaks and Linda's voice drifting in from outside, today felt like the right day. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the key. Earl's daughter had given it to him with the car, a simple metal key on a leather fob that Earl had probably held 1,000 times. It felt warm in Jimmy's palm, charged with all the history it carried. The key slid into the ignition like it belonged there, which of course it did. Jimmy took a breath, closed his eyes, thought about Earl, about Danny, about the kid he'd been at 17 and the man he'd become at 53. Thought about Linda and Kevin and the life he'd almost lost and the life he still had. Thought about the line at Talladega and the moment when he'd stopped being afraid and started being himself. Then he turned the key. The engine caught with a sound that was part roar and part purr, a mechanical heartbeat that had been silent for too long and was now, finally, alive again. The whole car vibrated with contained power, with possibility, with the promise of speed and freedom and everything that driving had ever meant to him. Linda appeared in the barn doorway, drawn by the sound. She was smiling, not the worried smile she'd worn for so much of the past 2 years, but something purer, something that looked like joy. "You started it," she said. "I started it. Are you going to drive it?" Jimmy looked at the barn doors, at the gravel driveway beyond, at the country road that led to everywhere. The engine idled beneath him, patient, waiting, ready for whatever he decided. "Not today," he said finally. "Today, I just wanted to hear it run." He turned the key off, and the silence that followed was different from the silence that had come before. It was the silence of potential, of things that could still happen, of a future that was neither promised nor forbidden. Linda walked over and leaned against the open door, looking at her husband behind the wheel of a car that had changed both their lives. "Someday?" she asked. "No, someday." He smiled up at her. "When the time is right. When I'm ready to find out what it can do. No hurry. No hurry." He climbed out of the car, closed the door gently, and took his wife's hand. "We've got time." They walked out of the barn together, leaving the Corvette to wait in the light, patient as ever, ready as ever. A machine built for speed, sitting still in the quiet of a spring morning. Behind them, the engine ticked as it cooled, the metal contracting, the car settling back into the patience it had learned over all those years of waiting. It had waited this long. It could wait a little longer. And when Jimmy was ready, when the day came that he wanted to feel the road beneath him again, wanted to find out what the car could do, wanted to chase whatever was waiting at the end of the next straightaway, it would be there. Red paint gleaming, chrome catching the light, engine ready to roar. Waiting for him to turn the key and go. The end. That was Car Man, written by Douglas Taylor.